Hello, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to Croft Circuit for the latest instalment of racing from the 750 Motor Club this season. And it's the return of spectators to Croft as well, so for those of you here on the banks at Croft today, a very good afternoon. You're very welcome to join us. We're on the 2.1 mile, 3.4 kilometre Croft Circuit this weekend up here near Darlington in North Yorkshire. A great circuit, a real driver's favourite, with a mixture of some fast and very slow and challenging corners as well. And what about that for weather forecast? No rain in the forecast today. Light wind, 19 degrees. It's warmer than that here at the commentary box, I can tell you. And it at 2:05, I should say. And then later on this afternoon, we've got racing from the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship, so single-seater action, mini endurance racing in the Takiwa Roadsports series, a 45-minute encounter. First of two races this weekend for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship at 4, and then the first of three races this weekend for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship. And then towards the end of the day, we have the second of the races for the Bikesports and the Type R Trophy. So that's the action that we've got coming up today. Josh Barret joining me here in the commentary box, but down in the pit lane for us during the course of today is Andy McEwan. Andy, a very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ian. What a place to be. I'll tell you what, it's days like this where you're really happy to be a motor racing fan. The sun's shining, the temperature keeps climbing. We've got spectators back out on the spectator banking over there, which is such a great sight to see. And a day full of really brilliant racing. There's something for everyone today. We've got single-seaters, we've got sports prototypes, tin tops, and I'm really looking forward to that Roadsports race later on as well. I'll be in and around the pit lane getting all of the stories during that race and the rest of the day as well. And also hopefully having a word with some of our race winners as the day goes on. So yeah, really happy to be out here. I tell you what though, Ian, I picked a really good day to be out in the pit lane, didn't I?
Well, absolutely right. It could not be better. And your only danger there, Andy, today is sunburn, I would think.
I'll tell you what, I'll take that though. If that's as bad as it gets, Ian, I'm happy with that.
Excellent. Well, enjoy your day in the sun, Andy. We'll watch the sweat dripping off you, no doubt, as the day goes on. Lovely to hear from you, and we look forward to seeing you a bit later on. So, Josh Barret, as I mentioned, here with me in the commentary box as well, alongside me, Ian Sowman. Josh, what are you most looking forward to about this weekend's racing?
That's difficult to answer, isn't it? It's just like I've been saying all season, basically. Great to see so many cars in the paddock. I was here yesterday, lots of people were testing, everybody wants to get back out on track. We've got something like 260 entries over the course of 2 days, over 16 races. I think everybody, bar 2 grids, is at capacity or very close to it, which is amazing to see. Bikesports out first.
The circuits, it'll be run by the circuit, the test day, but it's been good, and I think it's helped to encourage people up here in some cases for a couple of extra days during the course of the weekend. Getting some more mileage here, but hopefully they're not wearing their car out in the course of all of those testing sessions.
Yes, there are some cars that we're testing which won't be racing, unfortunately. We're talking through them as we go through the day. But I think most people have been enjoying it. Lots of people just been enjoying getting back out on track and driving their cars quickly. I've been speaking to a few drivers who have been championship contenders in the past. They might still be this year, but they're not worrying about the championship. They're just going out to enjoy their motor racing. And they say that's so much better than trying to focus on winning the championship, putting pressure on yourself. And this year, they're thinking, no, we don't want to put any pressures on ourselves. We just want to enjoy going out and getting out and racing our cars. And yes, they may have been testing yesterday, but they're just enjoying themselves driving. A lot of the drivers here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's where are we for most championships that are here? I think it's the second meeting of the season. We've had some that started at Donington, some started at Silverstone, some started at Cadwell, didn't they?
Absolutely. The only thing that's here that I think's had more than one meeting is the MX5s.
Yes.
The 5 Club Racing Series, because they had a meeting away from the 750 Motor Club with the Castle Combe Racing Club. But everything else is having their second meeting, so although we may talk about championships, they're not really that important at this stage. Okay, you score points early on is important, but it's all about good results, isn't it, and how the races go over 12 or 14 rounds, which most of the 750 Motor Club Championships run to.
Yeah, absolutely right. Okay, let's look ahead then to our first race of the day in a few minutes' time, which is the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship.
quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rymax Lubricants, made in Holland.
So, as we've already trailed, the first race of the day is the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. It's going to be the fastest racing of the weekend. It's going to be the fastest racing of the season, the car racing season here at Croft Circuit. So this is one to really look forward to. Let's have a look at the grid then. On pole position, it is the number 95 car, and that is the championship leader, Joe Stables. And alongside him is the driver that's second in Class A in the championship coming into this weekend. That's Scott Mittal. Row 2, great qualifying performance from number 86, Stephen Bell. And he's out there in the Sabre Escala. Next to him, the radical of number 73, Alistair Smart. Richard Wise, 88, and Leon Morel, number 35, make up the third row of the grid. On to row 4, it's 44 Andrew Kempton and 17 Ross Drew. Charles Hall qualified on row 5 in car 77, but I don't think we'll see him after more issues for him in qualifying. Josh will tell us more about that in a moment. Mark Boot, 26 on the outside of row 5. Row 6, 57 Brian Murphy and 20 Matt Moore. And then looking a little bit further back down the grid, Doug Carter, number 5, Ian Charles, 24, and Andrew Gord, number 60, round out the 15-car grid. And Josh, as I mentioned there, I don't think we're going to see Charles Hall, which is a great shame.
No, at Donington Park he had a clutch issue, so we didn't get to see him race there. He had lots of issues yesterday at testing. He was quick, but he didn't do any laps. And this morning, after one lap of qualifying, he blew an engine. On the outlap, you saw there, he qualified at 9th position. But we'll see Charles Hall later in the year in a new car to the championship. He didn't let me know what the car would be, but he said it would be new to the championship. We look forward to that. Another car that's new to the championship this year is the Sabre Escala of Stephen Bell, who qualified on the second row of the grid, and I caught up with him yesterday. With Stephen Bell ahead of the Bikesports races here at Croft. Stephen, a new car to the championship this year. Tell us about it.
Well, it's the new Sabre Escala run by Tim Gray Motorsport, and you know, we're trying to develop this car and have something slightly different to the Radicals, which predominantly the series has. You know, and the development is quite tricky. There's a lot to do. There's some very accomplished drivers and some fantastic machines within that class. And it's very difficult to come with a new car and develop it in front of everybody instead of doing it away. We felt that the best thing to do was to develop it straight away in the race and see where we are, even though we know there's loads more to come from the car. But Tim Gray Motorsport has just, you know, transformed this car and transforming me as a driver. And hopefully, you know, we're probably looking next year, we'd like to be a little bit further up the grid. So we're having a lot of fun, cutting our teeth with a different type of car, and it's a whole new challenge for me as well. You know, coming onto slicks and wings. You know, I've done lots in kits, lots in RGB, and it's really exciting and definitely a step change going into Bikesports. But it's a good championship and it's a brilliant club.
It's a super fast track here at Croft, and these are super quick cars, so lots of commitment, I guess.
Yeah, commitment is the word. It's about dialing your bravery up slowly at a time. You know, some of these guys, like I say, have got much more experience than me in this car. And it's really easy to make a fool of yourself and fly off quite early on. So, you know, you've got to build yourself up as a driver to be able to do this. And that's incrementally what we're trying to do as well. And Tim's helping me with that with the coaching.
Lots of people talk about downforce cars, and obviously Bikesports are those. How are you finding to adapt to that?
Well, the downforce on this car, the way that we've got it set up in trim with the wing where it is, doesn't deliver an enormous amount of downforce. We're running a lot of underbody downforce. So we've got that luxury to come. Tim's obviously putting me through the pain of trying to understand how to drive the car first, and then as we get better at that, we can introduce it. But it's certainly fast enough for me at the moment.
You talked about racing with the club for a long time, things like RGB, and now jumping up to Bikesports. Do you think that's a nice progression that people can get into? Absolutely.
It's certainly not the first thing you want to jump into. You know, it's very quick. You know, I've been racing for a long time, done a lot of karting and stuff like that, and this is definitely a step change. It's a recalibration of what you think is possible in a car, because you get settled into your own championship, think you can do this, and But you know what, I've seen these fantastic cars and radicals go past for years whilst I've been in this club, and I was determined at some point to be able to do it. And you know, I'm realising my dream now with Tim, and it's fantastic, you know, being able to do it.
I guess you're looking to move up the grid as the year goes on, and then, like you say, looking for more in the years to come.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you know, it's the journey, it's the progression that's the really great thing about motorsport, isn't it? You know, so that's exactly our trajectory. That's where we're going. You know, we have things that don't go right, but we're, like I say, we're testing in front of everybody. It's difficult to do, and yeah, progression's what we're after, and it seems that it appears to be working so far.
There's a lot of places in motorsport now which are one-make racing or things you've got to do, but 750 Motor Club's a real place you can come and develop your own car, and I guess that's something you enjoy.
Do you know what? That is the fun, and I completely understand where you've got single-make championships where you can do stuff like that and you want to test yourself with everything level. But it's really good trying to engineer your way as well, because there's some great engineering. And you're up against real teams like Radical that have had lots and lots of years of development. So this is like, you know, day 3 for us almost. You know, it's our 3rd time out in the car, and we're swapping fundamental things. But yeah, you know, we've got a good balance now, and I'm really happy with it.
Good luck, and I look forward to it getting quicker and quicker.
Thanks very much.
Well, it's already pretty quick because Steve Bell on the 3rd position, 2nd row of the grid for this RLM Racing Bikesports Championship race. But it's Joe Stables and Scott Mittell on the front row of the grid, Josh. And in qualifying this morning, they were a little bit quicker than everyone else in the 117s.
Yes, this is interesting because Scott Mittell was testing on Thursday. He did a low 117 on very old tyres, though, he told me. He said there was at least a second left in the car, he said. He didn't go any quicker than that in qualifying this morning, though. Joe Stables, I think it's his first time here since he was about 16, so he hasn't done much racing at Croft. He was progressing yesterday, got into the 18s by the end, and then in qualifying this morning did a great lap, 117.15 to go quicker than Scott Mittell by 0.16 of a second. So it's super close between these two drivers. It was at Donington as well. At Donington they were well ahead of the rest. So even though they've got this big gap to 3rd, I think there's going to be a great battle around this circuit between the two of them. A circuit we don't really know how it races with these types of car, or these slicks and winged cars. And then you've got 3rd position, Stephen Bell, as you say, 3 seconds back, but it's really tight because he's only a second quicker than Brian Murphy, who starts on row 6 of the grid. So it's going to be a great group of cars battling for 3rd position. So we've got sort of 2 races to watch here. We actually got 2 classes as well, but that aside, you've got the top 2 and then the rest of the pack as well. But you've got Class B, that's another one to watch. And Liam Morell's on pole there, isn't he, for the production engine cars?
Yeah. So it's a 20-minute race, this, for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. Whether you're at the circuit or at home, your enjoyment of the racing today will be enhanced by having a look at the digital programme. You can find that on the 750 Motor Club website. Go to 750mc.co.uk/calendar. That's 750mc.co.uk/calendar, and you'll find there a link to the live timing. You'll find there the link to the digital race programme, just like the normal printed programme that you'd have in non-COVID times, and also the link to the stream. But if you're already watching it, then I guess you don't need that. But that really will help you to enjoy all of the weekend's action. Good to see a number of people already tuned in to the live stream as well. We've got a few low-costers have joined us. I can see that Tom Gadd is wondering whether anyone will join himself and Mark Burton in the Triple Winners Club here when we have low cost later on over the course of this weekend. But hello to everybody that's watching on the stream in this country and around the world.
At Donington Park, the first round, Liam Morell was really quick at the start. He's starting 6th today in the Radical SR3, the production engine car. So watch out for him, I think, on this first lap of the race, because those Class A cars around him may not be quite as quick to get their car up to speed. Right, I suspect it'll be Stables and Mittell to get away. It might be crucial to lead into the first corner on lap 1.
Indeed. Safety car is pulling in ahead of this rolling start for a 20-minute race for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. It's the red and white car predominantly of Scott Mittell on the right-hand side of your picture. It's the black and silver car with the yellow and red livery on the front of Joe Stables. He's on pole position, and Steve Bell in the number 86 white and red Sabre as the lights go out and the race gets underway. It's Mittell who just about gets his nose in front then as they head down towards the first corner, but no, it's Joe Stables that's going to turn into Clervaux corner in first position. One of them running a little bit wide there in the background. That's the number 17 car of Ross Drew, I think, that was going wide. And already, Josh, as we were saying, the top two starting to pull away from the rest.
And Scott Mattel's got a great run out of the chicane, heading down towards Tower Corner. He's trying to pull alongside Joe Stables for the lead here, and he can't quite manage it. Stables late on the brakes. Stephen Bell's held on to third. Up to fourth has come Liam Morrell. Then the Class B car made a good start to the race, but Stephen Bell doing a good job there to hang on to third place as they speed off down towards the Jim Clark S's. These cars are super rapid, aren't they, around this cross circuit? They're already round the back, around the committed section of the track, and for fifth, Alistair Smart's under a bit of pressure there from Ross Drew. He was another quick starter from eighth, and he's going for fifth up the inside. There wasn't really room for that. He muscles his way alongside. He can't quite make it through, though.
No, he can't. It was optimistic, I would suggest, that one, to try and make the move into Sunny, but he's gone through. The two leaders, though, already heading through the complex. This is the fight for third and fourth position, and it features that Sabre Scala of Steve Bell, and also the class-leading Leon Morrell Radical. Two classes, Class A for tuned engines, Class B for production-based engines. There is another class as well, but we don't need to worry about that this weekend. So the leading cars going over the line at the end of lap one, and it was Scott Mittel, sorry, it was Joe Stables that was ahead by half a second.
Indeed, 80 seconds from the rolling lap as well, super quick. 88 there, that's the second of the Mittels. That's Richard Wise in the MC41R, the car you would have seen Scott Mittel race last season. It's a new car that Mittel is in for 2021. So Richard Wise, who's been a front runner in Bikesports in the past, coming back this year in that Mittel. He was a championship contender, wasn't he? At the beginning of the last decade. Just wondering, were we going to get a change for position there? I think it was. I think Andrew Kimpton briefly was ahead of Richard Wise. I think Wise managed to hold on to 7th place just in the back of shot there. So, and a retirement. That's the 57 car of Brian Mifflin. It's not going to be a retirement, actually. He's going to get back onto the circuit. That's at the exit of Tower Corner. There you can see Ross Drew all over the back of Alistair Smart. That's for 5th position, but he's on the grass. That's not a good line, is it? No, spin in the background. That is Kimpton this time. He's gone around then on the exit of Sunny. So you saw a mistake initially from Ross Drew, but it was a spin for Andrew Kimpton in the Radical PR6 coming out of Sunny on the second lap of this motor race. Leon Morrell now with Alistair Smart behind him in the number 73 car. Leon Morrell, a relative newcomer to circuit racing, just started last season. He's in the North Motorsport car, just did a couple of events last year, but he's really got the bug. He's under a bit of pressure here, though, from Alistair Smart in the number 73 car. You see on screen now the timing tower with the different colours denoting the different classes. So you'll see that Leon Morrell's nearest class rival is Ross Drew, who's 2 places behind him on track. And there is Morrell on the circuit with Alistair Smart behind him to the Radical SR3, being chased by the PR6. The PR6, the centre seat car that Smart is in. Remember, he qualified 4th, so he should have more pace here than Morrell. There's a car coming to the pits, by the way. It's Kimpton, yeah. Yeah, after his spin earlier, Smart there trying to get alongside Morrell. Couldn't quite do it. We thought this kind of battle at Donington Park at the opening round. We thought Morrell would be quick off the line. He was again. And Alistair Smart all over the back of him. Mike Chen, the Class B Championship leader, not here this weekend. Matt Moore, second in the Championship. He's third in the class behind Morrell and Drew, who were the 2 winners at Donington Park on Easter Monday in much, much colder conditions. There's a look at the leaders. There was 4 tenths between them at the end of the previous lap. It's gone out a little bit, to just over half a second now between number 95, Joe Stables, and number 27, Scott Mittel. Mittel, a former Locost champion. Of course, he's also raced in RGB in the past, but he's up against Joe Stables here, who's the champion in 2019 and 2018, Josh. Yes, but both those seasons he was a Class B driver, wasn't he? With not terribly much competition, but he was doing great jobs getting overall victories in what was an SR3 Radical. He's now in his dad's car, Richard Stables, who won the championship in this car back in 2010 and 2011. And it's great to see him able to run right at the front here under a lot of pressure from Scott Mittel. We saw this kind of battle at Donington Park as well. Mittel came strong there, I remember, in the second half of races. It'll be interesting to see if that repeats. We've got a 20-minute race for the Bikesports Championship. They're in the 1:18s early on in the race, 1 minute 18.14 for Scott Mattel, obviously a lap record because these cars have not raced on the Croft circuit before. They're already 15 seconds ahead of the rest, which should still be Stephen Bell in third place in that Tim Gray Motorsport run. Sabre, but that's the Kimpton car that's coming through next, so he's come back out the pits. You can see how big the gap is back to third. There he is, Stephen Bell is still there, ahead of Liam Morrell, who's got a group of cars behind him now with Alistair Smart, Ross Drew and Richard Wise making a 4-car battle coming to the end of lap number 4.
So it's really panned out exactly as we thought. We've got the 2 cars out there together, very close formation, then there's pretty good battles between everyone else.
Absolutely. So they stream across the line, that 4th place battle. You see the 2 tuned engine cars quicker in a straight line. So that's Smart catching Morrell and Wise catching Drew. As they turn into Clairvaux, neither of those moves are on Croft. Not the easiest of circuits to overtake on, particularly in these cars which have downforce and carry so much speed through the corners.
So here they come out of the chicane onto the back straight towards Tower Corner they go. And that's the 73 car of Alistair Smart, 17. Ross Drew behind him, shares the car with his brother Miles. Switched to an RSX for last year. They had a road legal SR3 before that, did the brothers from the East Midlands, I think they are.
Just spotted, we've got Ian Charles's car pulled off on the exit of Tower Corner after half a lap of the race, so we did lose 1 car early on. Yeah,
so there's 13 still circulating. Obviously we lost Charles Hall after qualifying. A shame that in a way not more haven't made it, because I'm sure they'd enjoy a fantastic race around this Croft circuit. As we say, a great driver's track. As we watch this group of cars from third backwards, Steve Bell just trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and Leon Morrell and the rest, but it's only about a second and a half that he's managed to build up so far.
But this is massive progress on Donington Park, isn't it, when they were there last month. Stephen Bell, I don't think, finished inside the top 10 even there, so it's great to see how much progress they've made in such little time. Alistair Smart this time is down the inside of Liam Morrell and makes it work into Clairvaux Corner. So now he's into 4th. Can he catch Stephen Bell, who is 1.5 seconds up the road? And this could allow Ross Drew to go after his class rival Liam Morrell, although there is a bit of a gap between them. Up front, Scott Mattel is set to another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 18 dead, but this is about a second off of qualifying times this morning. But of course, a very warm day. It was cooler when they were out on track at 9:30 this morning.
Yeah, absolutely right, and also warmer than it would have been during the course of testing over the last day or two as well. The leaders, I can tell you, are right together again as we're watching the 17 car of Ross Drew. Then behind him is number 88 Richard Wise in different classes, and it's worth pointing out, as far as the championship is concerned, points are scored within the individual classes, and number 17 goes for a spin. So Ross Drew, who had a couple of exciting moments at Sunny already during the course of this race, spins the car around pretty harmlessly in the end. He loses a place though, might lose a couple, because 26 Mark Boots got through. Actually, Mark Boots has also got ahead of Matt Moore then already on this lap as well. We deduce from that.
And Matt Moore is battling with Drew in Class B, so actually quite important that he came out in front of Moore there. You just saw through your shot, Alistair Smart has caught Stephen Bell already, so that's 1.5 seconds caught in the space of a lap, so Alistair Smart is pretty rapid here to get onto the back of the Sabre as they turn their way through Clairvaux. It was a 1:21.4 for Smart, which is a second quicker than Bell has done all race long. They're almost half a minute behind the top 2. We're not quite halfway through the race as the leaders head, the third place battle even, head their way down towards Tower Bend. They've got a bit of a curve, isn't there, down the straight as they now break down into the right-hander. Interesting, the Sabre with that really low rear wing that we heard Stephen talk about ahead of the race compared to the much higher rear wing on the Radical PR6. A car that's been around for a long time now, one of the earlier creations from Radical sports cars up in, or down from here in Peterborough. They turn now right through Sunny. They're absolutely together for third place, Ian.
So good, this battle. The leaders still together as well, by the way, and they're catching traffic. Brian Murphy about to be caught, but is Alistair Smart about to make an attack on the Sabre Scala of Steve Bell as they come into the complex behind our commentary box window here? The answer to that question is not quite yet. There's then the harsh braking area for the hairpin, the last corner on the lap, and it was Smart that went to the right-hand side of the circuit there as they went through that corner. He's in the tow now of Steve Bell as they head along the start and finish straight towards Clairvaux Corner. This is to start lap number 8. I don't think, though, that Smart is close enough to make use of that tow down the straight into Clairvaux and Hawthorne at the beginning of the lap.
You'd think the low rear wing on the Sabre as well might make that a bit quicker through down the straight, go through the air a bit better, you would imagine, compared to the Radical PR6, although that is a slippery car. So they go down towards Tower again, not much separates them in a straight line. What can Smart do under the brakes? Well, Bell defends well here to hang on to third place. I'm sure he's very keen to try and pick up a podium if he can, but the PR6 Radical tries to drop alongside down towards the Jim Clark S's. You're committed through here. If you're side by side, you'd have to be extra committed, and Alistair Smart thought better of that. They turn their way onto Barcroft, then and down towards Sunny, and this is bringing Leon Morrell back into the battle to make it 3 cars. Can we see Richard Wise in the Mattel make it 4? We may well do, because he's quicker than all 3 of them.
Yeah, I think he's almost there, isn't he? So as we are now approaching, well, we are at half distance in this race. It's 95 Joe Stables leading, 27 Scott Mittal. They're both a long way clear of the rest. As it was a spin for Alistair Smart there, a spin. Oh, he was doing so well to put the pressure there on Steve Bell for 3rd position, but he just seemed to take an odd line there into the complex and ended up perhaps just getting a bit wide on the marbles. And now Leon Morrell, as we watch out of our window, is under pressure from, as you can see on screen now, the number 88 car of Richard Wise. The Mittal, the black and orange car, is ahead, I think, by the time they turn into the corner. It is a Class A car, it does have a tuned engine, so all change in that it's now going to be Richard Wise up into 4th place.
And Wise is about a second quicker than Stephen Bell as well. He's got a couple of seconds to catch, but Richard Wise might have the pace to put Stephen Bell under some more pressure, but he dealt with the pressure from Smart well, and obviously we saw the spin from Alistair Smart that dropped him down to at least 7th position. It's side by side behind him. They come on into shot now, so you can see Smart in front of the Class B battle for 2nd position, which Matt Moore goes round the outside to get himself ahead of Ross Drew, who we saw spin a couple of laps ago.
Absolutely. So, really good race this for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. It's by far not the biggest grid we've got this weekend, but the racing is certainly not disappointing. There is the number 20 car of Matt Moore. Currently, he is just ahead of Ross Drew, so he's 2nd place within Class B, which is being led at the moment by Leon Morrell. Andrew Gordon, Brian Murphy are the other Class B drivers that are entered here this weekend at Croft Circuit. As we've got now roughly 8 minutes of the race left to go, 20-minute race around the Croft Circuit, and there is the man that's still in 3rd position in the Sabre Scala, Steve Bell, and he's looking a bit more comfortable now with Richard Wise near his opposition.
Indeed, but is Wise catching? Well, on that lap, no, because Stephen Bell has just gone a second quicker than he's done all race without the pressure. He's done a 1:21.39, which isn't quite as quick as he went in qualifying, but nobody else is. And that means he's keeping that 2 or so seconds margin over Richard Wise. So that remains as it is. We've had 9 laps of this race. There will be quite a few more to go. There's 10 laps about to be completed. On your screen, you can see Joe Stables crossing the line ahead of Scott Mattel. They're still running the 118s as they have been all race long. There's 7/10 of a second then between these two. And as it has pretty much been all race long, they've got some more traffic to deal with though before they turn their way through the chicane. Right on the limit, Joe Stables just puts a tyre on the grass there, slightly wide, but it wasn't too bad for him in the end. So Scott Mattel wasn't able to capitalise from that, and really interesting to see and how these two cars are so equally matched. They were designed really in different decades, weren't they? The Radical PR6 and the Mattel MC41 are the Radical built by a big sports car manufacturer, the Mattel really designed by father and son, and there's just nothing that can separate them in this Bikesports Championship at Donington Park or at Croft this weekend.
It certainly seems that way, and it's a great story, isn't it, the Mattel story, and how they've over the last getting on for a decade now, I suppose, themselves been developing the cars that initially ran in RGB Sports 1000 as that become, and latterly built in cars to a bike sports specification as well, and developing all the time. This running a 1340cc RLM prepared engine. The two leaders go across the line again to complete their 11th lap now. The gap between them just about 0.6 per second. It's only been between, I think, about 4 and 8 all the way through this race so far. So really close between the two leading drivers. 11 laps now being completed. I'm afraid what's on your timing tab is now a little bit... There we are. As I say that, it's bang up to date again. with 6 tenths of a second gap showing on screen between Joe Stables, number 95, and Scott Mattel, 27.
And they lap a car that keeps well clear, Andrew Gord, who's running 11th. He started 15th. He's going a second quicker than he did in qualifying. So Andrew Gord may be a lap down, but he's having a good run here to be ahead of Brian Murphy, who's an experienced radical racer. We don't see him out in Bikesports that often. Usually we see him at the Burkitt and successful there. So Brian Murphy perhaps is struggling a little bit with his cross circuit.
Alistair Smart, I can see, in the number 73 car is back ahead of Mark Boot, number 26. As 27 there, that Scott Mattel was a little bit ragged. That was coming out of Sunny. He just kicked up a bit of dust on the exit of the circuit and has lost in 1 or 2 tenths. But yeah, as we're saying, Alistair Smart, 73, back up to 6th overall and 5th in Class A at the expense of Mark Boot after that spin he had at the complex a couple of laps ago.
Notice Doug Carter's got himself ahead of Ross Drew. So Drew, who started the race so well, has dropped down to 10th position, unfortunately for him. I wonder if that group are going to be caught by the leaders before the end. There are 4 minutes to go, so 3 or so laps, possibly not them, which I suspect they're quite glad about. Although Joe Stables, for the first time in this race, has a 1 second advantage over Mattel. They blast their way down towards Tower Corner, hard on the brakes here, as they then turn right through Tower. So to put these lap times in perspective, the 1 minute 18 both of them have done. The overall lap record is Sergio Perez, 1 minute 13.6. That's a Dallara Formula 3 car. Formula Renault did a 1:16. Formula Palmeraldi a 1:17. Cars that are still racing, Formula 4 and Porsche Carrera Cup, they'll both be here later in the year, are in the 1:19s in qualifying spec, and we're going in race spec on a hot day 1.5 seconds faster than that.
Yeah, and that shows you what fantastic pace they set, but also value for money as well, because if you're racing in Formula 4 or Porsche Carrera Cup, you are spending a lot more money than you'll be spending doing the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship, I'm sure. So through to complete another lap come the leaders then, and they are just going through your shot now, and it's still roughly a similar lead, I would think, for Joe Stables, around about a second.
They are going to catch Ross Drew, whose pace has gone well off from earlier on after a couple of errors. So lapping somebody that's going much quicker than anybody else they've passed so far, although...
Scott Mattel very wide there at Hawthorne, wasn't he? And he made that mistake a lap and a half ago up at Sunny, so I wonder if there's a problem with the handling of that car. I suspect now, with only a couple of minutes to go, the leader Stables is too far distant. He might just, if he can, opt to bring it home now.
Yes.
Oh, and problems for Stephen Bell, I'm afraid. The third place driver is off the circuit, and he is out of the race by the looks of it.
It's Sunny, I think that is, Ian.
Yeah, it is.
A real shame. He was in 3rd place. He was 1.5 seconds ahead of Richard Wise. And what's gone wrong? It's been such a good weekend for that car up to now. It's been going all so well. It's been getting quicker and quicker throughout the weekend. Tim Gray shook the car down on Thursday, went very quickly in it, not far away from the race pace today, right at the sharp end. And Stephen Bell, as he mentioned earlier, has been getting more confident with the car and been running 3rd all race long. But with just a couple of laps to go, it's come to an end. Let's hope that car can be sorted for the race later on today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a double header for the Bikesports this weekend, so another race to come later on. 17 minutes gone, so there's actually going to be 3 more laps to go, I think, for Joe Stables. He's completed 14 laps, so it should be a 17-lap race, I would think.
I think it's 2 laps to go. The time tower just updated now to 18 minutes, so yeah, I think 2 more laps for the leaders. But it's a big lead now. It's nearly 5 seconds from Joe Stables to Scott Mattel then. And then they're well ahead of the rest. So they've lapped the 9th place car as it is for Ross Drew. Don't think they will catch Doug Carter, who's in 8th position, another stalwart of the Bikesports Championship. He's been racing that car for a long old time now. Good to see he's made this trip up to Croft, the first time this championship has been here. So here's that Mattel then, a prime example. The 750 Motor Club is all about, Ian, building your own car, designing your own car and bringing it racing and being successful with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the pits has come 44 again, so that's Andrew Kimpton, who'd already been into the pits once during the course of this race, so it's going to be the last finisher anyway, but now he may not be classified as he's come into the pit lane. There's Scott Mattel going through your shot in 2nd position, 5 seconds or so behind Joe Stables, who's in the lead of the race, and he does now get the last lap forward. So 1 lap to go in this RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship race, and Joe Stables looking good here, Josh, to make it 3 wins from 3.
Yeah, the one thing that could change towards the end is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, because the recovering Alistair Smart is catching Liam Morrell and Richard Wise, and they've still got to go on to their last lap. So that could well be a potential change right at the end here, but we'll keep an eye on that. But for now, we'll watch the race leader, because we haven't seen much of him, Joe Stables. He didn't get pole at Donington, but he converted both of those into victories. He didn't race that much last year, but as you said, he was a 2018 and 2019 champion. And the Stables family have been with the 750 Motor Club for a very long time.
Have indeed. I guess a concern here, though, for his rival, Scott Mittal, because his pace has dropped right off towards the end. Is this a big problem, we wonder, that he and his dad and the team will have to sort out before the second race late on? But there's Joe Stables heading into the complex for the final time, twice a champion then already in bike sports, possibly looking to make it 3 wins in 4 seasons this year. Out of the final corner he has come, up to the checkered flag he will go, and the checkered flag goes out now to Joe Stables, who makes it 3 wins from 3 this season in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Scott Patel, there he is, coming up to the line now in the 27 car, takes the checkered flag in the 2nd position overall. The gap nearly 8 seconds in the end. He did get the fastest lap bonus point, though, of course. He did a 1:18 dead, whereas Joe did a 1:18.08, and quite a gap back then to 3rd position.
Yeah, they're just heading off to the Jim Clark S's, and Richard Wise is just about keeping Liam Morrell and Alistair Smart at bay. So I think they will finish in that order if all goes well. So we're just getting a few of the lap cards through. Doug Carter was lapped in the end. He was 8th. 9th will be Ross Drew, and 10th Andrew Gord, 11th Brian Murphy. But we wait for the lead lap drivers to return then from the back of the circuit. And it should be 2 Mattels on the podium in bike sports here.
Yeah, there's Richard Wise making his way through the complex towards the hairpin now for the final time. So it's going to be Richard Wise, I think, that is going to cling on to take 3rd place from Leon Morrell, number 35, in 4th place, and 73 Alistair Smart in 5th. Mark Boot in 26th will round out the top 6, and I think Matt Moore, therefore, number 20, is the last of the cars on the lead lap. But a very convincing performance there from Joe Stables.
Yes, it only turned though convincing, didn't it, in the last couple of laps, because he was under intense pressure up to then. But it ended up being an 8-second winning margin. So it's been a great start to the season for Joe Stables. As we've been saying, 2 wins at Donington, and now a 3rd victory here at Croft. There'll be another race for these cars later on this afternoon. In Class B, it was Ross Drew and Liam Morrell that took victories at Donington, and it was Morrell that won here by some 12 seconds from Matt Moore and Ross Drew.
Let's have a look at the overall results, though. Joe Stables it was that took the win by 7.86 seconds in the end, so the Radical beating the Mattel MC41RR. The Mattel MC41R of Richard Wise, last year's car, took 3rd place, car number 88. 4th to number 35, Leon Morrell. 5th was 73, Alistair Smart. Then Mark Boot, 26, rounded out the top 6. 20, Matt Moore. 2nd place in Class B behind Leon Morrell was the last driver on the lead lap, ahead of Doug Carter, Ross Drew and Andrew Gord. Further back, Brian Murphy was in 11th place, Stephen Bell, a non-finisher, as to Andrew Kimpton and Ian Charles, with, of course, Charles Hall failing to make the start of that race. So we've had the first of our races here today. We've got another one coming up before the lunch break, which is for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. We'll have that in just a minute. That's going to be a 15-minute race. But we've got the cars heading down the pit lane at the end of the opening race of the day, and very shortly, hopefully, we'll be able to head down to the pit lane to hear from our race winner, Joe Stables, after his 3rd victory of the season, 3 out of 3 in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, and he'll be looking to make it 4 wins from 4 later on this afternoon. So, Bike Sports always entertaining, very rapid as well. that Josh says the quickest cars we have this year. And let's head down to find, not the quickest driver actually, because that was Scott Rittell, but it's going to be Joe Stables, the race winner, with Andy McEwan.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Joe Stables has just pulled in now. He's just catching his breath after what was a very hot and hard 20 minutes work. Joe, do you want to just wander over here so we can have a word with you? And we'll hopefully get a chance to speak to our race winner. Of course, they've always got so much to talk about when they come in after. There you go, Joe. If you wander over here, got your winner's garland for you. Well done, mate. Joe, hard work out there, I'd imagine. I mean, Scott was never going to let you have that one easy, was he?
No, he was with me for quite a bit, and he kept me worried for a lot of the race, and it was very tiring, especially since both my mirrors caved in as well, so I had to push one out.
That's not ideal, because all of the action in that race was happening right behind you, wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah, so that got me a bit worried.
Hard work out there in this heat as well. How hard are the tyres worked out there, especially with this new service?
Oh, they're horrible. They dropped off to about 4 laps probably. They just lost all the grip.
But you luckily were able to manage it, and actually it was Scott that made the first couple of mistakes. Did you see the moment that he had out at Sunny?
No, I didn't see what happened actually.
Just a wheel on the grass, but I think that allowed you to break away by a second or so.
All right, nice one.
Another race later on today, another win?
Yeah, going for it. That's the plan.
I like the confidence, Joe. Well done. Congratulations on the victory. Joe Stables then our first winner of the weekend. Next out on track, though, something completely different. It's the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, our second race of the day, coming up shortly.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. And it is the Tagiwa Type R Trophy that is coming up next, a 15-minute race and a big grid of these cars to tell you about. So I think we will have in all 28 cars on the grid for this second meeting of the season for the Type R Trophy. This is how they're going to line up, and it's Adam Shepherd who leads the championship on pole position in car number 117. Alongside him is number 48, second in the championship, Lee Deegan. Second row you've got on the inside from a Clio racer, number 53, Mark Barmer, and Luke Rosewell, who went well at Silverstone, number 47. Jack Leese, perhaps the surprise package from qualifying, number 87 on the inside of row 3, alongside former Stock Cats champion, number 5, Jeff Humphries. The fourth row has 70, Travis Coyne, and 97, another former Stock Cats runner, Matt Digby. Aaron Sharp, 35, has Joe Jessup, 28, alongside him on the fifth row. Row 6, switching over from Hyundai Coupes, is 77, Mark Dickin. Next to him is number 4, Daniel Chapman. On to row 7, number 22 is Tate Taverner, and Dave Fricker, the former Formula Ford Festival winner, is alongside him on the 7th row. Row 8, Tristan Fletcher, number 88, and Jack Thomas, number 7. William Pussergill, 83, and Tim Necklin, number 96, make up the 9th row. On row 10, it's 85, Aaron Thornton, and 16, Brett Evans. Row 11, 20, Ashmore, and 18, Matthew Duffel. Sam Dennis and Nick Garner line up on row 12. And the last few cars, row 13, James Bratigan and Warwick Ellis, 15 and 39 on the 13th row. Graham Waterhouse, 61, and Chris Stone, 72, round out this big field of cars for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. And first time you'll have seen them live this season, Josh.
Yes, the new reinvited championship, isn't it? From what didn't look great last year, but it's amazing this year. It's absolutely brilliant. That's what we've achieved here with the 750 Motor Club. A number of initiatives over the winter, Ian, has really helped the grid grown, triple at least for 2021.
Yeah, in particular the Type R Foundation programme where drivers could get a complete package, including a car built by one of the leading teams, and everything else that they'd need to go racing as well, in terms of tyres, brake pads, they'd have pre-season track day, membership of the club, registration fee, entry fees, all of that. And if you're a novice driver, you also got your Go Racing starter pack, and you're an RS test and medical in for that as well, for a fixed fee. And that's drawn a lot of competitors to the grid who are new to motorsport or new to circuit racing, but also it's also seems to have attracted back some drivers that have gone off and done other things and have come back to the 750 Motor Club, or they've switched from another 750 Motor Club discipline, Josh.
Yes, the experience on the first row of the grid is pretty outstanding, isn't it? The two drivers that really equal on points, both on 68 points after a win and a second place apiece at Silverstone. Adam Shepherd, who I think was the M3 Cup champion, and Lee Deegan, who did he win a championship? Who was the front runner in Stock Catch and in Civic Cup and the BMW Car Club as well. Mini Sevens is near the front of the field as well. So Lee Deegan looking for a championship here in the Type R Trophy.
Yeah, in Stock Catch he was always in the shadow of his brother Shane, really, wasn't he? He was a little bit quicker, but there wasn't a lot in it.
No, absolutely. Interesting to see here that Shepherd is 7 tenths quicker than Deegan in qualifying. Yesterday in testing, they were both here. Adam Shepherd wasn't running a transponder, so we didn't get to see what kind of pace he had, and it seems from qualifying he's quicker than Lee Deegan around this Croft circuit, which is interesting to see. I think you say Mark Barmer, the former Clio racer. You've got Jeff Humphreys, a Stock Catch champion. More recently he's raced in Classic Stock Catch and in Clios as well. That car was built at last minute, I think, by Martin Ward, a hot hatch champion in the past. Class champion in the past, and so good to see that Jeff is out there and going better this weekend at Croft than he went at Silverstone last meeting. Matt Digby, he came so close to winning a Stock Catch championship, didn't he? Lost it by something like a point, but another driver who's done a bit of Clio racing as well, as has Aaron Sharp, all right at the sharp end. And you'd have to say the Civics, the Type R Trophy here, and the Clio 102 Championship, which we had at Donington Park last week, is like the modern version of Stock Catch, except for split into 2 different groups now. And together they've got something like 50 cars out, so really they need to be split over 2 different groups to be able to race all together, and the cars make very similar pace, so it's take your pick really. Do you want a Honda or do you want a Renault? And the Type R Trophy is very popular here with some novices at the back, but some car drivers with super experience at the front. I think we're missing one, which is Nick Garner, who really qualified out of position. I think he blew an engine yesterday, presumably the engine that's in now is not running as he would like. So we're missing Nick Garner, but 27 cars. There's a great grid here at Croft, and it's going to be a really interesting race to see how it goes. It was super close at Silverstone, wasn't it? A very different track here at Croft. We'll see how it goes.
Absolutely right. I think that one of the reasons for the success even of this championship is that the Type R is probably one of the best of the hot hatches that we've had really in the last 20 years. It was a great basis for the championship. It's a good tight set of regulations for it. The foundation program, as I say, has attracted people in as well. It's a really good looking championship. The cars look great as well. One of the surprise packages who got really stuck in, possibly a little bit too stuck in at Silverstone was Luke Rosewell, but he got a couple of third place finishes there in the classification, and he's third in the championship behind Shepherd and Deegan, who are tied on points coming into this weekend. He's 26, he's from Longwick, a project engineer, did some Formula Ford 1600 racing in the first half of the 2010s, also did some CSCC tin top racing in 2016 as well. So he's done some single-seater stuff in the past and has switched across to tin tops, and it will be very interesting to see what he can do from the second row of the grid, where he's alongside Mark Barmer, who was a regular front runner in the Clios. And then third row, perhaps a bit more of an unknown quantity in Jack Leese, but Jeff Humphreys certainly someone who's been enormously successful.
Yeah, Jack Leese is the first of the drivers with a novice cross, isn't he? But closely followed by Travis Coyne just behind him. So it really shows amongst this experience what new drivers can do. If you've done a lot of track days, for example, you get lots of experience of going quickly, and some drivers are able to turn that into race situations.
Red lights are on then, and for 15 minutes the lights go out and away we go. And it's a pretty even start, I think, between the 2 cars on the front row of the grid as they all stream down to Clervaux Corner for the first time. So it's Lee Deegan on the right-hand side of your picture, the white car with the purple stripes of Adam Shepherd just muscling him out of the way really as they go through Clervaux, and a spin for Deegan. Now, was that self-initiated or did someone else touch him around there? I think possibly he did, and he's lost about 3 or 4 places because of that. So Lee Deegan's got work to do, and Adam Shepherd has got a big lead over Mark Barmer in second place.
Yeah, Shepherd was aggressive with Deegan to start with, and then Mark Balmer tried to make the most of that by going up the inside, and there was contact. There's some cars stopping at the back, but let's watch them from the Tower corner first. Luke Rosewell was through the gravel, so he's lost places too. There's 28 and 87, a couple of novice drivers leaning on one another, I think, but hopefully they get through the corner okay.
We've lost Jack Thomas, I think that is, down at the chicane there. You can see his car, I think that's him on the inset, so it looks like he's out of the race. Unfortunately, possibly picked up some damage down there in that incident on the first lap.
It was a great start from Jeff Humphries, who got up to third from sixth on the grid, but he's run wide into Sonny there, which has allowed Lee Deegan in the Area Motorsport built car back into third position, so he's gained a couple of places back. It was good car control, wasn't it, from Deegan to hold the big slide he was knocked into, because that could have caused carnage if he didn't, but he did save it. Good car control from Deegan, we've come to expect that, so he's back into third, back ahead of Jeff Humphries and then Luke Rosewell. It's Balmer in front of him as they turn their way into the hairpin. There's some interesting lines coming out of the complex, but one lap is done. Adam Shepherd's got a good lead from the rest.
He does indeed, and really helped into that with that incident down there at the second corner at Hawthorne. As the leaders make their way down the start and finish straight towards Clervaux for the second time in this 15-minute race. There is number 5. That's Jeff Humphries then. Just behind him is the 47 car of Luke Rosewell. 87 going through shot. That is Jack Lees, the novice driver, but he is 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. And then just behind him is number 35, Aaron Sharp, who's raced Clios and Stock Hatch in the past. So that's the 47 car of Rosewell, sometime Formula Ford 1600 racer. Unsettled under braking there, it seems, was Lee Deegan in third place. He's really pushing on to try and get back on sense with Bomb, and then ultimately Adam Shepherd.
Indeed, there's Aaron Sharp then behind Jack Lees now, who did get ahead of him since they crossed the line, so they've changed positions since the end of lap 1. So Jack Lees coming back through the order after not the best start, 5th down to 8th, now into 7th position ahead of Aaron Sharp. Behind him you've got Tate Taverner by the looks of it, so he must have got the better of Joe Jessup, and Taverner's there really late on the brakes into Sonny and get him right onto terms with Aaron Sharp. Aaron Sharp, who is 4th in the championship after a 4th and 5th place finishes at Silverstone, so he's a little bit further back today, and that's because the likes of Jeff Humphries and Matt Digby are doing better, and Mark Balmer as well, of course, doing better than they did at Silverstone 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, I guess a bit more time in the car for them has helped them to get right up towards the front end of the field, which is probably where we'd always have expected them to be. There, rounding the hairpin, you can see the 22 car of Tate Taverner. He is rounding out the top 10 in this very competitive field at the moment. We've got 26 cars still circulating. We have 27 started. We lost Jack Chapman, but we still have Jack Thomas, I should say, but we still have 26 cars on the grid, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, is the gap going down from first to second? Well, it's 2.06 seconds, so it went out a bit, but Lee Deegan is catching Mark Balmer for second place, but I'm sure Mark Balmer is not going to make it very easy for Lee Deegan to get past. We're watching the 35 car at the moment going through. Heading down towards us now, that's Aaron Sharp just about to turn in. Further back you can see the 77 car, and that's Mark Dickin.
Indeed, he was 12th at the beginning of the lap. He was 17th in the championship after Silverstone, so perhaps going a bit better here at Croft Circuit in this really competitive Type R Trophy field of drivers. Aaron Sharp in 8th is under pressure from Tate Taverner as they turn their way through Barcroft into Sonny. Taverner was late on the brakes here on the previous lap, but unable to make a move as they battle. Jack Lees is able to get away from them in P7. Out of Sonny they go. Taverner, it's Taverner, isn't it, who dips a wheel out over the grass there. That puts him under pressure from Joe Jessup as they turn their way into the complex. But I think they stay in roughly the same order to come up to 1/3 distance in this race. The end of lap 3, the leaders come up across the line as this battle continues into the hairpin.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the lead has come down any. In fact, it's gone out to 2.29 seconds now. And yeah, Lee Deegan in third, only made for about a 10th on Mark Balmer that time. So there's about half a second, second to third as they go through. I'm just watching that out of the window as we watch Aaron Sharp turn into Clervaux corner. He's a bit further back in 8th position, but you can see what good looking cars these are as well as they clip the curb there at Clervaux. 85 trying to make a move there on the inside. That is Aaron Thornton. As we watch 53 then, this is the battle for second. Here's Lee Deegan, the area motorsport prepared car that he is in, just behind Mark Barmer. And he's been able to make small inroads so far, but the best lap of the race has gone to Adam Shepherd, a 1:36.25 done on that last lap, so he's pulling away, and he will probably enjoy the sight in his mirrors as both Barmer and Deegan get very sideways through Barcroft.
They both got away with it though. I thought Mark Barmer was heading for the scenery, and although it's a very nice day here at Croft, the grass is super wet, so if you go off the track you are in trouble, but Mark Barmer just about avoided that, and he's coming in under intense pressure now therefore from Lee Deegan as they turn their way then through the complex, second and third place. Remember, these two made contact on the first lap of the race when Deegan was shuffled sideways, but he's right there re-challenging Barmer then at the end of 4 laps of this Type R Trophy race back by Tagiwa for 2021 as they complete this. So the 4th lap of the race. The leader, Adam Shepherd, does another best lap of 1:36.11, which is 8 tenths slower than qualifying this morning. Remember what we heard from the previous race, his tyres in these conditions on a grippy track go off very quickly. Okay, these are very different cars to Bikesports, but I suspect a similar kind of principle applies.
I suspect so, and I wonder if that might actually play into the hands of Deegan a little bit more, who I reckon might be able to manage that situation a little bit better. Of course, even if he can get past Barmer, there's no guarantee he's going to be able to catch Adam Shepherd though, because Shepherd was quite a bit faster in qualifying than Lee Deegan. He's just improved his best lap time as well to 1:36.11 as we're watching the 47 car on screen. So that's Luke Rosewell, and he at the moment is just behind Jeff Humphries by about 0.6 of a second, something like that, and quite a way away from Jack Lees, but it's a big battle going on behind him.
It is. Matt Digby's losing places here because 2 cars have gone past him. That was all set up at Tower Corner. So it's Aaron Sharp up to 7th, into 8th comes Tate Davenant, who's very sideways, but then turns it into a move up the inside into Sonny. That would have been a great move if he managed it. He didn't though. But Digby's lost another one, hasn't he? Because Joe Jessett's gone through too. So Matt Digby has gone from 7th to 10th.
Certainly has, and that's not the direction of travel that he was hoping for. So coming through, we're just past halfway in terms of the timed element of this race. It's going to be 5 laps completed. I suspect we'll get another 5 laps out of it as well as Adam Shepherd goes across the line. But we're watching this battle for the minor places at the moment, and we're going to get a change there because up on the inside goes Joe Jessup to take the place away from Tate Taverner at the hairpin there. So he goes up into 8th position, that will be, as a result of that, I think, as they go up and over the line.
Behind, Matt Digby lost another place because Daniel Chapman went through.
And Matt Digby indeed is into the pit lane as well, so I think he's got problems.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? So that big battle then turns its way through into Hawthorne, and Matt Digby was getting a driving standards flag, but he won't see that. But also, perhaps more importantly, was Jack Lee, so that would be for track limits. You would think. Yeah, Jack's actually on his own at the moment now. He's got sort of 3 seconds in front of him, he's got 3 seconds behind him, so he could probably afford to make sure he keeps his nose clean for the remaining part of this race and not pick up a time penalty. Some body work or some trim training from Joe Jessup's car, I think, that's in 8th position, I think that was. And the car that's moved up into the top 10 as a result of all of this changes is Daniel Chapman, number 4 now, up into the top 10. Yeah, he didn't manage that achievement at Silverstone. He's 14th in the championship, so good to see him moving up through the order. He started 12th in this race. He's one of the drivers who was up at the front last year, but we've got far more competitors on the grid this season and a lot more very tough and experienced competition on the grid. So people like Jack Thomas and Daniel Chapman were right up at the sharp end last year, but finding it tougher going in 2021. Very close battle headed into the complex there. The slightly damaged car involved in that of Joe Jessup trying to get himself ahead of Aaron Sharp. Couldn't quite manage it on that occasion. Jessup got a couple of 10th place finishes at Silverstone, so he's 10th in the championship, but he's running 8th here behind Mark Dickin, loses a position. That's Travis Coyne who slots up the inside of him, and that gives a chance to Dave Fricker to get involved in the action as they head down towards Clairvaux. There's the 7th place car of Aaron Sharp. Bit of dust settling at Clairvaux. So obviously one of the front runners had a moment. think that could have been Jeff Humphreys because he's slow coming out of the chicane. So just outside my commentary box window, there's a change for 4th place. Luke Rosewell gets ahead of Jeff Humphreys, and you'll see those 2 cars coming into shot now.
Yeah, there they are at Tower Corner, and the gap back to Jack Lees in 6th position still. Aaron Sharp, number 35, is 7th. And then 8th, just behind, is the number 28 car of Joe Jessup. Tate Taverner behind him. Mark Dickin, who's done plenty of short oval racing in the past. He's getting well and truly stuck in, trying to find a way past Travis Coyne there for 11th place. Good scrap going on. 40 minutes or so to go in this race.
One of the only drivers doing their personal best laps on the most recent lap was Luke Rosewell, so perhaps was able to pressurise Jeff Humphreys into an error. Down at Clairvaux, right on the edge of adhesion there was Travis Coyne, the novice driver, as he turned his way into or through Barcroft and down towards Sunny, just ahead of Dickin. And then Dave Fricker, of course, had a novice cross on the back, despite being a Formula Ford Festival race winner in the past year.
Yeah, that was in the early 2000s. That was in the Kent Engine 1600 division. I remember that. It was in the near dark at Brands Hatch deep into October. As we are watching the 28 car heading through. So this is the fight for 7th and 8th position, and can Joe Jessup get the run on Aaron Sharp that time? I think he has to tuck back in behind him again as they head down the start and finish straight. 3 and a bit minutes to go. Adam Shepherd, by the way, is continuing to extend his lead, and Lee Deegan hasn't really been able to find a, well, he hasn't found a way past Mark Balmer, nor has he particularly looked like doing so, which is why we've been looking at action further down like that, where you've got Mark Dickin now doing battle with Dave Fricker then in the number 8 car.
Indeed, and they're falling behind or away from Travis Coyne because of their battle as they come out of the chicane then on lap 8 of this motor race. We should get, what, 10 or so laps in perhaps. Adam Shepherd in traffic now, turning his way into Sunny. Doesn't want to get caught out here, but he has got a 4-second lead, so doesn't really need to rush it. But good to see it took a bit longer here at Croft on a more difficult circuit to get into lap traffic because the newcomers right at the back are getting quicker in.
Yeah, they are, and amongst those Chris Stone and Graham Waterhouse as well in his very first season of car racing. It's coming to it relatively late in life. The back markers now having the battle going past them for 2nd position between Lee Deegan and Mark Balmer in the 53 car just ahead. Now there's one more back marker they're going to get past imminently, which is that of Waterhouse. So they'll probably get him down the straight though. So providing he keeps out of the way en route into Clairvaux, he shouldn't have an impact in this battle for 2nd place.
We shall see. Yes, he's backed off and let them slot through into Clairvaux, which of course can be a tricky pass to lap cars. We've got a long race later on to look forward to from another category, which that could be an interesting spot, I suspect, throughout the race. The lead gap did come down to 3.4 seconds because perhaps Shepherd caught those slower cars in a bit more of an awkward spot, but the battle of 2nd continues. They're 6 seconds ahead of Luke Rosewell and Jeff Humphreys, who continue to run 4th and 5th. There's a car off in the gravel next to Tate Taverner, who's reached the tyre wall, it looks like, into Clairvaux. Is it just the one car off? I think it is. He was over a second ahead of the cars behind me. He was right on the tail of Aaron Sharp and Joe Jessup, so perhaps he was trying to move that didn't cut him off.
Yeah, so that's Tate Taverner, who was in 9th position then, out of the race. He's out of the car. More importantly, he's okay. Hopefully the car is fixable for the final race of the day. Here's the battle for 2nd and 3rd. It's still Mark Balmer ahead. There's less than a minute to go on the timing screen now, so there'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one, with Adam Shepherd about to come into the hairpin for the penultimate time to start the final lap.
So it will be a 10-lap race then for the Type R trophy. Are we going to see a last lap challenge from Lee Deegan, as you said? We're going to go early checkered flag because of the incident. Yeah,
so check flag is made ready then, and Adam Shepherd takes it, and he gets the victory. I think he'd have done that had it gone the full distance anyway, but the checker flag probably reasonably being shown early because of the incident down there at Clairvaux Corner. It would have needed recovering. 2nd place goes the way of number 53 then, Mark Balmer. That's it, feather in his cap. Although I'm sure there'll be some chat about what happened at the 2nd corner between him and number 48, Lee Deegan, who took 3rd. 4th place to number 47, Luke Rosewell. 5th to number 5, Jeff Humphreys. 6th to number 87, Jack Lees. Another solid start to the novice racer's career. 7th to number 35, Aaron Sharp. 8th to number 28, Joe Jessup. 9th to number 70, Travis Coyne, and rounding out the top 10 is number 4, Daniel Chapman in the end. Then Mark Dickin, Tim Necklin got up into 12th in the end, Dave Fricker dropping back. I think Fricker and Tristan Fletcher went across the line side by side for 13th and 14th position, but a pretty comfortable victory as it turns out there, Josh, for Adam Shepherd.
Yes, it kind of continues from what happened in qualifying, isn't it? He was able to carry that speed, although where he had an advantage of 7 tenths in qualifying, race pace, it was only a couple of tenths over Lee Deegan. But it's what happened on that first lap, wasn't it, where Adam Shepherd didn't give much room to Lee Deegan through Clairvaux, which put Deegan compromised, I think it's fair to say, into Hawthorn, which saw that contact. So whether Deegan was whether that race would have ended differently had that not happened, we'll never know. We've got another race later that might decide a different fee. But let's have a look at the results then of round 3 of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Yes, the win going to Adam Shepherd. The margin in the end just under 4 seconds at the end of 9 laps of racing. Number 53, Mark Barmer, took 2nd place, and Lee Deegan, the joint championship leader with Adam Shepherd coming into this weekend, took 3rd. 4th place to number 47, Luke Rosewell. 5th to number 5, Jeff Humphreys. They swapped places about halfway through that race. 6th to number 87, Jack Leese. Then 35, Aaron Sharp. 28, Joe Jessup. 70, Travis Quinn. And 4, Daniel Chapman rounded out the top 10. Mark Dickin it was. He had an exciting race on his way to 11th place in car 77. Tim Necklin getting ahead of Dave Fricker towards the end. Fricker number 8 and Tristan Fletcher number 88. Almost inseparable over the line for 13th and 14th, ahead of 85, Aaron Thornton 15th, William Puskill 83, Brett Evans 16, Ashmore 20, Sam Dennis and 18, Matthew Duffel went out the top 20, Sam Dennis in 95 I should say. And the final few finishers, James Broughtigan, Warwick Ellis, Tate Taverner of course a non-finish who ended up in the barriers at Clairvaux, Graham Waterhouse and Chris Stone a lap down, and Matt Digby retired to the pits. We lost Jack Thomas on lap 1 of the race as well. So another race to come later on today for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and I'm sure that's going to be another fascinating race. I'm looking forward to that one. We've got a lunch break coming up. We'll try our best to keep you entertained through that, with racing getting back underway at 2:05. But before then, hopefully in just a few moments time, we'll be able to head down to the pit lane to hear once again from our race winner. This time that's going to be Adam Shepherd, who I can tell you now is ready to speak to Andy McEwan. Andy, down to you.
Yeah, thanks Ian. Adam Shepherd with me now. Adam, congratulations, there's your winner's garland. I tell you what, there's never an easy race victory in this class, but once you got that gap on the first lap, you made it look almost easy.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. It was we knew we had the pace from qualifying and testing to drive away if we got a gap, so you just get through the first couple of corners clean and get my head down and try not to make too many mistakes. So yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that first corner was really important. Talk us through it from your perspective, because you and Lee were door to door into turn 1, and then because you held on, he got caught up in the battles behind.
Yeah, we were side by side, and we were both given no room other than the last inch that we had to. So yeah, it was just get through the first corner safely. I think someone tagged him on the rear, didn't they, through the second corner. So that gave me a little bit of breathing room. And then from there, it was just put some fast laps in and pull away.
Very warm out there. I've been asking everyone about this today because tyre management's always key. It's only a 15-minute race. Were you feeling the tyre wear?
I was, to be honest. I was getting lots of wheel spin. I started struggling taking second gear as well, which is a worry. So it was, once I had the gap, it was just trying to cruise it home and not be too hard on the car, because I'm not very mechanically sympathetic normally, so yeah.
Is that something that the team are going to look at now before race 2?
Yeah, we'll have to try and look what it is. It was definitely losing me time, and something was kind of jamming up, so we'll have a look at that and hopefully fix it for the next race.
Well, all things considered, not a bad performance then, Adam. Well done.
Yes, cheers, thank you.
Adam Shepherd then, even with some slight issues there towards the end, dominates our first Tagiwa Type R Trophy race of the day. We're heading into a lunch break now, Ian and Josh, but plenty more racing still to come.
Yes, thanks Andy. Look forward to hearing a little bit more from you later on. But as you say, more racing coming up after the lunch break. Here's the timetable for you. At 2:05, we'll have the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, their first of 3 races this weekend. About 1:45 though, we'll have a bit of a grid walk. We'll see if we can see what's going on out in the assembly area, maybe chat to some of the drivers as well. But the race gets underway at 2:05. And then at 2:30 we've got the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. That's the single-seater action for the weekend. We've got the Takiwa Roadsports Series as well. That's at 3. That's the 45-minute race. The Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000s and the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship get their race weekends underway before we conclude the day's action with the second races for the categories we've already seen, the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship and the Takiwa Type R Trophy as well. So that's what we've got coming up for you later on. But now we're going to have some more interviews that Josh conducted when he was here at the circuit, catching up with some of the drivers yesterday.
And we're here with Gary Brandon, head of the Locost races here at Croft. Gary, Locost Championship always super competitive, and will be no different this weekend.
No, I expect it to be very competitive. I think there will be a bunch of 3 or 4 at the front fighting. If I can hang on to the top 10, I'll be a happy bunny.
You've been in Locost for quite some time now. You're always right near the front. Do you think you get a podium this weekend?
I struggle a little bit here. There's a couple of corners here which, frankly, I need to work out the best way around them. So that's what I'm here testing for today. Hopefully a little better, but I think I'll be happy with the top 10. I'll be honest. I'm one of the older ones, so let's be honest, and that'll do me fine.
Lots of new names come in the championship. Anybody you particularly impressed with this year?
Can't think of anybody immediately to mind, but yes, it's good to see the new guys coming in. We have obviously got the competition with the Mazdas, but it's good to see we're both expanding, so that's good. So it's different things for different people, and that's good.
Yeah, Locost, like you say, there's the new Mazda 7 series, but Locost still pretty much got a full grid this weekend. The championship is so popular. Why is that?
I think the main thing is that you can do everything yourself. That's the big thing. It's entry level. You can get hold of everything. You haven't got to stand there and have an open checkbook and pay lots of money. You can do it all yourself, and it's a good entry level. And even for people like myself who do everything myself, I get a kick out as much out of that as I do out of racing them.
And on circuit, there's really no championship that's closer than Locost and overtaken all the time.
No, that's right. And it's the classic thing with Locost is you don't want to be leading going on to the last lap with a close bunch, as we all know. We all know what happens. So it's quite strategic in its nature. It's a bit like the very old Formula 4 1600s from years ago, of course. But it is great fun. It's something you can do on a reasonable budget. No racing is really cheap, but you can do it on a reasonable budget. Set of tyres last you a year, for example. So you can do this on not quite on a shoestring, but it's not silly money.
And as well, the championship's very friendly paddock, isn't it? Everybody's really mates with each other.
Yes, it is, and that's good. That's the other part to it all. That when things do go wrong, and they do, we basically discuss it, and then we move on. And that's what we do, and that's the important thing. There's no point in carrying grudges and all that sort of thing. It's absolutely no point in that. The best thing to do is have a good atmosphere, be a good friendly bunch, and that's the way forward. And the other thing is with Locost particularly, if someone has a problem, everybody gets in and helps. And that's the key thing to it all really, is that everybody's there to help each other and everybody help for a good weekend.
There's 3 races for Locost this weekend, which doesn't that often happen. Is that something you enjoy?
Yes, it is. And it's something that the club have been doing now for about 3 years now. I think it's maybe the 4th even. But it's something what we do where the places for the 3rd race is set by finishing in the 2nd, which means you want to be finishing rather than chucking it off, of course. But it's something that we wanted to do to give everybody that bit more racing.
That's particularly on a circuit where some people have travelled quite a long way to.
Yes, it is. And I say there's a lot of people that come from where it's obviously the Midlands and South is where most of us are based. There are some based up this part of the world, so it's local for them, which is good. But yes, it's a 4-hour run for me, and others it's 6 hours. So it is a good old run. Not quite as far as it is for Anglesey for me, but I do like Anglesey as well. But that's 5 and a bit hour run for me, but even further for others.
Locost, you've been racing, like we're saying, for quite some time. Do you ever see yourself racing anything else?
No, not really. I think I'll come to the end of my time racing in here, and I'll look for moving on. I'll do something else in motorsport at that time. But right now, yeah, I'm happy doing what I'm doing.
Great. Look forward to seeing you out there this weekend. Good luck. with Colin Chapman ahead of the Sports 1000 races here at Croft. Colin, went really well last time at Silverstone. You got a podium.
I did. It was a sort of a 6th to 2nd podium, so not the way you want to get it. But it was my 2nd ever podium, so I probably shouldn't sneeze even if I got it that way. So yeah, so it's good. But it's left me way up in the championship. I could have done with the season freezing and being declared after Silverstone, but I'm sure the guys that were unfortunate in that race will gradually claw their way back, so we'll see.
A new car for you this year. Tell us about why the change.
I fell in love with it. It's the latest Spire that Paul's built, and with Tim's help on the wiring and everything, and but he's done a beautiful job. It's just beautifully made, and several developments ahead of my old one, which drove beautifully. But it's just all the engineering on this is really nice, and I do like. It's a real pleasure to go out in the garage and play with, because it's a nice bit of kit, really nice bit of kit.
The championship's obviously gone from RGB to now Sports 1000s, and the cars have come on a long way. How have you seen the progression?
Oh, it is very different. I mean, they've always been massive fun to drive, and they're just as much fun now. They're different than the old front engine cars, but the real difference is they were built as road cars before, and things like steering rack mounts were like spaghetti, and they'd bend, and you had to lower the chassis, so the suspension you had to change, and you were welding for fun on the old cars to keep them going, whereas these are built for it. So they actually last a lot longer, and in that sense they're cheaper to run. And it's still the same old production engine, so we're not allowed to play with it. So engine costs are relatively cheap compared to a lot of other people's. So that and the tyres keep us really low cost for what we get performance-wise.
And the lap times are super fast. Some of the quickest club racing cars in the country.
Oh yeah. Well, our quick guys are quicker than touring cars, and what do they spend a year, and what do we spend? So it's a massive difference. And I'm not quite in that league, but I'm going quite fast enough for me. Every time I think, well, should I try Bikesports or something else? I think, no, I'll just hit the barrier harder. There's no point. I'm going plenty fast enough now, and we are phenomenally quick. So, I don't think I'll gain anything from going quicker and not actually going any further up the field anyway. So this is the championship I'm probably going to stay in for. Well, it's only 17 years so far, whatever it is. So I'm here for a while yet.
It's good to see the grids are growing again this year. I think about 20 cars here at Croft.
Yeah, I think we had 20 entered Silverstone, which is our biggest first meeting of the year for a long time, which bodes well. We've had a couple of problems this week, so we're not quite going to hit 20 at the weekend, because a couple of people have had to pull out because they're not very well, or well, 2 of them just not very well, so they're not up for it. So we'll probably be down to about 18, I think, tomorrow. But we've got more people we know are there now, so we're looking for an average of at least 20 this year, and going, at the end of the year having sort of 23, 24, 25 for next year. But it'll take us a while to get back up to the 30, 35 we had a few years ago, but we've had a big turnover since then, and cars have come on again, so it's a bit of a cycle.
Here at Croft, it's a really quick circuit. How does it suit the cars?
Oh, it's fabulous. It's such a fun track to drive, and it flows beautifully. I mean, I haven't had a chance yet today because I've had to come in early both times, but it's just fabulous out there. Next to Donington's probably my most favourite circuit because it flows, and this is very close and a different sort of set of challenges, so it's fabulous to drive. And it's smoother now. So we'll see what the lap times do when I actually put some in.
Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise to only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication. We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rymax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Here with Sammy Bowler, ahead of the Croft Roadsports race. Sammy, you joined us this year. How are you finding Roadsports?
Yeah, it's good fun. I'm really enjoying it. The car, we've made some changes from last year when I ran with the mini challenge, so the car feels different. So I'm learning, more about the car and more about me. And then the grids are quite big here, and it's a full mixed grid with loads of different power cars. So yeah, I'm loving it. It's good fun.
You mentioned some of the changes. What do you have to do to get the car into the right class here?
We've been allowed to up the power from what I was running or what I've run for 3 years with the minis. So, we've had to put a new turbo on it. We found some other issues within the car, leaks in certain places, which has meant we're losing boost. So, new turbo. We've had the engine looked at and gearbox looked at. So we spent quite a lot of money over the winter getting it ready for here. Had it remapped. So we're still not top of the power for what we can allow for its weight, but we're working on that. Each round we go out, we're just going to keep tweaking it and playing with it and moving the setup so the car feels different. It's rotating more. So it's all a learning curve again, but we're just loving it. It's good.
Before you've raced against the same type of car, I know, like you say, you got racing against lots of different types of cars. How are you finding that?
Yeah, I mean, last year I had a really, Silverstone it was, I had a really good battle with a few other cars that were a similar pace, and the likes of a BMW has more straight line speed and we have better cornering speed. So, although we're doing similar lap times, we're both, at different qualities. Both cars are better in different parts of the circuit. So it's quite fun to be, catching and overtaking on corners, and then they're getting away on the straight. So the battles are still really fun. So it's really good. I'm learning a lot about other cars as well as my own, so it's good.
And here at Croft, a very different track to Silverstone. How do you think the car will suit the circuit?
It was not my favourite circuit, so when I tested yesterday, I've still got a lot to learn about the circuit, but I had a brilliant day. We made loads of setup changes, and the car feels quick, and I feel really confident, and I've just been through my data again. I've got loads more time I can find, so we're just going to, we've got a day off today, but tomorrow we're just going to have qualifying and give it my best, really. But yeah, loving it, it's good fun.
And around here, lots of lap traffic to deal with, and perhaps some quite awkward places to catch lower cars.
That's it, yeah. There's not a lot of decent places to overtake, so it can be tricky, but I think as long as I can hold my line and keep a nice quick lap time, then, people overtaking, it'll be difficult for them. I don't know, we'll just have to see how we get on, but looking forward to it.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
With Stephen Bell ahead of the Bikesports races here at Croft. Stephen, a new car to the championship this year, tell us about it.
Well, it's the new Sabre Scala run by Tim Gray Motorsport, and you know, we're trying to develop this car and have something slightly different to the Radicals, which predominantly the series has. You know, and the development is quite tricky. There's a lot to do. There's some very accomplished drivers and some fantastic machines within that class, and it's very difficult to come with a new car and develop it in front of everybody instead of doing it away. We felt that the best thing to do was to develop it straight away in the race and see where we are, even though we know there's loads more to come from the car. But Tim Gray Motorsport has just, you know, transformed this car and transforming me as a driver, and hopefully, you know, we're probably looking next year we'd like to be a little bit further up the grid, so we're having a lot of fun cutting our teeth with a different type of car, and it's a whole new challenge for me as well, you know, coming onto slicks and wings. You know, I've done lots in kits, lots in RGB, and it's really exciting and definitely a step change going into Bikesports. But it's a good championship, and it's a brilliant club.
It's a super fast track here at Croft, and these are super quick cars, so lots of commitment, I guess.
Yeah, commitment is the word. It's about dialing your bravery up slowly at a time. You know, some of these guys, like I say, have got much more experience than me in this car, and it's really easy to make a fool of yourself and fly off quite early on. So, you know, you've got to build yourself up as a driver to be able to do this, and that's incrementally what we're trying to do as well. And Tim's helping me with that with the coaching.
Lots of people talk about downforce cars, and obviously Bikesports are those. How are you finding to adapt into that?
Well, the downforce on this car, the way that we've got it set up in trim with the wing where it is, doesn't deliver an enormous amount of downforce. We're running a lot of underbody downforce. So we've got that luxury to come. Tim's obviously putting me through the pain of trying to understand how to drive the car first, and then as we get better at that, we can introduce it. But it's certainly fast enough for me at the moment.
You talked about racing with the club for a long time, things like RGB, and now jumping up to Bikesports. Do you think that's a nice progression that people can get into?
Absolutely. It's certainly not the first thing you want to jump into. You know, it's very quick. You know, I've been racing for a long time, done a lot of karting and stuff like that, and this is definitely a step change. It's a recalibration of what you think is possible in a car, because you get settled into your own championship, think you can do this, but you know what, I've seen these fantastic cars and Radicals go past for years whilst I've been in this club, and I was determined at some point to be able to do it, and you know, I'm realising my dream now with Tim, and it's fantastic, you know, being able to do it.
I guess you're looking to move up the grid as the year goes on, and then, like you say, looking for more in the years to come.
Yeah, true, yeah, you know, it's the journey, it's the progression that's the really great thing about motorsport, isn't it, you know, so that's exactly our trajectory, that's where we're going. You know, we have things that don't go right, but we're, like I say, we're testing in front of everybody. It's difficult to do, and yeah, progression's what we're after, and it seems that it appears to be working so far.
There's a lot of places in motorsport now which are one-make racing or things you've got to do, but M50 Motor Club's a real place you can come and develop your own car, and I guess that's something you enjoy.
Do you know what? That is the fun, and I completely understand where you've got single-make championships where you can do stuff like that and you want to test yourself with everything level. But it's really good trying to engineer your way as well, because there's some great engineering, and you're up against real teams like Radical that have had lots and lots of years of development. So this is like, you know, day 3 for us almost. You know, it's our 3rd time out in the car, and we're swapping fundamental things. But yeah, you know, we've got a good balance now, and I'm really happy with it.
Good luck, and I look forward to it getting quicker and quicker.
Thanks very much.
Do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rymax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Well, welcome back to Croft, everyone. This 750 Motor Club race meeting still under a glorious blue sky here in the northeast. We've got a busy afternoon of racing coming your way. 7 more races to go. We've just coming towards the end now of the lunch break, and so we've actually made our way up to the assembly area, which is right up near turn 1. And slowly but surely, drivers are starting to trickle in now ahead of our first race after lunch, which is our MX5 Cup by 5 Club race, the first of 2 today. So what do you reckon? Should we have a wander around, see if we can find some drivers? I can see Mike Comber actually has just appeared over here. Mike Comber has qualified 3rd on the grid after qualifying earlier on today. So let's see if Mike is that Mike actually in the car or not? Yes, I think it is. Let's, oh, he's getting out for us as well. Perfect. Mike, good afternoon. How are you getting on? Good effort there in qualifying. Happy with 3rd?
Yeah, I am actually, yeah. Not been here, well, apart from 2 weeks ago with the team, looking after a few drivers. Not been here on track myself since 2018, so, and this is the first weekend where we have to run the new moulded Avon tyre. So because I had some leftover tyres from last year, I've bought a new set for this weekend, so had to sort of bed them in at the same time as trying to get a lap out of it at the same time. So, but no, it's a good track.
How have you found this sort of step back from driving to more of a kind of team manager role now? Is that something you've always wanted to do?
Yeah, it's enjoyable to get the most out of other people, using the experience that I've built up over the years. It's a different sort of feeling really, from being obviously success inside the car yourself, as well as success out the car, and sort of like working with someone to try and make them better and get the best result that they can make, whether it's winning or whether it's, you know, getting their personal best performances. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to see them happy and feeling and knowing that you've been part of it.
Now, of course, they're back inside the car for this weekend and starting pretty well from 3rd on the grid. It's tough to pass around here, though, isn't it? So the start's important.
Yeah, it is tough to pass, and especially when you've got drivers like Tom and Ben at the front. So whatever track you're on. But yeah, it's there's a few straights to try and sort of get a good exit and use the toe down the straights to try and sort of, you know, get an advantage. But yeah, it's so consistent at the front end. It is quite difficult to find that difference to get the nose down the inside and make an overtaking move work. But that's why we do it. That's why it's so enjoyable.
It's enjoyable to do, enjoyable to watch as well. We're looking forward to this one, Mike.
Brilliant, thanks very much.
Mike Comber then, he'll start from 3rd on the grid. It's Tom Roach and Ben Short, as he mentioned, who have got the front row to themselves, and it's like nothing's ever changed, is it, having those 3 at the front of an MX5 grid again this weekend. Right, let's see who else we can find. We've got Stephen Rees over here, Stephen Rees in the 23 car. See if we can have a quick word with Stephen. How are you doing? How are the nerves ahead of this first race of the day?
All right, it's a bit hot, but can't wait.
Is it hot? I hadn't realised.
Hey?
I hadn't realised it was hot. No one's mentioned it.
No, it's great to get out, and the kids are here this weekend, so yeah, can't wait. Just want to get out and get on with it.
Is the Croft circuit one you've got much experience of?
No, it was last year, 2 years ago. So just getting set up. So yeah, just want to get out basically and have some fun.
And you're going to be right in the thick of it, given where you're starting the race as well. Have you got a plan into that first corner?
Just get through it, see what happens from there. Avoid the gravel. So, yeah, can't wait.
Best of luck, Stephen. We'll look forward to seeing how he gets on in the race as well. Right, who else has made an appearance? Well, right next to him. Let's have a wander around this way, shall we? People are sort of arriving as and when they feel like it. No one wants to come and sit outside in a hot racing car with their race gear on for too long. But we have got Sam Moody here now. Sam, you were eager. You've made your way over to the assembly area. Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's only my 2nd time here. First time I drove here was in the pouring rain. So driving in the dry, it's quite an exciting circuit. It's good fun.
It's surprisingly quick, isn't it? You think of Croft and you think of some of the technical sections like the complex, this first sector, but out the back it's pretty hairy.
It is pretty hairy. Yeah, there's a left, right, left, or right, left, right, whichever way, which is flat in these. And then your braking zone is so short, you've got to wait for the car to be straight and then absolutely stand on them. It's proper good fun.
And of course, in an MX-5, especially a Mark 1, you've got to keep that momentum up, so it requires full commitment.
It does. Everything in a Mazda is about momentum. The minute you lose it, with the grid as big as we got, I think it's about 40 cars here this weekend, you just get swamped, absolutely swamped, and you'll be lost 6 or 7 places before you know what on earth you're doing.
Well, we hope that doesn't happen to you. Best of luck for the race, mate.
Thanks very much. Take care.
Yeah, as Sam says, we've got 38 cars hopefully going to take to the grid for the two races today. A massive grid. Great to see the success of this MX5 championship with the 750 Motor Club. Got Lloyd Hodgkins just arriving, but I can see a green Blendini car on its way, and that is our pole sitter Tom Roach. So once he's made his way in, we'll try and have a word with him. I was chatting to Tom earlier on, actually, and he reckons that it's been about 5 years since he last raced a Mark 1 Mazda MX-5, but for so long Tom was known as Mr. MX-5, and he certainly knows a thing or two about driving these cars. It's like he's never been away either, because he stuck it straight on the pole position. He's got his familiar green Blendini colours. Of course, Tom Roach is the man behind the Blendini squad. And he arrives here at Croft at the moment just on a one-off entry, but I was chatting to him earlier on, like I said, and he's pretty keen to get a bit more racing in later this year. We'll let him climb out of the car before we have a chat. Tom, welcome back. Good to have you back. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's lovely to be back. It's a bit of a weird feeling straight away getting into the Mark 1 again, but yeah, loving it.
Yeah, we were chatting earlier on. It's been at least 5 years since you last raced one of these. Is it a bit like riding a bike, or did it take some relearning?
No, I remembered straight away, to be honest. Driving around the paddock was really weird. It felt alien and different, and then as soon as I went around the first corner, I was like, oh no, I remember.
I was just chatting to Mike now, and he was saying how good it is to have you back. I mean, it's like nothing's ever changed. We've got you, Ben and Mike at the front of an MX-5 grid. It's like I've been taken back about 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, it's nice to see so many people are still the same, and great to be here and just have some fun in nice weather and see what happens.
It should be fun out there, I think, shouldn't it? It's competitive grid, and we should get some good close racing out there. Getting into that first corner first, though, around here is so important.
It is, but the toe is big as well. I mean, I was finding there's 4 or 5 tenths in the toe, so it's going to be quite hard to get away, I'm sure. I got to remember to start it first, to go with some revs and see what happens, really.
Are they tricky to get off the line?
No, then okay, but obviously you can mess it up, so yeah, I hope not.
So do we. Great to have you back, Tom. We'll watch out with interest to see how Tom gets on once we get the race underway in a few minutes' time. We are, I think, only about 5 or so minutes away from getting the cars out on the grid, but there are a few more drivers we can have a word with, I reckon. I can see Ben Hansey over here just chatting away to Mike Comber. See if we can dive in and have a chat with Ben. Ben, welcome back. Another season, and you're back on the grid again. There's nowhere else you'd rather be, right?
I love the Mazdas and sunshine like this. Where else would anybody want to be?
And the good thing is that you're still at the pointy end of the grid, even though the championship seems to get harder and harder every year.
Yeah, it's a really competitive field. I think there's probably about 10, 15 championships in the top 5. So, yeah, really competitive. And right throughout the field, everybody's having awesome battles. So.
Does that almost give you a bit more confidence in a way, though, knowing that you can race people like Mike and Ben and Tom wheel to wheel because they've just got so much experience?
Yeah, everybody really respects each other out there, and we don't give an inch unless we really have to. And the battling throughout the field is there's a great camaraderie in the paddock, and it's kind of, we're all a bunch of mates having a bit of fun, really.
It's all a bit of fun, but someone has to win, don't they? Can that be you today?
It's going to be tough. I think Ben and Tom are probably going to scarper off, and there'll be a second race probably between me, Mike and Ben. But it'd be nice to hang on to the back of them, and maybe they'll trip each other up and somebody can steal something. But just to be in the fight will be good enough.
Looking forward to it. Best of luck, Ben. Ben's a regular driver in this championship over the last few years. Always pretty quick, always towards the front of the field. More and more people starting to pour in all the while. Ben Short is on his way, actually, the red and white number 71 car you can see. Ben, who will be joining Tom Roach on that front row of the grid. In qualifying, though, Tom was nearly 8 tenths quicker than him. So Ben Short has a bit of work to do to find that extra time if he's going to be able to challenge for race victories. Once he's pulled the car up, we'll have another word with the other one of our front row starters. 3 different teams, of course, represented in these top 3 places. All of them are teams that are run by the drivers in these cars. You've got Tom's Blendini car, Ben Short running BS Motorsport, and the Mike Comber racing car of Mike himself. Lining up third, Ben gets out of the car then. Let's just dive across here, shall we, and have a word with our other front row starter, Ben. Tom got the better of you in qualifying. What do you reckon? Can you outrace him out there today?
Yeah, I think we'll have a good go. Wasn't particularly prepared this morning. Was due to do a test session yesterday, but the world fell apart around our ears in the awning. We had a couple of failures, so obviously that work comes first. So we had to get that sorted. Missed test session, so that was sort of our testing. Car should be quite a bit better in the corners now, hopefully, because it was unpredictable.
Which is not what you need around Croft, because especially out through that middle sector, through the S's and Barcroft, you need to have the confidence in the car.
Well, yes, I would have said so before, but this is the first time I've driven here since they've resurfaced it, and I think it's got too much grip now.
There's no such thing, surely.
No, it's the third one. I think you're right. It's Barcroft. That used to be very, very exciting, and now it's very planted, which is a bit of a shame. But on the other hand, I should be half a second a lap quicker to keep up with Tom, so maybe I was just going through there too slowly. We'll find out in a minute, won't we?
And it'll certainly get more lively when the three of you arrive there together on the first lap, I'd imagine. Have you got a game plan for that first lap?
Well, we're looking after Tom this weekend as he's returned. Because we're old racing buddies from years ago. So number one will be don't crash into Tom. And then number two will be if he does beat me, we'll have to think of a way of making his car slightly slower.
There you go. We'll pretend he didn't say that, shall we? Ben, best of luck. Congratulations on sticking it on the front row for qualifying then. So that's Tom Roach, Ben Short on the front row. Who else has made their way over into the assembly area? We've got the 777 car. That's Courtney Milnes. Courtney might be worth having a chat to. Let's see, before she gets back in the car. Courtney, sorry, interrupting your pre-race routine here. Not a bad effort in qualifying, that was it?
No, it was okay. I was reasonably happy with it, and there was a bit more time in the car. I think my fastest lap was overtaking someone, so I'm hoping I've got a bit more in me to try and compete with these front guys. But yeah, we'll see how I get on.
Do you feel like you've taken a step forwards in performance over the winter?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think it's more down to my dad, really. He spent so much time building this and making it as good as it can be. So it's, yeah, it's definitely going well. Bit of me as well, but mainly him.
I was going to say, give yourself some credit, because this is a real driver's circuit, Croft, isn't it? Is it one you enjoy?
I do, yeah. It's quite a flowy circuit. I do quite like that. It's got some fast bits around the back, which is more my type of racing, I think. Not as good on the slower parts, but yeah, some room for improvement there, definitely, in this race.
Well, best of luck. We'll let you carry on with your pre-race routine, but Courtney's going to be starting from 6th on the grid for this first race. Now let's see if we can chat maybe to some of the drivers a bit further down the order. I'm always attracted to bright colours, a bit like a magpie in that way, so the bright orange 21 car has caught my attention. Let's have a word, shall we, with Matthew. Welcome back. I know you've raced in a few of these races now. Are you starting to get the hang of it now?
Yeah, mate, finally starting to get to grips. It's taken a few races, but yeah, we're getting there, moving from the back of the grid into the middle, and yeah, it's great. There's always someone to race.
And that's the great thing about Mazda racing, isn't it? Especially these Mark 1s, because it's one of the most cost-effective ways of going racing.
Yeah, 100%, mate. I couldn't afford to do it if it wasn't cost-effective. So, yeah, no, it's a really, really good series. Everyone's super friendly in the paddock, and it's tight, but, you know, the contact's minimal, and it's just good, close racing.
It looks like you're racing for a good cause as well. I saw the Stand Up to Cancer sticker on the front of the car.
Yeah, no, so my mum sadly passed away from breast cancer, so I do a few fundraising events every now and again when I can, and obviously try and promote the cause on the car. Seems a good way to do it. You guys televise it. The odd person might watch it and see it and think, yeah, that's good.
No, absolutely. Well, best of luck for the race, mate, and you'll be starting from 19th on the grid, which might not sound all that impressive, but like we say, 38 cars out on the track. It is going to be very, very busy indeed. Right, I think we've got time for at least one more, and there's one more driver I do want to try and have a word with, because there's a very familiar car just behind me here, for those who do watch Mazda MX-5 racing in the UK, with maybe a slightly different driver behind the wheel now. Declan McDonnell is back. You heard his name there. Your ears were burning then, Declan. Great to have you back racing again in this Mark 1. Has it been a while since you last drove it?
Yeah. I mean, this is actually the third meeting I've done in it. So I've done no testing. I hadn't driven the car before this year. It was obviously Joe Wiggins' car from the championship-winning BRSUC championship. So the car's mid. I've got no excuses on the car front side. I am very rusty. It's a long time since I've raced, so it's great to be back at the 750 Motor Club. They run a great series, and you know, I'm just enjoying getting back into a good race car and being looked after well by Tucker Motorsport. They've got the car flying, so I've just got to get my head down now and give it a good go.
Just how difficult is it to jump back in a car after a spell away? Because we hear drivers say this quite a lot, and I think maybe the viewers at home don't appreciate the little nuances that it takes to be quick again. That doesn't just come straight back to you, does it?
No, I mean, we're sort of not too far away from the sharp end, but it's getting that another half a second, that little bit more, that's always the hardest bit to find. So yeah, I mean, having been away, it is a bit of a challenge, but it's one that I enjoy doing, and I'm looking forward to seeing how far I can get up. So I need to get away with the front guys. The guys who qualified right at the front have got a little bit of a gap, and then from fourth down we're all really, really close. There's absolutely nothing in it, so I think it's going to be elbows out and good scrap time coming up, I think. So yeah, it should be good.
Proper MX5 racing, in other words. Declan, best of luck for the first of the MX5 races. I think everyone is pretty much here now. We're just awaiting the final countdown. It's 2:05 local time here at Croft now, so I think we are going to be getting racing underway very, very shortly. We might just have time. I'm not getting told that we haven't got time for another interview, so let's have another interview, shall we? See who else we can find. Ben Abbott, maybe. Let's go back towards one of the drivers qualifying inside the top 5. Ben Abbott will start 4th on the grid in the Purple Peril, number 93. And Ben's qualifying time of 1 minute 41.1 was actually pretty comparable with the drivers immediately ahead of him. Ben, how are you feeling about ahead of this one?
Yeah, it should be good. Starting from the outside, so a little bit risky to try and dive around, but we'll see if we can make up some places in the early laps. The guys in front are a little bit quicker, like half a second or so, but kept my head in, getting a tow. Hopefully should be able to catch them.
Yeah, the drivers that I've spoken to are all talking about this slipstream. You don't think of Croft as being a particularly slipstream heavy circuit. Obviously it is.
Yeah, so as you come back through, I guess, the second right-hander, it's a big long straight, then a tight right, and then another big long straight. So getting the tow could be quite good, but there's not too many overtaking opportunities. So,
well, we'll best let you go get to it then, Ben. Get best of luck, because the cars are heading out onto the circuit now then. Our first MX5 race of the weekend is about to get underway with nearly 40 cars on the grid and some big names about to go out and race. This should be a good one.
Races that we have for you this afternoon heading out onto the circuit. Josh Barret and me, Ian Sowman, with you here in the commentary box, and it is the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Here is the grid for it. Pole position is number 125, multiple MX5 champion Tom Roach, and alongside him, multiple MX5 champion Ben Short, number 71. Second row on the inside, number 58 Mike Comber, and next to him, number 93 Ben Abbott. Row 3, the reigning champion, number 1 Ben Hansey, and treble 7 Courtney Milnes. Row 4 has 54 Marcus Bailey and 43 Declan McDonnell. Row 5 is 92 Jordan Johnson and number 9 Ian Tomlinson. The 6th row, 230 Tom Holland and 55 George King. 38 cars on this grid, quite a few more rows to get through. 11 Stephen Robinson and 72 Matthew Short on row 7. 47 Stephen Craggs and 34 Ian Cameron on row 8. James McCann in 13 and Lloyd Huggins in 14 on the 9th row. Row 10, good qualifying performance from Matthew Pennefather-Neal, number 21, and David Abbott in 67. Adrian Johnson, Jordan's father, is on the inside of row 11, number 22, next to Hayden McDonald, 66. Sam Moody, 96, who we're hearing from on the stream a moment ago, has 61 Jake Dormer next to him on row 12. On the 13th row, it's number 94, Liam Cochrane, and 53, Stephen Reid. Chris Pearson in the 121 car has Stephen Rees, 23, next to him. Then it's Alex Lewington, 98, and William Pickard, number 7, rounding out the top 30. Still more cars to come. 70 is Jeremy Rivers-Fletcher, and 10 Stephen Horner. That's row 16. Row 17, Charlie Brisker, 74, and Nico Favo, 46. Andrew Robinson, number 90, and Philip Douthwaite, number 64, on row 18. And just one more row to go to make it 38 cars. 51 David Rickards, and 111 is Chris Gray. So that's it, 38 cars on the grid, and as those of people who are watching on the stream were hearing, some real quality at the front of this field, Josh.
Absolutely right. 2 of the best Mazda MX-5 racers right at the front of it over the last decade or so, Tom Roach and Ben Short. And I know, Ian, you were doing a lot of the TV comms work back in the day when the Mazda Championship, which had massive grids back then. And Tom Roach certainly was a front runner back then as well.
Absolutely. So we're talking sort of a decade or more ago, aren't we? In those days, in the old British Racing and Sports Car Club Championship, which was masterminded at that time by the late Jonathan Blake. But it's the 5 Club category that we have here this weekend, and Alan Robson very much the man behind that. And we've got 38 cars heading out onto the circuit.
Which I think is about 3 times the number when they were last here at Croft 2 years ago, when I think they were at a DDMC meeting rather than a 750 Motor Club meeting back then. But the grid has grown since then absolutely brilliantly. We've basically had capacity grids at every meeting so far, at Donington Park and at Castle Combe before, now at Croft. And it's going to be very exciting indeed. And for those who are new to this, there will be no green flag laps. So when the cars get out of Tower, they'll turn right and come to the grid ahead of their 15-minute race. And it's going to be very exciting indeed, with some very experienced drivers, Roach, Short, Comber and Hanty at the front, but then perhaps some drivers with a bit less experienced, Ben Abbott and Courtney Mills, both having a good qualifying session this morning to get inside the top 6.
Absolutely. Looking at the championship standings after 5 rounds of 19 that we have, it's Ben Short leading with 4 wins out of 5 races so far this year. The only occasion that he was beaten, Mike Comber, was classified as the winner, although Mike Epps, I think it was, that beat him on the road on that occasion, as I remember. Ben Hansey, so Mike Comber second of the points, I should say, then Ben Hansey third, Ben Abbott fourth, Tom Smith, who missed McEwan, I don't think he's here this weekend, fifth, and Marcus Bailey sixth, because these points already take into account the 3 worst dropped scores. So that is why Smith is still up there in those standings that I've just given to you, even though he's missed most of the races that we've actually had so far this year. But always we think that Ben Short is a tough man to beat, but this weekend that could be a bit different.
Yes, we had that intense battle with Mike Epps, didn't we, at Donington Park to start the season off. I think that was the first 750 Motor Club race of the season back on Easter Monday. And now he's got Tom Roach. As Ben said, Tom Roach is in the BS Motorsport stable this weekend, along with about 10 other, something like that, Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s. So they certainly know how to run the car. And then Mike Combe, although, as Andy was saying, he's a car preparer nowadays. He does the 5 club races, has a bit of fun with his mate, and his dad will be watching at home, who's looking forward to getting back trackside later on this season. So some big teams in the paddock here, but some real privateers, as is the way with 750 Motor Club and with Mazda MX-5 racing in general.
Absolutely, a great mix of drivers. Very affordable way of going racing. You can buy a car for around about £5,000 that complies with the regulations. Of course, the technology itself is about 3 decades old or so now. It's a car from the late 80s, early 90s, this 1.6 litre Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. 32nd board is about to be shown to the drivers. It's the green 125 car of Tom Roach on pole position, the white car with the red checkerboard stripes is next to him, that's number 71, Ben Short. The white and red car, number 58, is Mike Comber, and then it's the purple parallel, as Andy McEwan described it, number 93, Ben Abbott on the next row, and then Ben Hansey is the white and green and black car, number 1, and treble 7, Courtney Mills, is black next to him. The 5-second board has been shown, red lights go on, and out they go, and it's an even start from the front row. Good start by Ben Abbott from the second row of the grid, not such a good one from Declan McDonald as he gets up to speed. The car's heading down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. It's the green car nosing ahead. I feel like I've seen this sight before. It's Tom Roach leading. Mike Comber's got through to second place. Not actually that good a start from Ben Short. He's dropped down to about 4th. There's one of them that's a bit sideways. That's Matthew Pennefather-Neal, who's got a couple of cars squeezed in between him, but I think they've all managed to escape any potential consequences of that. So it's Roach leading, Comber second, Abbott third, and Ben Short down to 4th. That makes things interesting.
And Mike Comber having a good go at the lead here into Tower Bend. He's looking to the outside of Tom Roach, and behind Ben Short dives up the inside of Ben Abbott. Comber can't get the lead, but Short has a good go at getting 3rd place here as they go through Tower. He gets himself alongside Ben Abbott, but they're going to be side by side as they head down towards the Jim Clark S's. So the rest of the field flow their way down into Tower Corner. How great is it to see a full grid here at Croft?
Spectacular, it's fantastic, and all of those words. Up towards Barcroft they go then for the first time. 15-minute race. They're just beginning to spread out a little bit now and make a long line of MX-5s. There's Matthew Short, Ben's father, trying to put a move on the number 47 car, Stephen Craig's there as they went into Sunny Corner, and he's someone that's always there and thereabouts. That's the number 78 car that's been off the road. That's Charlie Brisker, but he's briskly got back onto the circuit.
He has, which is good, so the race can continue. The leaders through the complex and into the hairpin for the first time, and Ben Short's trying to bridge the gap to the top two. It's Roach that leads Comber, then Short third, fourth is Abbott, and fifth is Ben Hansey. Then there's a small gap back to Declan McDonald, who's made a good start. He's gained a couple of places. He's ahead of Courtney Mills and Ian Tomlinson as they cross the line at the end of one lap of this 15-minute race then, and head down towards Clairvaux. They're sideways as they turn their way through there, bouncing over the curb on the inside of the corner. And you can see the guys really working hard out there out over the curb. It's a very bumpy curb to be hitting, but I think most of them are happy to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And on screen there, you've got the number 94 car, which is that of Liam Cochrane, sometime member of the Alpha Live crew. Here are the leaders then. It's 1-2-5 leading, and that is Tom Roach. But he's got Mike Comber right behind him, number 71 in second position. Rest of this great field streaming through Tower Corner as well. There is the 67 car making its way through, which is David Abbott, another of the Abbott clan. Someone ahead has run wide. Was that Matthew Short? I think it may have been, that's been off the circuit. Here's Declan McDonald. Now he's in sixth at the moment. He's got Courtney Mills and Ian Tomlinson just behind him. This looks like it could build up into a good scrap.
Remember how Ben Short said Barcroft was easy flat? Well, Ian Tomlinson looked very crossed up through there, and he, I'm sure, found that a pretty exciting moment of the race. Courtney Mills went really well at Silverstone last year, where she got on the podium. She said she liked quick tracks, like Croft is here. The top three are getting away now: Roach, Comber, and Short, which I guess isn't a particular surprise. Mike Comber was telling me in the paddock this morning, which I think he relayed to Andy as well. He hasn't been riding on the new tyres this year so far. Now he's on the new tyres. To me, it looks like he's right back in the game.
Well, absolutely right, and he's sandwiched in between there, in between Ben Short in third place and Tom Roach in the lead. It is 3 cars for the lead, and a gap back, I think, to Ben Abbott in fourth place, and Ben Hansey in fifth, and Declan McDonald sixth. But Ben Short on the first flying lap did the fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.38.
And we had an off through the complex for James McCann, but he has got back on the road.
Just to say, that Ben Short lap time is a lap record. There's one for the pit lane there. That's the 61 car of Jake Dormer. As now we've got Ben Short lining up a move on Mike Comber, possibly as they go down towards Tower Corner, not quite close enough to make that work. There is Ben Abbott in fourth. He's got the champion Ben Hansey, champion for the past 2 years, right behind him, number 1, the Northampton driver, and then Declan McDonald in 43. In the championship winning car from the BRSCC Championship last year in 6th position, number 43, Declan McDonald. But look at this, Comber really looking a threat now to Tom Roach.
Absolutely, as I said a moment ago, he seems to be back on time, but I think he's on the inside now. Comber's going for the lead through Sonny, through the second right-handed element. He had to just back out of that, which is going to let Ben Short challenge. He's coming in alongside him now as they come up to the complex at the end of the third lap. Then who's going to arrive in shot first? Well, it should be Tom Roach, but for second it's side by side, and Ben Short around the outside of the left-handed element gives him the right-hand element line on the inside, so he goes through. So Mike Comber, who almost looked like he was going to get the lead in, has actually lost a place.
He has, so he's got a bit of work to do now, and crucially that's given just about a length to Tom Roach. Now that's not a lot, and Short, who got the fastest lap of the race and a lap record on the previous lap, ought to be able to bridge that. Let's see if he does. 10 minutes still to go in this race. It's probably going to be another a 10-lapper, I would think, that we get from the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. These the 3 leaders then: Roach, Short and Comber. Ben Abbott still fourth, number 93. Ahead of the other Ben, the third of the Bens, Ben Hansey in 5th position, and then Declan McDonald still there in 6th. But here are the first 3, and they do noticeably look a bit more spread out than they were a lap ago as the chicane down the back straight towards Tower Corner. But as I look out of my window, I can see actually that Ben Short is really quite close to the back of Tom Roach's car there as they turn their way through the right-hander at Tower that time. So Short has indeed bridged that gap, and Comber is the one that's now desperately trying to cling on.
Indeed, you could tell that toe that we heard from with Andy McEwan in the interviews prior to this race, how much of an effect it has. And Ben Short is right on the tail now of Tom Roach as they turn their way through Barcroft down into Sunny. This is where Comber had to go a lap ago. Ben Short thinks better of it. He saw what happened to Comber, where he had to go for the lead and actually lost a place. So Ben Short doesn't want to allow that to happen. He's had an eventful race, remember. He dropped down to as far as, I think, 4th or 5th on the first lap and has been clawing his way way back through the order, and he's now in a place where he can challenge for the lead.
And he's down at the complex now. He's only about a quarter of a car length behind Roach. He won't try into the hairpin though. It's a possibility for an overtake, but doesn't always work out well when you do that. So Roach and Short and Comber, who's back on terms with those two as well, actually, up and across the line to complete lap number 4. And the gap covering the 3 of them, I will tell you in just a second. It's 0.6 of a second between all 3. Tom Roach is still there, although he's now not appearing on the timing tower. I can tell you he's still there in the lead of the race, and it's very tight between those 3, as you can see, making their way out of Hawthorne towards the chicane, and then onto this back stretch towards the right-hander, tight right-hander at Tower. Short dives out of the slipstream now, goes to the left-hand side of Tom Roach, so this is the outside line for Tower Corner. He says there's a lot more grip here than there used to be, but he can't make use of it, and he might get through on the exit of the corner because the 2 of them are overlapping as they head towards Barcroft. And this is a flat-out part of the circuit through the Jim Clark S's and then Barcroft. And it looks like Short's going to do it. He's got Tom Roach there over the curb, and Ben Short has gone through. So the 2 teammates for this weekend swap places, and it's Ben Short, the championship leader, that goes through.
Absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? A moment ago, there was a change for 6th place because Courtney Mills got ahead of Declan McDonnell into the complex for 6th position, but we're concentrating this battle for the lead because it's absolutely epic. And we've still got half of the race to go. Down into the complex they come. This is the end of lap 5, and it's free for the lead. They are setting a blinding pace as well. They're 5 seconds ahead of anybody else, showing the experience that is up front here. They're pushing as hard as they can, and Comber's down the inside here, up over the curbs of Tom Roach. He couldn't make that work now, though, but now Short is out front. He's weaving about a little bit as well. Can he get away from these 2? We know he's at the quickest lap. We know he's worked on the car since qualifying, and we know he's been overtaking people up to now, Ian.
Yeah, well, he's shown some very good form throughout this race. You mentioned Courtney Mills through to 6th place, and she's caught now the battle for 5th as well between Ben Hansey and Ben Abbott, and it is still Ben Abbott that's ahead of those 2.
On that lap, she's the quickest driver on the circuit. I know the top 3 are battling, but that was a very impressive lap from her to pull away from those behind and capture 2 in front.
Yeah, Declan McDonnell still with Ian Tomlinson just behind him, and also Marcus Bailey in the 54 con. It's a gap back then to Jordan Johnson, the back end of the top 10, but the leaders together through Tower Corner, and Ben Short, although he's got ahead, Tom Roach hasn't let him get away.
Behind them, Ben Hansey got himself ahead of Ben Abbott. We're going to look at that now on the screens, coming down towards the Jim Clark S's. So it is Hansey, the double reigning champion, who's in front, but these 2 have been caught by Courtney Mills, as we said, quite rapidly on the last lap. Through into Barcroft they come then. So Hansey has got ahead of Ben Abbott. Can he get away? Well, early suggestions would be no, because Abbott tries to come around the outside, but he may lose a position here because Courtney Mills, who gained a place a couple of laps ago into the complex through Sunny, it's just about getting into 5th as Abbott runs out wide onto the grass.
Yeah, he's back on the circuit now, but he's lost a position there to Courtney Mills, who's having a very good race here, up into 5th position. She started 6th, but lost a little bit of ground at the beginning of the race, with Declan McDonnell making quite a good getaway. So it's now Hansey 4th, Courtney Mills, the Birkenhead driver, in 5th position, and Ben Abbott 6th. But Declan McDonnell's come back into this because they've been delaying each other while having that battle. Meanwhile, up front, I can tell you, Ben Short now is getting away a little bit from Tom Roach. The gap out 0.6 of a second.
That much. That shows you how close this race has been, though, and it's Mike Comber that's putting Tom Roach under some pressure here. Roach was really fast in qualifying, but now we come to this race situation, and perhaps he's not quite got what he had, or trying to learn it again, because he said how long he's been out of this for. I don't think he's done really much racing over the last couple of years at all, and although he set that blinding qualifying pace, he isn't able to put that into where he was able to pull away, and in fact he's lost the lead and coming under pressure from Mike Comber, but he's not really that far away from the lead still, though, is he, with 4 minutes to go?
No, of course he has had experience in Ginettas and Porsches and so forth. In between times, we've got a car that has stopped at the hairpin, and we'll try and work out who that is. So that does mean there are yellow flags at the complex, so after the second apex of the complex, but it's then green before you turn into the hairpin. 4 minutes to go. Ben Short is leading, from Tom Roach in 2nd and Mike Comber in 3rd position. That's the way of it then, as they are making their way around the back of the circuit. The yellow flags are going to go in. They have been replaced by a caution board, and that's just in time for the 3 leaders to arrive at the complex. Here they are. Short 71, 125 is Roach, and 58 is Comber. They are about 6 seconds ahead of number 1 Ben Hansey in 4th, treble 7 Courtney Milnes in 5th, and 93 Ben Abbott in 6th position. They're up and over the line to complete lap 7 with just about 3 minutes to go, so they will probably get actually 2 more laps out of this.
Should be Liam Cochrane, I think, that hasn't come through, because I think he's about the only one that didn't complete the last lap. And for 2nd and 3rd, down into Hawthorne now, are absolutely together. You couldn't fit much between their 2 bumpers there. Now they're going to catch a slower car through the chicane. This could be it could have been a vital moment, but I think Short was able to play that just about right. If he caught them in the middle of the chicane, the 51 car there of David Rickards, it could have been pretty difficult, but it wasn't in the end for him, and he's getting away. The gap is over a second now. Back to Tom Roach as they turn their way through Tower Bend. Behind, it's still Ben Hansey in 4th position. He's ahead of Courtney Milnes and Ben Abbott. There's a bit of a gap back to Declan McDonnell, who leads the rest in P7 as the cars come down towards the Jim Clark S's on this penultimate lap of the race, Ian.
Yeah, and look at that heat haze. Absolutely fantastic, isn't it? So that's Ben Hansey in 4th place, Courtney Milnes 5th, and then 6th is Ben Abbott. Declan McDonnell, you can just about see poking his nose into the back of Short in the black and pink and yellow car. He's in 7th place, number 43, turning their way through the first part of Sunny and then the second part of Sunny and on to the stretch towards the complex. It's still one Ben Hansey that is at the head of this group. Best lap, still that 140.38. Ben Short, I think that was the first flying lap of the race. He's not improved on that time. And now we've got the battle for 4th having to deal with this traffic. That with the 51 car again, I think, won't it, of David Rickards, that he will need to be lapped. Meanwhile, the leaders are going on to their final lap, I can tell you, and it's Tom Roach leading still by about 7/10 of a second as they go on to the 9th and final lap of the race. But there's Ben Hansey just getting past that Rickards back marking car, Josh, as they're working the final 2.1 miles of Croft.
Yes, and it's worked all right for Ben Hansey. For Courtney Milnes, maybe not so much, because she is under intense pressure from Ben Abbott as they turn their way through. But let's look at the leaders then. We haven't seen them for a few moments. They're just spread out a little bit. Ben Short with a second or so over Tom Roach, and then in 3rd position Mike Comber as they come down into Tower. Then this gap back to Ben Hansey, who's in 4th. He's managed to get away from Courtney Milnes, who is coming back under pressure from Ben Abbott, who she passed a couple of laps ago. They turn their way through Tower Bend. We said she got that podium at Silverstone, but I think the competition here is that a bit higher, with particularly those top 3.
Yeah.
And she's doing a great job battling with championship winner Ben Hansey and Ben Abbott, who's won a lot of these races but hasn't contested a full season before now. But Abbott's right in the championship hunt this season.
Yeah, coming into the closing seconds of the times element of this race, it looks like Ben Short is heading into the complex, but are we going to get a late change here for 5th position? It looked like Ben Abbott might be about to line and move into the complex, but here's Ben Short with only a relatively small lead over Tom Roach. He's got another back marker to pass before the end of the race, which he does so now out of the final corner. So he's already won 4 races out of 5 this season. Make that 5 from 6 for Ben Short in the 2021 Switch 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Over the line he goes then. Ben Short, number 71, takes the win from in 2nd place, number 125 Tom Roach, in 3rd place, number 58 Mike Comber. And there's 2 seconds in the end covering those first 3 drivers. 4th place to Ben Hansey. 5th place, I think, was indeed Courtney Milnes in the end, and 6th was number 93, Ben Abbott. So those the top 6 drivers, but Ben Short, again, looking in really good form.
Yeah, it was a great first opening half of the race, wasn't it? Really exciting battle to watch. But then when Ben Short got to the front, he was just able to stretch out a bit of a margin over the other 2. Not a huge gap, but just enough in MX5 racing to hang on out front. We've got 2 more of these races to look forward to over the rest of the weekend. Both of those races will be tomorrow, and I think we're in for some we'll have some cracking racing to look forward to tomorrow from MX5s, which I'm sure will see similar types of battles between them. Interestingly, both Ben Short and Mike Comber have kind of said they may not do a full season this year. So then you've got to look to this next group where the championship battle could come from, between Ben Hansey and Ben Abbott. And it was Hansey again that won that battle, but we'll see if Ben Short decides to change his mind and does more races, because he hasn't missed any of them yet. It's a big season, isn't it, for the MX5 Cup? They have a much larger championship than some of the others.
19 rounds they've got. They go to Cadwell next now. It will be then Anglesey in August, a rearranged date for that. Brands Hatch and Snetterton to round out the year. Ben Short, though, number 71, it was that took the win there from number 125, Tom Roach in second place. In third place was number 58, Mike Comber. Fourth, number 1, Ben Hansey. Fifth, treble 7, Courtney Mearns. In sixth place, 93, Ben Abbott. Seventh was 43, Declan McDonnell. Eighth, number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Ninth, 54, Marcus Bailey. 10th, number 92, Jordan Johnson. Then further back, George King it was that was next up. Then it was 230, Tom Holland in P12. Stephen Craggs took 13th place. Stephen Robinson 14th. Hayden McDonald 15th. And David Abbott, Ian Cameron, Matthew Short, Matthew Pennefather Neal and Adrian Johnson that rounded out the top 20. And that's only just over half of the field at the end of 15 frantic minutes of racing in the Switch 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Drivers heading back into the pit lane and to Parc Fermé at the end of that race. As Josh mentions, there's 2 more races for these cars. They are both tomorrow, and we'll look forward to those, but they've got the rest of the afternoon and evening off to soak up the sunshine, although saying that there's a bit more cloud over Croft than there was earlier on, so let's hope it stays dry. It's certainly quite warm for the rest of the day here. Lots more racing to come, of course. The 6 races for you during the course of the afternoon here at Croft Circuit, and of course on the live stream as well on Facebook and at YouTube. Let's head down to the pit lane though, and Ben Short is going to talk to Andy McEwan.
Yeah, Ben Short, who's not quite as fresh-faced as he was when I spoke to him 20 minutes ago. Ben, you said you were going to improve the car after qualifying. I think you did.
Yeah, the car's definitely better. The pilot could still do with a quick talking to. I made a couple of mistakes there, and normally Tom Roach capitalises on those, or has done historically. But that was really good to have a race with Mike as well. At the start of that race, I thought I was outpaced. And then the car came to me a bit more. And I couldn't shake him, though. Couldn't shake him.
But that's actually quite good news for us, because we enjoyed that battle. Talk us through the side-by-side battle you had there with Mike and with Tom as you moved up through the podium places.
Both Mike and Tom are not new to this by any means. And I remember going side-by-side with Tom at Cadwell up the mountain and then the whole way through Hall Bends. And I guess when you've been doing it a while and you know each other, you know, he left me enough room on the exit and I left him enough room on the apex, and it was good, clean, fair racing without any panel damage. Apart from I managed to knock my mirror off on those flappy markers down there. They're a bit stronger than last time I was here.
If that's as bad as it got, though, I don't think that's a terrible thing, is it? Championship-wise, it's looking good for you now. I think that's what, your 5th win out of 6 this year. Couldn't ask for a lot more than that, really.
No, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. So, you know, it's a perfect start to the season, and we've had a few wild cards come in, both at Donington and here, so it's made the racing really good and close, and what MX5 racing should be.
Well, you've got a few of these already, but another one to add to your collection there. Ben Short, then, the winner of our first MX5 race of the weekend. An absolute thriller, that one. Looking forward to more of the same later this weekend.
First of the single-seater action, the only single-seater action we're going to have this weekend, because it's the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship that's up next. We are seeing these on the Alpha live stream for the first time this season, because they got their championship underway at Cadwell Park. First time they've been at one of our streamed events. Let's have a look at the grid then. There should be 16 rows worth of it. Pole position is number 92, Craig Pollard, former champion, and the reigning champion next to him is number 1, James Harris, next to him. Second row, very good qualifying performance from Andrew Cooper, 41. Peter Studer is next to him. Third row is 51, Peter Belzy, and 60, Tim Pro. But then on row 4, it's 72, Colin Gregory, and 50, Steve O. Maurice Gloucester, 94, has Matt Harbert, number 33, alongside him on row 5. Then it's Elliot Mason and Mark Egan on the 6th row. Philip Waterhouse and Craig Bell line up on row 7. James Madden and Bill Carner, row 8. Vaughan Jones and James Huckle on the 9th row of the grid. And then on the 10th row, Richard Rainbow and Mark Lawton, 20 and 147. And 6, Simon Livesley, and 7, Richard Walsh on row 11. 44, Steve Bailey, and 64, Sam Wallbank on row 12. Sam Engineer and Jamie Harrison, 28 and 57 on row 13. Ian Jordan returning to the championship, number 3, and Martin Snary, number 31 on row 14. Rachel Swain, 13, and Chris Wilshire, 59 on row 15. And Danny Hans, is he there? Should be. Yes, he is there at the back of the grid. And of course, he was a 2008 champion and the runner-up in the championship last year, but he's had some car problems during the course of this weekend, so he's starting right at the back. There you can see the number 41 car, which is Andrew Cooper in his GAC. He's lining up on 3rd position, very good position for him. Peter Belzy, always rapid in the number 51 Spider, the ex-championship winning car when it was in the hands of Jez Clark. There's 50, Steve O. He's been a stalwart for getting on for 20 years now, I would think, in Formula V. Matt Harbert, though, one of the relative newcomers, number 33, just behind him. That's the 94 car, driven these days by Maurice Gloucester, still in the colour scheme and the number that it was when Aaron Trigwell raced it. Further back, you have the 75 car of Mark Egan. 99 is that of Craig Bell, and there you can see Phil Waterhouse there in the Scarab. So lots and lots of colourful and well-prepared cars in this Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Josh, it's the second time this season that you've seen these cars. Tell us what happened the first time.
Yes, the first 2 rounds of the championship happened at Cadwell Park, 6 or so weeks ago. They were very exciting races, it has to be said, between 3 drivers. I think Craig Pollard got pole position in both races. You had Danny Hans and James Harridge in there as well. Hans spun in race 1, which left it Pollard v Harridge, which is the front row today. Pollard had an incident with a back marker, which could be an issue again today. There's a big speed differential here between the front and the back cars, so that meant James Harridge was the winner in race 1. Danny Hand, I think, got 2nd, and in 3rd was Peter Studer. Then in race 2, again it was Harridge v Pollard and Hand, but this time it was Harridge that had an off at the start of the race. He fought back through to win it from Craig Pollard, and then Hand was 3rd. But we've got a bit of a different story today because, as you were mentioning there, Danny Hand right at the back of the grid, so watch out for him. There's been development work from the Alan Harding team on the Dominator, which has been a championship winner in the past, in the hands of Paul Smith, of course, so we'll see how far Hans can get up the order. We've also got returning Ian Jordan, who's near the back of the grid too, so watch out for him, hopefully coming through the order. Had a few issues in qualifying, starts 27th. This is his 30th season of Formula V racing. He's got the lap record here, I think, which is about to be smashed because that was done before the track was resurfaced. I'm sure that will not stand at the end of this one, but hopefully for him, he can work his way through the order with Danny Hans. They've got a lot of overtaking to do. You'd think at the front, though, it would be Pollard v Harridge, much like it was at Cadwell Park, but some interesting stuff going on behind with Andrew Cooper. I think that's his best qualifying performance to start 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely right, and Andrew will be very pleased with that. He's in the number 41 car, the lawyer from Barret St Edmunds down there in Suffolk, in one of the GACs, I think in his 3rd season, possibly even 4th season now of racing in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship, so he's up there. And Peter Studer, he's been quick over the past couple of seasons in the TCR Challenger as well, there or thereabouts. We can see there the number 10 car, a bit further back, one of the Class B cars, which run to a slightly different specification. That's the Bill Garner TWR Shane G3R DHC Mark II, to give it its full title. We'll just call it the Shane from the programme listing. Then you can see the cars coming through the complex now, the fastest cars, the front runners already back towards the grid.
It's great to see so many, isn't it? Because there was a time, a year or two ago, where V-grids were starting to get a bit small. But this year, it is great to see. We've got 30 cars, I think, at both the first 2 rounds, 31 in fact on the grid here. absolutely brilliant to see Formula V racing coming back with great health, lots of newcomers in there, as well as some Formula V guys like Ian Jordan that have been around for quite some time.
Yeah, and almost the problem has been, how can we make sure that everyone gets a race as well, rather than how can we get more cars on the grid. But lots of cars on the grid here, and good depth of quality as well. But it's the pole position number 92 car of Craig Pollard there, taking up its position on the front of the grid. The accountant, another Suffolk driver actually. It's a bit of a Suffolk takeover at the front. He was the 2018 champion. Blimey, was it really 3 years ago already that Craig was the champion in Formula V, and James Harris the 2020 champion next to him.
Craig Pollard was telling me this morning, last year was the first year he'd had out of racing since he was 9 years old, but has come back very strong. We're getting pole position for every race in Formula V. Yet to win one yet this year. Could today be the day?
Well, it could well be, and he's there in third in the championship coming into this weekend with that disappointing result in the opening race at Cadwell Park. But the red lights go out, and the 15-minute race for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship gets underway. Then the cars head off down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time, and it's Pollard ahead by the looks of it, with James Harridge on the outside line going with him. Peter Studer in third, and that's Andrew Cooper taking a lot of curb. He spins. Peter Belzy gets caught up in that as well. At least one more car did too, but Belzy and Cooper, I'm afraid, in the gravel, and that was Cooper just using a bit too much curb at Clervaux, I suggest.
That started off the line. Cooper had a bad start, and Belzy was on the grass initially, but then, as you say, I think Cooper got it a bit wrong over the curb, and he spun and took Belzy with him, so that wasn't a good start for either of them. The top two are getting away with Craig Pollard ahead of James Harridge. Let's have a look at this big grid of Formula V cars coming down towards Tower Corner. Great to see so many out there. I suppose a question mark at the moment about what's going on at turn one.
Yeah, and of course it's a great multi-manufacturer championship as well. You've got the GAX, which was the Alan Woodward cars. There's the two cars still in the gravel trap. Cooper thinking, well, shall I get out or shall I stay in, or what do we want to do? There is, I think, provision for snatch possibly down at that part of the circuit, so wait until what happens. Safety car boards are out, I can see now, so safety car is going to come out and neutralise the race at the end of lap number 1.
Yes, and it is Pollard that stayed ahead of Harridge up to there. And then Peter Studer in third. Fourth is Tim Probert. Fifth is Steve-O. Sixth is Colin Gregory in the ex-Adam McCauley race-winning car. Then Matt Harbott is seventh. Eighth is Maurice Gloucester. Ninth, Phil Wardhouse. 10th is Bill Garner. How have Jordan and Hans got on? Well, Hans has passed Jordan. Jordan hasn't gained very many, has he, unfortunately? But Danny Hans has. He's gained, what, about 8, something like that.
So safety car out. Marshall, as you can see, are now at the seed of the Cooper and Belzy melee, and they will hopefully therefore be able to get those cars rescued fairly quickly. I imagine they'll wait for the train to go past, which it's doing so now, and then hopefully they'll be able to get those cars pushed back onto the circuit and hopefully either back round via the track to the paddock, or there is the shortcut there to the assembly area that could possibly take or get them behind the barriers where they are.
Yeah, drivers have got out now, haven't they? So, yeah. If they're going to push them back onto the track, that may take a few moments more.
So I suspect therefore they'll try and get them behind the barriers somewhere if they can.
Of course, safety car interruptions are quite new to Formula V racing. Not sure if we've actually had one before, because the safety car has been introduced into short races in 750 Motor Club or only over the last couple of seasons.
It has. I think we probably have had, and certainly I remember they had a well-documented one in a meeting run by another club, actually, which Formula V was guesting a few years ago. And I remember Craig Pollard got caught up with an issue in that race. I can't remember the exact detail, but yeah, certainly we have had safety cars before, and Craig Pollard it is that's leading around. So we are losing time during this. I can see the snatch vehicle has made its way onto the scene at Clervaux and is dealing with the first of the cars, which is Andrew Cooper. Now, if the safety car goes nice and slowly, it might be able to deal with. It's probably not going to do both in a lap, is it? It'll probably take a couple more laps to deal with these.
At Cadwell Park, Peter Belzy had to start near the back of the grid after qualifying issues and did a great job to get himself up to 5th and 9th in those two races. Qualified well here, and it didn't last any longer than one corner, unfortunately for him. How did the drivers get on from the back in this race? Well, Danny Hans got to 19th from 31st, so he's ahead of 9 cars that are still, actually 8 cars that are still running because of Elliot Mason for the pits. Ian Jordan is 21st from 27th on the grid.
But that looks like Danny Hans going slowly.
Don't think so.
Is it not? No, it's not actually, is it? It's one of the other...
7, I think.
It's the 7 car. Beg your pardon, same colour. Also a single-digit number.
Richard Walsh.
Yeah, beg your pardon, yeah. You're quite right. It's the Richard Walsh car that's going slowly at the back of the field with issues. So
yes, he started 22nd, so he had... Oh, he actually was running... where? You said there was a third car caught up in that incident, didn't you?
I didn't think it was him.
But I don't see that car at the end of the first lap.
Okay, well, I think that third car got away. So they are now rescuing the Belzy car as well. So they're not quite going to do it, are they? They're not quite going to be in a position where they can restart this time around. But what the safety car should be able to do is have a slightly quicker lap this time around, because the track should be clear very shortly.
Let's hope that slow car, if it can't continue, can get into a safe place as well.
We have had situations before, haven't we, where we've thought the safety car was about to be ended for one reason and then another reason.
Yes, as recently as last week, I seem to remember.
Indeed.
Yes, hope that's not the case here with Formula V. So it's the GAC of Craig Pollard, the Bears adapted car. I think Craig is running it with his dad this season, much like James Harridge, Maverick, which his dad was out yesterday in testing. Dave Harridge, who's been out of circuit racing for quite some time, but unfortunately engine issues with the new Maverick, the Class A car, which has different suspension. So hopefully we shall see him later on this season. James Harridge and Craig Pollard have been racing this championship now for a little while, haven't they? You said Craig Pollard, the 2018 champion. James Harridge, that car really come of form, didn't it, last year, winning all but one race.
That Richard Walsh spider, by the way, has caught the pack now, so that's good news. And the circuit is clear down at Clervaux.
That is the end of his first lap, according to the timing. So whether he stopped or... And obviously it was late to the collecting area and they let him out.
Potentially.
Either way, he's there now. So we've got a 28th car that is running in this.
Safety car lights still on. With any luck, they will turn out shortly. They're about halfway around the lap at the moment, and when they do, we'll get underway again. There'll be around about, I guess, 7.5 minutes of the race left to go. So about half of the race left to go by the time they come back round. So they'll probably get, what lap times were they doing this morning? 1:32. So they might get 5 laps.
I guess if you're going to have a safety car here, we would have it at the start of the race, so you have still plenty of racing to go, rather than interrupting the middle of it, or still later in the race, so the race can't get back underway, as we've seen again as recently as last week.
Yeah, absolutely right. Still yellow flags and safety car boards at the moment. Still lights on the safety car right now, but to me the circuit looks clear at Clervaux, so hopefully we will be able to go racing once again.
Yeah, you said it was a slow last lap, 37 miles per hour average speed. The last lap was under safety car. This one, I suspect, has been done a bit faster. The lights are now out, so Craig Pollard has backed the field right up through into the complex. When is he going to accelerate? You'd think perhaps it would be out of the complex and he can take a good run through the hairpin, but Ian, we shall see if that is the case.
Yeah, he does go now, as you say, on the exit of the right-hander through the hairpin. He goes, tries to steal a bit of a march on James Harridge. I think it might have worked actually for him. He's gained a few lengths at least, I would suggest, as they come up to the line. Green flag is waved. 7 minutes and 18 seconds as they go across the line to start lap number 4 of this race. It's Craig Pollard leading then in number 92 from number 1, James Harridge. So not as close between them this time. As there we have, again, quite a lot of curb being used by number 60, Tim Probert, who I think he was a winner, wasn't he, last time? Was it Croft or was that another meeting?
Donington.
Donington, that's right. I was trying to work out where he won. It is his local circuit. He's not always had the best of luck here, but I think he has had a podium in the past. Still there in 5th.
Yeah, I don't think Craig Pollard wants to be reminded of that Donington Park race. But
no.
Anyway, he's leading here at Croft from James Harridge. Big gap back to Studer, Probert and O. And there is Steve-O. Then in the best of the Alan Hardin Specialty HS, the Dominator that Steve-O runs in 5th place, and there's some battles here coming down towards Tower Bend. We can see on the live streaming pictures in front of spectators back at Croft for the first time this year, and great to see big grid for the 750 Motor Club racing for people to enjoy. So if you made your way here to Croft this weekend, I hope you are enjoying the racing. Through Sunny Corner on the screens there, Phil Waterhouse is chasing Maurice Gloucester. That is for 8th and 9th positions, the Gak and the Scarab. But here are the leaders, nose to tail.
Yeah, and a long way clear of Peter Studer and the rest. Quite a deep line being taken by Craig Pollard through that right-hander, and James Harris taking a different line again through the hairpin to the race leader. So it's Pollard, number 92, leading. Number 1, James Harris in second place. The one thing one of the things that safety car has done is meant that the traffic shouldn't play a big problem in this race, which it otherwise would have done, because there's quite a disparity of speed in Formula E, so there shouldn't be as much backmark lappery to worry about. Studer is still there in 4th, Tim Probert 5th, Steve O 5th, Colin Gregory 6th, Matt Harbert, Maurice Gloucester, Phil Waterhouse and Bill Garner rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, I suspect Craig Pollard after Cadwell Park will be quite content with no lap traffic. Fastest lap by James Harris, 1:32.44, which is 2 seconds under the lap record previously set by Ian Jordan. There are the leaders then through Tower. Pollard carries a lot of road through there.
Got a change for third and a spin. I can see out of my window for Peter Studer, so that's come on the exit of Tower Corner, and there might have been another involved there as well. That is the number 4 car of Studer that is trying to get back onto the circuit. He'd lost the position to Tim Probert, 3rd position going into Tower that time, and spun on the exit.
Looks like Colin Gregory might have got himself caught up in that as he spun across the circuit. I think he's continued, but the leaders are heading back towards the complex. Who will be in front? Will it be Craig Pollard or will it be James Harris? Well, it is Pollard then. But James Harris is very close, isn't he? Right on the gearbox of Pollard. Pollard takes a very different line here into the hairpin, a much tighter line, but it seems to work for him. It has done so far. Let's hope that's not famous last words for him. No, again, I'd say that works well for Craig Pollard. It's an unconventional line to watch, but it seems to have speed.
It does seem to work for him. Tim Probert in 3rd now, Steve O up to 4th as a result of what went on at Tower Corner, and it's the 33 car of Matt Harbert up into 5th position. Leaders down at Hawthorne though, and there is Tim Probert now in 3rd place going through, and he's got just about a second back to Steve O in 5th.
Probert didn't have a great time at Cadwell Park. He had a 7th and an 8th, so this is much better for him. There he is then, another driver who's been in V for some time. Steve-O is chasing him. He is, 1.6 seconds behind as they head their way down towards Tower. But here are the leaders into the Jim Clark S. There's a gap at the line with 1/3 of a second, but Pollard's lead perhaps looks slightly bigger at this part of the circuit, coming down into Barcroft, absolutely committed, over the curb, now on the brakes, into Sunny. And James Harris was telling me yesterday you can carry so much speed into that corner now with this re-tarmacked racetrack.
We've had about 12 minutes of this race so far, and 3 minutes therefore left to go. It's Pollard and Harridge then, class of the field this weekend. That seems certain, although obviously we lost Cooper and Belzy on the first corner, which may have made a slightly different complexion to this race, although I think we've still seen these two out front. They're coming through now, and this will be to start their penultimate lap, I reckon then. Pollard and Harridge over the line. Any improvements in the lap time? 1:32.44 was the best lap of the race. Just waiting for it to click through on our screens, which it has done now, and it's a new lap record for Craig Pollard, a 1:31.91.
And for the first time all day, that's quicker than the qualifying lap time that he managed this morning. Perhaps traffic influence that was, but either way, a good time. On your screens, Danny Hands crosses the line. Where has he worked his way into? We watched him down into Clairvaux.
8th.
That's impressive. I was looking further down the order, so good stuff there from Hans, and to get himself into the top 10. He's lapping quicker than everybody but the top 2.
And there's Ian Jordan, number 3, just behind actually the recovering Peter Studer after his spin at Tower Corner. So that is the battle now for, I think, 10th and 11th, 11th and 12th maybe. So that's good progress from Jordan.
Yeah, he's getting back into this, isn't he, now, after being out of the car for 18 months. And he's drawing up alongside Peter Studer, who raced Formula Ford 1600 in the 1980s, I think. And Studer's not giving up with this. Remember, he did qualify in the second row of the grid, and he keeps Ian Jordan at bay for now. as they turn their way into the Jim Clark exit. So they're getting away now from the likes of Craig Bell, I think, who Ian Jordan passed at the beginning of the lap, but he's right on the gearbox then of Studer coming down into Sunny. Jordan looks to the inside then in the car that his dad still prepared. I think Dave Jordan was saying this is his 36th season in Formula V. Ian in his 30th seasons. They've both been a real part of the championship. They've never raced in anything else, so great to see them back this year.
Yeah, so they are about to go on to their final lap. The race leaders already on their way, Craig Pollard and James Harridge. The gap between them, 1.26 seconds, so a bit more than what it says on your screen, which is a few laps out of date now, I'm afraid. Those two are a long way clear of the rest. Tim Probert in third place is more than 15 seconds behind the two leaders that are heading down to Tower Corner.
Steve-O in fourth. He's coming under pressure from Matt Harbaugh, who's having a great race here. I think his best race in Formula V. We'll see if we can pick them up, I think, on our cameras coming down towards Tower Bend. First of all, you'll see Tim Probert in third place. Then in fourth, Steve-O, being chased by the similar car of Matt Harbott, who in fact has Maurice Gloucester's GAC on his tail. Here they are then, Harbott in fifth, having his best race in the championship.
Yeah, 24 years old, from Leicestershire, a newcomer to racing last season. And still you can see the novice cross on the back of his car. So a relative newcomer, but putting a good performance inside the top six here at Croft this weekend. As he heads down through Barcroft and towards Sun, he's got the more experienced Maurice Gloucester behind him. Gloucester's been racing that car for a good few seasons now. Meanwhile, the leaders are out of the final corner, and the checkered flag is ready for them, and it's going to be Craig Pollard that takes the victory then, and it's his first win of the season, overdue win, he might say, and he beats James Harridge in the end by 0.8 of a second. So Harridge did close in on the final lap, but not enough to make a difference. Third place car coming up to the line now is going to be Tim Probert, number 60, so he completes the race in third position, relatively lonely in the end. Fourth to number 50, Steve-O. Fifth, and a change right at the end there, is number 94, Maurice Gloucester, ahead of Matt Harbott, number 33, so he drops down to sixth place in the end. Bill Garner comes home in 8th place. Danny Hans it is, up into 7th place in the end. Bill Garner 8th, and then I think we'll have Mark Egan and Ian Jordan, I think, completing the top 10.
Okay.
Good race that.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Although Craig Pollard was able to break the toe, which was impressive. Ian Jordan, to confirm, did come home in 10th. He got himself ahead of Peter Studer then. So that's a good effort from him. But how this grid system works, Hans and Jordan will have to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah.
I guess they've had good practice at it, and they should hopefully get a full 15 minutes to work their way through. But I'm sure Ian Jordan will be pleased with that, getting back into things. And Hans has made the most of a bad situation to get to 7th from the back of the grid and lapping a second or so slower than the leaders, and this is how they finished.
Yeah, indeed. Craig Pollard then taking the win by 0.8 per second in car number 92, the Bears GAC, from number 1, Maverick of James Harridge. Third place was number 60, Tim Probert. Then fourth was number 50, Steve-O. Fifth to number 94, Maurice Gloucester. Sixth to 33, Matt Harbert. Seventh to number 2, Danny Hans. Eighth to number 10, Bill Garner. Ninth to number 75, Mark Egan. And 10th to number 3, Ian Jordan. There's the remainder of the top 20 and the final part of the field. We obviously lost Elliot Mason very early on in that race, also retiring during the course of it, Philip Waterhouse and Colin Gregory. So we will have a word with the winner in just a moment, but the Formula V Championship, it's got plenty of rounds still to go. That was round 3, Josh, and where does the championship continue after this weekend?
That would be not Anglesey anymore, will it? It'll be Snetterton then in July, then Silverstone in August, then Anglesey, the new August date. So they have 3 rounds in quite quick succession before heading to Brands Hatch and Oulton Park to conclude the season. So a little bit of a break after tomorrow's race before a very busy spell for the Formula V Championship. And I know, speaking to James Harridge this morning, he's like, oh, got to make sure the car don't break, otherwise I might lose a lot of rounds in quite quick succession. But hopefully that won't be an issue. And we've got a real championship battle now, hot into hot up, between 2 young racers, James Harridge and Craig Pollard. Craig Pollard said to me this morning he was just coming here this season to have fun again. He found it quite stressful battling for a championship a few years ago. However, if you win races, championships can come as well. And I think that could be a situation that occurs for him this year after taking his first win. He's been on pole for every round of the championship as well. And certainly here at Croft, Ian, he was the man to beat.
Yeah, he was, and he'll have to do it all again tomorrow, though. I'm sure James Harridge will not make it easy for him. Craig Pollard will have his work cut out to make it 2 wins from 2 and match what James Harridge did at Cadwell Park a month or so ago. So that was the first race of the day for the Formula Vs, and we'll very shortly, hopefully, be able to head down to the pit lane area and hear from our race winner. Andy McEwan, I can see down there ready and waiting, and we are looking forward to hearing from Craig Pollard at the end of that race. And then we've got our mini endurance race. The 45-minute Roadsport race will be coming up next in just a few minutes time as well. But we're ready in the pit lane now, so let's head down to join Andy McEwan. He's got Craig Pollard with him.
Yeah, Craig, well done. Congratulations on the race victory. With James on your tail there, you never really had a moment to breathe though, did you?
No, I mean, James is such a quick driver. We've all been in it quite a while. It's a Formula that's got long-standing drivers, and you can never take a moment to breathe in Formula V, and when you've got James in your mirrors, you know he's going to be there for the long run.
I say you didn't have a moment to breathe. You did have that early safety car. Does that affect things at all, especially when it's early in the race?
Yeah, I mean, obviously always you get the chance to capitalise on a safety car if you can get the jump. James wasn't far behind, so I don't think it gave me as much of a gap as what I'd hoped for. Made a couple of mistakes later on in the lap, and James got on the back of me, but I love it here. We've had a couple of wins, so I know it gives me the confidence to go again.
We noticed during that race you've got quite an interesting line through this complex. Was that just because you were driving with defence in mind?
That and the engine that we're running is, as everyone is, high compression. It's trying to keep it on the cam, on the power. Otherwise, you start to get detonation within the engine. So slipping the clutch even just to try and get it through that last section, because it's one of the circuits which isn't necessarily sorted to the gearing of Formula V.
Well, you clearly were doing something right out there. Congratulations on the race win, Craig.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Craig Pollard then, winner of our first Formula V race of the weekend. They'll be back out again later on tomorrow. I think they're next back out. For now, though, cars are heading out on the circuit for our next race. It's the 45-minute Tagiwa Roadsports Series race. These are always good fun. And it's a very big grid of cars for the Tagiwa Roadsport Series race. 40 of them were out in qualifying, and this is how they're going to line up. The 69 car on pole position is going to be started by Andy Schultz, and next to him is number 37 Andy Marston. The second row, number 18 Simon Major, and alongside him Neil Primrose, number 44. Third row, 51 is started by Luke Handley, and the 127 car by Mark Grice. On to the fourth row. On the inside, it's number 4 Chris Freeman and 81 Lewis Rose next to him. Row 5 has 15 Colin Gillespie and 32 Leon Bidgeway. Row 6 has 6 Phil Dryborough and the 29 car of Matthew Weymouth. The 7th row, 25 Darren Ball and 13 David Sheed. The 8th row is 53 Johnny Weston Taylor and treble 6 Sammy Bowler. Then the 8th row is 110, that's John Morsley. 16 Nick Vaughan is going to be a non-starter though, I'm afraid. Row 10 has Sam McKee now starting the 36 car, a late change there, and 29 Nick Goff next to him. Row 11 is treble 6 James Alford and 117 Martin Gadsby. The 12th row, 78 Jonathan Packer and 95 Andy Bailey. And the 13th row is 58 Luke Plummer, and the 7th car being started by Matthew Van Dittra.
Then the 14th row, 98, Roy Baptiste and 181, Graham Kelly. The 15th row is 5, Jamie McEwan, I should say, and the Ivor Mayor's car 316. On row number 16, it is the 35 car being started by Daniel Krigo and 178 Pete Seeley. 163 is being started by Tom Sykes and 71 by Esther Quaintmere. And then it's 707 Jonathan Barrett and 188 Ian Deeves on the 18th row. 4 more cars still to go as the green flag lap gets underway already. It's 37 on 37th position. It's 41 Douglas Inglis and 131 Teo Bunyan and 22 Chris Fantana and Matthew Footman, number 125, round out the top 20, or all 20 rows of the grid, I should say. So Josh, 45 minutes ahead of us. Just briefly remind us of the format.
Yeah, so 45-minute race. Pit stops are between 15 and 30 minutes. The pit stops, I think, are 90 seconds duration this weekend, and a few cars that have pit stop penalties. Slightly different pit stop regulations that teams have got to get their heads around for today. I think the bulletin was announced yesterday, so I hope everybody's read it. With how the cars have to line up in the pits because it's a short pit lane and there are a lot of cars. 45-degree angles is how it should be, with teams having to push the cars back out. So that's an important situation for this weekend only, because there are big pit stop regulations and penalties if for teams that don't do that. But yeah, great grid of cars. You've got 4 classes. Split pretty evenly over the 40-car grid. Class A, the most powerful cars, based on power-to-weight ratio. I think 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Then all the way down to Class D for the lower-powered cars. A very similar format to the Club Enduro Championship we'll see tomorrow. And we've got a couple of BMW M3s then on the front row, with Andy Schulz, former Brit Car champion, there on pole position, alongside Andy Marston returning to the 750 Motor Club this weekend with a new car, this E46 M3 with some big arches on it. Then on the second row of the grid, newcomers at Silverstone doing a great job here. Car number 18, Simon Morga, new to the series, doing a great job there on the second row of the grid, alongside Neil Primrose, who's out in a Ginetta G20 with a 2-litre Zetec engine, the first of the Class B cars. He's done a great job there in that little Ginetta G20. Obviously quite a few mods done to it, as well as the bigger engine. Then on the third row, you've got Luke Handley, Volkswagen Golf, who's sharing with Rob Baker today, the area motorsport boss, and then Will Beach in a similar car. Looking back to Class C, I think you said it's Sam McKee now going first in the E36 328i, which he shares with newcomer to this season, Darryl Bennett. Second on the grid there is Jonathan Packer in his Honda Civic, and then in Class D, a bit further down, it was Pip Hammond that put the Vauxhall Nova GTE on pole position, but it'll be Esther Quaintmere to start it, ahead of Douglas Inglis's Mazda MX-5. And third on the grid, a car we haven't seen in the series before, the Abarth Punto of Teo Bunyan. So good to see that car here. It's a rolling start here, and we're about to get 45 minutes of racing underway.
Absolutely right. Safety car is about to pull into the pit lane, which it does now. So it's down to Andy Schultz and Andy Marston to control the pace as they watch the red lights on the gantry, which will go out now, and away they go. Then good start by Neil Primrose, who squeezes that little Ginetta between the pit wall and the BMWs there, and he's got, well, alongside one of them, he's not actually going to make up a place there. It's the 69 car that's going to head into the first corner in the lead. That is Andy Schultz then. The orange car, it looked like it was Andy Martin's white BMW M3 in second place as the field streaming through Hawthorne now for the first time. It's a 45-minute race. It's not one of these races that's going to be won on the first corner. It could be lost on the first corner, though. It looks like everyone has made it through, though. 45-minute race, pit stop in the middle, third. Several two-drive runners, but quite a lot of drivers going solo as well.
So a great start to the race then by Andy Schulz, who you'd expect here might be able to get away. He was a second quicker than Andy Marston in qualifying this morning. But look at some of the Class B cars here. You've got Luke Handley's Golf, had a Christopher Freeman Civic, bigger engine Civic, 2.4 litre car. side by side there between Lewis Rose's Civic and David Sheed in the BMW up the inside the Compact, which was a front runner at Cadwell Park in the all-comers race there. Behind them you've got a BMW. Is that Darren Ball, who's out this weekend in the BMW 1 Series, formerly raced by Colin Gillespie. Darren Ball's Porsche Cayman came to an end at Silverstone 5 weeks ago. 53 there, that's Johnny Weston Taylor, isn't it, Ian? Returning to the 750 Motor Club after some time away.
Yeah, former Formula 4 racer Johnny Weston Taylor, and front runner in that category in the past. So at the end of the first lap in this Tagiwa Roadsports Series race, fantastic grid of cars, great site they make, great variety of different manufacturers and models as well across all of the different classes, as you were saying, Josh. It's really, really good and encouraging to see a few quite unusual cars out. Just about to go through shot, you just missed it there, was the Punto Abarth, which is particularly unusual and interesting one. Problems though for one of the Civics, and that's 51 car.
Not the Golf.
It's the Golf, sorry, yes.
Of Luke Handley there in Motorsport. Well, there it is on your screen. So Luke Handley, who I guess is really doing practice for Club Enduro tomorrow, has come to a halt halfway down the straight.
And we've had a spinner as well out of the chicane, I think. That's one of the BMWs that's getting back up to speed now. Just trying to work out who that is. That
could it be Ben Gundry and Tom Sykes' free series?
Could be, and I think it was Sykes, it was, that was starting that car.
Handley's moved his car a bit further down the road, but on the grass, importantly.
Yeah, so leaders, as you can see, heading into the complex again. Here's the fight for third, though, and it's the Morja Civic and the Primrose Ginetta. Of course, Neil Primrose, best known as the drummer from Travis. And it's he's challenging there the Civic very closely indeed.
He has been a winner with the 750 Motor Club before, but in a very different car. This Ginetta G20, which at angles doesn't look much like a G20 anymore. It's got a roof on it, it's got no sort of back to the car, it's got a big rear wing as well. You can see it on your screens there now. It's a super lightweight model, which produces about 200 brake horsepower, I understand, the Ford Z-Tech engine that powers it, and Primrose driving it very well. I said he was a Class B car. That's been upgraded now to a Class A car, by the way.
Yeah, 95 Andy Bailey is into the pits. Double wave yellows for that Luke Handley car, which was only just off the edge of the circuit, isn't it, on the run to Tower Corner?
I understand that Andy Bailey had a bit of a prang yesterday and again this morning in qualifying, so whether there's some consequences from that, but we are going to get a safety car for that car, presumably that's off of Luke Handley, and there are no marshals that side of the circuit nearby, are they? It's on the opposite side, the marshal post, so we are going to get an early caution to this race, but glad to say, Ian, the start of the race is a bit calmer than what Silverstone was.
Well, that was, yes, a very difficult start to the race, in particular first corner incident, or second corner incident, down there at Beckett's, which claimed a few cars, unfortunately, some of them terminally, it would seem. Yeah, much calmer here.
The safety car will not help the leader here, because Andy Schulz is the quicker driver out of the pairing with Matthew Hampson, and he had pulled out 3 seconds in 2 laps. But of course that will come to nothing.
And of course it's too early to make a pit stop, because they can only make a pit stop 15 minutes into the race. We're only 5 minutes in so far.
Thankfully, I think is a word we could use here this weekend with how many cars did we get in the race in the end? 38. I don't think we want 38 cars coming into the pits in one go.
Probably not, no. Not if we can help it. We've seen similar things happen in other endurance categories in the recent past, with it not always ending well. So 5 minutes gone, safety car is out. Luke Handley's car will be recovered. He's parked, as Josh says, on the outside of the circuit. Marshall's posts on the inside of the circuit. There's just trees really to the side of the circuit from where Luke is at the moment, so it will need a bit of intervention to get that car recovered, and then we'll be able to continue for the remaining hopefully 35 minutes or so of the race.
So in the classes, it's William Beach in 5th overall that leads Class B in the Volkswagen Golf that he shared with Mark Grice. Just checking, they did start that way round car. What are they, 127?
I think it was Grice that started that car.
Yes, you're right. Mark Grice starting the William Beach Golf. Second in that is Christopher Freeman, and third is Liam Bidgeway, who I understands out in a Elite Cup car this weekend after his highest spec Exige blew up yesterday. Andy Bailey went out the pits and come back in, by the way. He's back into the pit lane now. Class C, that's being headed by Sam McKee, who drove his car to the circuit yesterday, that he shares with Darrell Bennett, the BMW 328i. Second is Jonathan Packer, right on his tail at the end of that lap before the safety car. And third in Class C is Rory Baptiste, 3 Series BMW. In Class D, well, it's Douglas Inglis who's got the best of that now in the Mazda MX-5. Esther Quaintmare, though, is still in second, and Chris Fantana's Mazda MX-5 is third.
Okay, so safety car still out here for the moment at Croft in this Takiwa Roadsports Series race. Second race of the season for these cars, of course. The season got underway at Silverstone, as Josh was saying, and the victory there was taken overall by Christopher Mills. Jamie Sturgis was second, and Nick Vaughan was third on that occasion.
So none of those 3 cars are starting today,
No,
are they? Nick Vaughan is here. Apparently they had a big repair job in his Audi A3 last night, but it's obviously come to nothing because that car was not really working in qualifying this morning, non-starter, and the other 2 didn't make the trip.
Indeed not. Class wins, as I've said, to Chris Mills, Liam Crilly, Matt Creed and Adam Reed, so we're going to get some different class winners as well. So
none of those here either, are they?
And that's the nature of a series, though, isn't it, rather than a championship, because drivers can just pick and choose races. They don't need to worry about committing to perhaps races that a bit further away from where they're based or whatever. So you do get different drivers taking in the series as the races go by, and then we get a lot of different race winners as well. That's the case in Roadsports, different winners across the season.
It obviously works because the grid has been massive for both Silverstone and here at Croft. Obviously you do get those drivers that commit to the series, do every race. I think over lunch we heard from Sammy Bowler, who I caught up with yesterday, who's moved over from Mini Challenge. She's committed to a full season of Roadsports. I think had a good race at Silverstone. And a lot of drivers here, like she was saying, enjoying something different, doing 15 or 20 minute races in single make racing like she had been. And there's a lot of others who have come from other categories now to a big, wide, varied grid. But within your class, there's plenty of competition of similar cars over a lap time, but maybe you make that lap time in a very different way.
I don't think we've yet talked about who's got the pit stop penalties, have we, during the course of this? So let's do that now. The Andy Schultz car, that's going to have a 10-second pit stop penalty, as too is the Andy Marston car. That'd be plus 5 seconds for Sam McKee and Darrell Bennett, plus 10 for Andy Bailey, plus 10 for Jamie McEwan, Tom McHugh, and plus 10 for Matthew Footman as well. So those are the drivers that have to serve a slightly longer pit stop.
So what that could do, particularly with this safety car period early on, is bring that Mulga and Primrose battle really into contention with those 2 BMWs out front. Now, are we going to get the race back underway at the end of this lap, I wonder, because the clear up...
Safety car lights are out.
OK, so we are going to get racing back underway with still 5 or so minutes before any pit stops can start happening.
And that's probably a good thing, as you say. 3 or 4 laps, therefore, they'll get in before the pit stops are... OK. So, safety car pulls in the Renault Megane, and therefore it's going to be Andy Schultz then to lead them over the line, and the race gets back underway for the remainder of the 45 minutes. There are 35 minutes left to go, and it is Schultz then leading the way from Marston. 2 BMWs as they head their way through Clairvaux Corner for the first time, but actually the little Civic is staying with the Marston BMW this time.
Behind, I think Colin Gillespie's BMW M4 got himself ahead of Christopher Freeman for 6th overall. There you're seeing car number 6 on screen, which is Phil Driver out in his Porsche Boxster, the ex-British GT racer. But the leader heading down into Tower Corner, the 2 BMW E46 M3s of different modifications. You can do that here. The regulation's pretty open to let you do what you want with your car as long as it's within the power to weight regs. There's Darren Ball then out in this new car to him this weekend, the BMW 1 Series, formerly raced by Colin Gillespie, who's up there a few places ahead of Darren Ball as he gets used to a new car. You've got the Porsche Driver in there, then the Lotus of Johnny Weston Taylor, which he shares with Motorsport Specials champion Andy Hiley this weekend, but there is driver then in the Porsche. So you've got BMW, Porsche, Lotus, they've got Honda in front, really showing the variety that you can get in one of these races.
So there you can see the green flags waving. That's because we're back underway after the safety car period, and that's to warn or let all of the drivers know that the race is back underway. And there's the Porsche. It was trying to make a move on the inside of the Darren Ball BMW there, but couldn't make that one work. And they are still at it as they go round the hairpin again to come through to complete the lap. And a good little scrap developing there between those two at the end of lap 6, and that's the battle for 10th and 11th, I think it is, 11th and 12th actually.
Rapid pace from the leader as their ball goes ahead of Lewis Rose. Andy Schultz has done a 1:29.71, which is under the qualifying times. Roadsports have only raced here in the damp before, so we're 6 seconds under the lap record, but also underneath the club enduro lap record too. So quick lap time from Andy Schultz out of traffic.
Yeah, we'll see the Club Enduro competitors have a crack at that lap record tomorrow as Driver gets at the inside of Rose now. So Rose losing a couple of positions in quick succession there, but fighting back on the exit of Tower Corner in that Honda Civic. I've seen him out in Civic Cup in the past, Lewis Rose, but for the moment it looks like he's just going to have to play second fiddle to that Porsche and worry about that Lotus behind him now. But not for much longer by the looks of it, because it's alongside into Sunny Corner and it goes through.
Yes, Johnny Weston Taylor getting back into things. I think it's been some time he's been out of racing, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. Up front, I can tell you that Andy Schultz is getting away here, but we do think that he probably needs to in the first part of this race. So this is 13, which is David Sheed in 9th place. 10th place then is the BMW of Darren Ball now, and then it's Phil Driver, number 6, in 11th position. That's the way of it, with the Lotus of Johnny Weston Taylor in 12th as they go up and over the line. You can see on screen the different classes that they represent, the different icons, different coloured icons representing the different classes within Roadsports. And those do, I think, now correspond to the different coloured sun strips they have as well. Black and orange flag, the meatball flag as we know it, that'll be to warn a driver that there's a mechanical issue with his car.
I think we just need another update on the timing tower, because unfortunately this weekend there's been a bit of a technical issue there, but I think the team downstairs at Alpha Live will do that for us in a moment, and then we can get up to date time for you watching at home. But in the battles on the circuit, there's almost 4 abreast coming down to the Jim Clark Ettis, and Johnny Weston Taylor squeezing his Lotus Elise between Phil Driver and Darren Ball. He's going to get both of them here. Absolutely brilliant move then down into the Jim Clark Ettis to get himself ahead of Darren Ball and of Phil Driver, and now he's going to have a go at David Sheed into Sunny Corner. He can't quite make that yet, but how Johnny Weston Taylor's going at the start of this race here would suggest he might not take too long to gain another position.
Absolutely. People on the feet saying, where is Nick Vaughan? Well, he was a non-starter, and Nick Goff is in 17th position at the moment.
And now for you watching at home who perhaps haven't got access to live timing, it is updated on the left-hand side of your screen, so big thanks to the guys downstairs for that.
Yes, so what it tells us is that we are 14 minutes and 27 seconds into the race in the case of the race leader, Andy Schultz, who is now 7.72 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So that black flag now being prepared to be shown to the driver that's got the black and orange flag. Now I wonder who that's for. I did notice earlier the Neil Primrose Ginetto. It looked like there was some kind of fluid emitting from the back of that car. So I don't know if it's that car that's in trouble. We'll have to wait and see.
Looks like our camera crew are heading that direction, so Alpha Live absolutely on the case to give us the latest information, and I'm sure we'll find that out in a few moments' time.
Yeah, and pit lane window now open as well, because we've had 30 minutes left to go in the race. You can just about see it behind the black flag with the orange spot on it. There's a great battle actually just coming over our right shoulder, Josh, into the complex, which we're not seeing on the screen. There's another good battle on the screen though, so we've still got David Sheed there in 9th position. Johnny Weston Taylor was showing 10th at the start of the lap, but he's lost out again to Darren Ball during the course of this lap so far. But you've got these 5 really quite different cars in a way having an absolutely immense battle.
Absolutely, which shows you how well the class system works, although we have got actually some Class A and some Class B cars in here. But when you get so many cars in a race, you're going to find somebody to battle with, really, aren't you? Even if the car's totally different. Here comes Weston Taylor, tries to come up the inside, can't manage it, but he may lose a position now because driver is on the outside in the Porsche. But of course the Lotus light, therefore it's good through this part of the track, through the complex. Lewis Rose is getting in on this now as well, but Weston Taylor is going to try and go right round the outside of Darren Ball, who's going to bail out of this. He's had enough of this battle. He's for the pit lane.
Yeah, so the first of the major drivers then to head into the pit lane, of course, Darren Ball, and he will make his stop. 90-second stop it has to be at the moment, and I can see from my window he does follow the regulations, and he pulls in at 45 degrees and will reverse out of his slot when the time comes.
Well, I hope to be pushed out rather than...
Well, yes, pushed out, I should say, but backwards to join the race.
Here's the leader then in traffic, Andy Schulz. He's 10 seconds ahead of anybody else. He's very rapid, as you'd perhaps expect from Andy Schulz in this E46 M3 that he shares with Matthew Hampson. He makes his way down into the complex then for the 10th lap of this race, and he's passed them all already, including the MGF. Good to see that out with us for the first time. I think that's Ian Deeves who's out there in that car, to another new model to add to what must be a massive list we've had over the last decade or so since Roadsports has returned.
Yeah, absolutely. Be interesting to get a full comprehensive list of all of the different kinds of cars that we've had. There's the 707 car. It's Jonathan Barrett's BMW into the pit lane. I'm not sure if that's a scheduled stop or not. And now comes the Punto. The Punto at Bath is into the pit lane as well. 131. That's the Teo Bunyan car. So that's in for its pit stop.
We've got
as well.
Slippery surface flags out at Sunny. That's because there's a cone in the track. So not so much a slippery surface, a bit of a obstacle to deal with, and it seems that some drivers have dealt with it by just clattering over the top of it.
Yeah, it didn't seem to do them too much harm, did it?
There's the Punto that's parked up next to Darren Ball, so great to see that car out. Another car to add to that list that I guess isn't actually on any sort of paper at the moment, but in our mind, thinking back over the years of Roadsports, another new car. But Darren Ball is about to enter the circuit once more. So here, drop down the timing screens to start with, but of course there's other drivers pit, which they will need to hit their return. Here's about a second, because Marston's been caught here by Simon Morga in that Honda Civic.
Yeah, and they're lapping as well the Douglas Inglis Mazda MX-5, as well as the 58 Ginetta comes into the pit lane as well. Luke Plummer, I can tell you.
You mentioned Douglas Inglis there in the MX-5. He is the Class D leader, so he's having a good race. This, the battle of a second continues. You see the pit board, open board is still being shown to the drivers, so they know they can pit. There's the leader then that blasts across the line, Andy Schulz. He's 12 seconds clear of the second place battle, which is almost side by side through the hairpin. Not watching that, just watching the Punto coming back out the pits. Here now we see the second place battle. Andy Marston keeping ahead for now of Simon Morga. Marston, I think, been a winner of these races in the past, but it's been a few years out. He's got a new car now, getting used to that here at Croft, and battling away for second from the newcomer who's out in that Civic that's going really well. One of the 2.4 litre cars that's out in Class A there. Nose to tail as they turn their way through Hawthorne.
Ian Deeves in the MGF and Chris Fantana in the Mazda, both into the pits, as is Lewis Rose, number 81, and he was from 8th position, and also the 110 car, which is the Maudsley and Mead Golf as well. So a couple of the more front-running cars in now.
Andy Schulz has pulled out 15 seconds now to the gap battle for second place, so he's not only good out of traffic, he's good in traffic too. Perhaps not a particular surprise from his background in racing and endurance racing in particular. But here's Marston then in P2 ahead of Morgan. Then into 4th place now has come Colin Gillespie in the BMW M4. Into 5th comes the new Class B leader, Liam Bidgeway. Has got himself ahead of Mark Grice's Volkswagen Golf. So Bidgeway's got a Lotus that actually lasted a few laps today, which is good, and a different car for him to be out in. And he's leading Class B, so that's good to see. But this is out of a second that continues on its way through the complex, coming towards half distance in this race.
Yeah, so we've got about another 9 minutes in which to make their pit stops. Wonder if either of these two will pit this time. It's the Civic's coming in, isn't it? The Civic is coming in, so that will be to hand over to Matthew Faulkner for the second part of the race.
Out of my commentary box window, you see that Colin Gillespie's got a problem in the M4, just going into the hairpin. He lost a number of positions there, and I'm sure we'll be bound for the pit lane. Has he got a puncture, I wonder? He was very much struggling through the hairpin. You can see that on our screen now. Then Gillespie for the pits. Is that front left tyre okay, is my question mark?
Looks a little bit deflated, but hard to tell. It doesn't look quite right, but we'll see whether that's the problem or not. So there's the second place car on its own, and there you can see the Gillespie car. Well, the front tyre is in the shadow. They're getting it up. That's where the attention is, certainly, Josh.
Yes, it was very hard to see, as you say, in the shadow. It sort of pulled it out of our view, but perhaps Andy McEwan will be closer to the ground to give us a report.
I can see Esther Quaitmere has been into the pit lane now. She's just come into the pit lane to hand over to Pip Hammond in that number 71 Nova. And also number 5 is in, which is the McHugh's Porsche 944, and that'll be to change over as well. What's that tyre looking like?
Off the rim more than actually punctured. Hard to tell, really.
I wonder if there's some contact there or something that may have caused that to happen. The leader's in, though. The leader, number 69, is now down the pit lane. Andy Schultz in to make his stop almost exactly at half distance as well, and that will be to hand over to his teammate Matthew Hampson.
Yes, we'll see what kind of pace Matthew Hampson can put in. His gap was 17 seconds to Andy Marston, so that's one to watch. Both him and Marston have this 10-second penalty, don't they? Where the Civic did not. Now Matthew Faulkner at the wheel. So Faulkner should get second when this all settles out, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Between the two M3s.
Quick spritz of the window there, just to make sure that the leader's visibility is clean. Matthew Hampson is sitting there waiting. He'll have to do so for 100 seconds altogether with this 10-second extra pit stop penalty to serve.
Looks like in qualifying, Hampson was about 5 seconds slower than Schultz, so he'll be hoping to get a bit closer, I suspect, in race trim.
There's Neil Primrose in the Ginetta. I don't know if we ever got to the bottom of who the black and orange mechanical warning flag was for.
Yeah, it was Primrose. We saw that on the screen.
Okay, right, okay, we did.
But yeah, he must have pitted, mustn't he? But he's come back out down in 29th position behind Darren Ball, who he was ahead of earlier. So I think he did lose a bit of time, presumably as the team worked out what the issue was. We're going to see him back out there. He's out in Club Enduro tomorrow too in the little Ginetta G20.
Nick Goff's into the pits for those of you that are following his progress. He was up to 12th as a result of other drivers pitting ahead of him. There's another 6 minutes or so of the pit stop window available. That cone's still there at Sunny. It's not been completely removed from the circuit, but I guess it's no longer now on the racing line as such.
We're looking at Phil Dryborough, who's third in Class B. Liam Bidgeway, now he's got to the front of that. He's pulled out 4 seconds to Mark Grice. So Lotus Elite ahead of Volkswagen Golf and Porsche Boxster in Class B. Sammy Bowler up to 4th, who I caught up with yesterday. Class C, it's Sam McKee that heads the way there. I think he hasn't pitted yet, from Rory Baptiste and Jonathan Packer. So Packer's dropped a place since we last looked at that. And the Class D cars, I think, are heading their way through their pit stops. You mentioned Quaitmere in for Hammond, former Classic Stock Catch champion, of course, out in his Vauxhall Nova this weekend. Lots of cars heading through the chicane, including Christopher Freeman. He's pitted, I think. He has. And he's 16 seconds behind. This is interesting. So he's 16 seconds behind Hampson. He's got ahead of the Mulga Faulkner Civic that seems to have lost time in the stop. So a slow stop, it would seem, to Matthew Faulkner. So that's not going to help their cause. So Christopher Freeman's Class B car has got between them. But downstairs in the pit lane, we can hear from Andy McEwan.
Yeah, I've got Andy Schultz with me now, actually. He's just jumped out of the race-leading BMW. Andy's here with me now. Andy, good effort there in that first stint. Well done.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed that. It was great fun to be back on track. The car's working lovely now, so we're really getting there with it, getting the reliability, getting the pace out of it. And Matthew's having a brilliant time, so happy days. And the sun's come out. You know, it's mega, isn't it?
I know it's been a while since we've been able to say that at a racetrack, hasn't it? Tough out there, though, in this heat on the tyres. It's a longer race, and of course, any damage you do to the tyres, Matthew's got to deal with in the second half of the race.
That's right. Yeah, it's it's quite tricky because you want to pull a gap, try and get a good few laps in fast pace, and then try and maintain that gap and build it for Matthew. But if you do keep pushing too hard, keep sliding it around, they'll just cook the tyres. So it's a balancing act, really, just getting the pace right so that Matthew's got a good car to lean on.
What words of advice have you given him now then for his stint?
I've got him working on 2 separate areas, just carrying a little bit more entry speed in, and then just holding off a little bit before he gets into full power, and that should give him some good lap time, I think.
Well, we'll watch to see how he gets on. Well done, mate.
Great, thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks to Andy McEwan down there in the pits with Andy Schultz. And there's another Andy Marston there, flashing his lights, presumably, at back markers to get them out of the way. 18 minutes left to go, so just another 3 minutes left of the pit lane window. Sam McKee, I can see, is now coming in to make his driver change as well. We also had a spin, didn't we, down at the hairpin while we were hearing from Andy Schultz?
Yeah, that was Jonathan Barrett, who was put into a spin by Christopher Freeman's Honda Civic, who's second of the pit stoppers and rapidly catching Matthew Hampson, a gap of 11 seconds between them, but they're both being caught by Matthew Faulkner, who's the third of the stoppers. But when Andy Marston comes in, we'll get a bit more of a better read on that. Andy Bailey's making another stop. On the screens, we can see now Andy Hiley at the wheel of the Lotus Elise that was started by Johnny Weston Taylor. They were battling with Neil Primrose, but they were very close across the line. I wonder if the Genettas got ahead of Andy Hiley, but I guess this could be Andy Hiley's first race in a GT-type car rather than an open-top sports or kit car.
Potentially. We've seen him out as recently as last weekend, haven't we, in the Sports Specials Championship in the Kronos.
Pip Hammond's pushing on, no surprise there. He was out over the curbs, out of the chicane. How is he doing then? He's taken over from Esther Quaintmere.
32nd, I think, at the moment.
He's third in Class D. He's got 20 seconds to make up on Douglas Inglis, but on best lap times he's a couple of seconds quicker. So Pip Hammond on the chase.
OK, we'll see if Pip Hammond can get something in the way of a class result out of the that Nova.
Christopher Freeman's back in the pits after that contact. He was second of the pit stoppers, but he's running no more on the circuit. He's back into the pits in the Honda Civic.
And Sammy Bowler into the pit lane as well. So there's the 316 car, which is Ivor Mares.
I see he's taken the roof off the car this weekend. Perhaps a bit too warm this weekend to have the roof, so he's going for cooling rather than for aerodynamics.
Yeah, it's just looks at the weather forecast, I think, and he's going to get past Pip Hammond's Nova there.
And that's for second in Class D. The other two, the Nova going round the outside, so Pip Hammond gains a place there, passing Chris Fantana's MX-5, which he was 6 seconds behind at the beginning of the lap.
Yeah, Ivor Mares in a different class and a lap ahead, I think, of the other two. So that's not for class position. Andy Marston now, the race leader, is into the pits. So Marston is in number 37.
So we should look now for Matthew Hampson, who's the best of the pit stoppers by 14 seconds over Matthew Faulkner, although Faulkner is lapping 3 seconds faster at the moment. So in the stocks, can Marston jump into the lead? I think that's Brett Evans at the front of the car, who raced with Andy Marston, if you remember, a few years ago, and is out in the Type R Trophy this weekend.
One driver that started this race late, by the way, is Matthew Weymouth, who I think joined in about halfway through in his BMW. He was supposed to start, I think, 12th on the grid, but I suspect if I look, he's well, the only person who's done less laps is the Luke Handley Golf, which retired very early on.
We're watching Pip Hammond now in the PDC race in Nova. He's now 15 seconds behind Douglas English for Class D lead. He's 4 seconds faster than the MX-5 in front of him, so he should, on that rate, catch the Class D leader, which I'm sure Pip's very keen to do.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the pit lane window is about to close because we are ticking down towards 15 minutes. So if there's anyone that's not yet made their stop, they're going to have a penalty applied. I'm sure there will be other penalties for people who might have made short stops and that kind of thing as well.
Well, James Alford's just gone across the line to take the lead. I don't think he came into the pit, which is slightly concerning for him, but just watching out my window to look for the Hampson car. Here it comes into the complex. Not sure if you can see the Marston car in the pit lane here, and to see
it's
when
still there, yeah.
Okay, so
it's just being pushed back it now.
And Hampson turns his way out of the hairpin, so he should take the lead still, but Andy Marston's got the chance to chase. and he's not going to be too far away.
No, there's not going to be too much in it.
Just seen on the screen, James Alford did come into the pit, so he did just, with 5 seconds to go in the window, get into the pit lane.
Timing is everything. So it's Schultz and Hampson then that are effectively back into the lead. Hampson is now at the wheel of that car, but there'll be 5 seconds, I guess, between the two of them, between Hampson and Marston now. And Marston, of course, driving solo.
And Matthew Faulkner not far behind. He's taken over the Honda Civic that was started by his co-driver Simon Mulga. Then in 5th or 4th position will be the Class B leader, which is Liam Bidway. So he's having a good run in this different car to him. He tested the Exige yesterday, that blew an engine. He's out in the Lease Cup car this weekend, which is slightly slower, therefore it's a Class B car, but he's having a much better time in it, leading his class.
13.5 minutes left to go then. James Alford showing on the screen in the lead, but of course he's now made his pit stop, so he will tumble down the order, and that will leave Marston out front from Matthew Hampson in second, Matthew Faulkner third, Leon Bidway fourth, Colin Gillespie in fifth. There you can see the 117 car. That's Martin Gadsby in his BMW Compact. Nice livery on that one, retro livery on that. And there he is again, because he's just between the leader and Pip Hammond, who's trying to do great things in Class D. But also you could see in that shot the Andy Marston BMW as well, the white car that's chasing after the race here. So we'll now get our first real idea on the gap between those two cars.
It's not large, put it that way. Remember, it was 17 seconds, I think, before the pit stops. Hampson goes across the line a better lap than he's done all race, I think, in the 35s, but he's only leading by 3.3 seconds, and I suspect Andy Marston will be able to catch that. What can Matthew Faulkner do? Well, he's in the 35s. He's only a further 6 seconds behind Marston. You mentioned Pip Hammond in that group. He's now catching Douglas Inglis and more, and if I click the right buttons, I can tell you the gap between him and the MX-5. It's only 5.5 seconds now. He might catch him on this lap, such a rate of chase from the former Classic Stock Cats champ.
There in the background with the lights flashing is Andy Marston chasing after Matthew Hampson in the orange BMW M3, so the two M3s out front here, and still the Honda Civic in third of Matthew Faulkner.
In fourth and fifth, Liam Bidway and Colin Gillespie are quicker than the three in front. Obviously we haven't had a true lap back from Marston yet, but I wonder if they can buy themselves into a decent result here.
Yeah, they've got 10 seconds or so to make up, haven't they, onto the sort of leaders.
And the leaders are together now as they come into the complex. That 3 seconds has gone immediately, and Marston dives up the inside into the right-handed element of the complex, and he goes through then into the lead of the motor race. It's not a big surprise, really, is it? So Andy Marston, on his return to the series, looks set, really, now you'd have to say, for a win. And I think a new car for him this time out.
Yeah, so obviously Matthew Hampson not really doing anything about it. We've got the two Class D leads about to come over the line together. You're about to see them. I think that's the Mazda MX-5 and the Vauxhall Nova. Just missed out on that, I think. But so they're heading into Clervaux now. Oh, is that BMW off?
Graham Kelly,
it's Graham Kelly's BMW off into the gravel there. He's come out the other side, and we'll get the car turned around and going again. But there is the Class D lead battle just going through in the background. So Pip Hammond on another BMW off the road as well.
Rory
Pip
Baptiste.
Hammond now with Douglas Inglis.
Yeah, here they come. So how long is it going to take for Pip to get through? Got two very different cars from a very similar era, the Mazda MX-5 and the Vauxhall Nova. The Nova's actually quicker in a straight line, and Pip Hammond pulls to the left-hand side of the racetrack going down towards Tower Bend, and I suspect he'll be late on the brakes, but Douglas Inglis isn't going to let him have this easily. The two of them go side by side then through Tower. The rear-wheel drive MX-5 and the front-wheel drive Vauxhall Nova. Two drivers of different experience, I think it's fair to say, but Pip Hammond into the Jim Clark S is more committed. Unsurprisingly, takes the lead then of Class D, was catching at a quick rate, and now he leads, I think, in the first race he's contested this year.
Yeah, I think it is his first time out, isn't it? Oh, and that's who's that part?
That's the
Colin Gillespie car, isn't it?
Who, remember, said was going well inside the top 5, but he's no longer running, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Class C we haven't mentioned lately. Rory Baptiste, who we saw off the road, had just passed Darrell Bennett in Sam McKee's BMW E36, so we're going to have to see how that pans out, because there was only a second between them, and as across the line, Daryl Bennett retakes the lead of Class C. He's 3 seconds ahead of Rory Baptiste, and Jonathan Packer is third, not far behind. So the top three in Class C are not far apart. But for Class D, it's still on the battle.
It is just about. It's going to be Matthew Weymouth that's going to come barrelling past both of them down the start and finish straight. And the BMW that was late to the start of this race, possibly some problems there that just needed to be tweaked. So really, Matthew just getting some track time in more than anything else after that late start to the race. He'd normally be someone up towards the sharp end of the field, that's for certain.
Class B, Liam Bidgeway leads by 13 seconds over William Beach. Phil Driver has just got third away from Lewis Rose, though, so the Porsche ahead of the Honda.
There's Pip Hammond in the Nova, and you can see he's not built a very big lead. I thought he might have got away a bit more than that from the MX-5 during the course of the last lap or so, but no, it's not to be so far.
It looks like now Douglas Inglis has realised he's in a race for the win of the class. He's sped up somewhat, doesn't it? As the Gillespie cars are being seen to. I'm watching out for the Class C battle to see if we can pick that up. And I think it's changed again, because we've lost the Daryl Bennett and Sam McKeague BMW, I reckon. Because Rory Baptiste is about to come into your shot to cross the line. Not far. No, Daryl Bennett's there, but he's lost the lead of the class, hasn't he? And then Jonathan Packer third. So 3 of this massive group across the line. The top 3 in Class C now headed once more by Rory Baptiste. Second is Daryl Bennett, and third is Jonathan Packer heading down towards Clairvaux, with cars lapping them and them lapping cars. There's the white BMW, that's the class leader.
Yeah, so that's Rory Baptiste, number 98. He had a moment a couple of laps ago, didn't he? But he's recovered well from that. There is the race leader, though, Andy Martin, with just about 7.5 minutes to go. And there is the Ponto Bath, which is resplendent. It looks absolutely magnificent, but it's about to be lapped by the Golf and others.
Good to encourage our talent to the Alfa Romeo Championship, wouldn't it, that runs the 750 Motor Club, that allows in that type of car.
Absolutely. So
there's Hampson in the traffic in second, and there's third, catching him, Matthew Faulkner. So there's many positions yet to be contested in the last 7.5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, it could have some changes yet. And there you can see that Packer Civic in the middle of this.
I think there's yellows here, isn't there?
Yeah, there will be, while the Colin Gillespie car is dealt with, although it looks like it's possibly moved out of position now. It looks like there's green flags now as people try to change and recover positions.
So that's allowed Baptiste and Bennett get away from Jonathan Packer in the Class C battle, and Reddy brought second and third overall together. Matthew Hampson being caught by Matthew Faulkner, so the Honda Civic may gain a place, I think, before the end of this.
I think we can probably pretty much rule Andy Marston out of this now, because he's 6.2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. There you can see one of the BMWs trying to make a move, and the Punto's for pits, I'm afraid. That's a shame, since we're building it up.
And mentioned Alfa Romeo at the same time.
Yeah, well, that's rubbed off, hasn't it? Anyway, 6 minutes left to go. There's Pip Hammond, who I think now has put some more daylight between himself and his... Yeah, there's the nearest Class D rival, Douglas Inglis. So Pip Hammond's a bit more secure in that car that he's sharing with his other half, Esther Quaidmere, this weekend.
In the Class B lead, Liam Bidgeway is only 5 seconds behind. The second place battle overall now. Hampson and Morgan, they go through your shot there. Then the Lotus in fourth position is catching them rapidly. So watch out there for the white Lotus of Liam Bidgeway. Okay, he's leading his class, but he might gain positions onto an overall podium, although if we had an incident down at Clairvaux, there's gravel settling or dust settling. I think a car went into the gravel but has made its way back out. Here's Liam Bidgeway, the Class B leader in this little Elise Cup car. He is really rapid in it. He makes his way then down into the right-hander at Sunny. He was only 5 seconds behind Matthew Faulkner's Civic on the last lap and chasing. We're seeing in the last 5 minutes whether he can catch him. He's 16 seconds in front of anybody else in Class B, which is William Beach, who's second, and third is Phil Dryborough.
Yeah, so into the final 5 minutes of this 45-minute race for the Takiwa Roadsports series. We'll have the 2-hour club endurance race tomorrow. Again back by Takiwa, but for today it's the and very Ivan Mayer's taking a very odd line through the hairpin that time, but he's rejoined the circuit. Black and white driving stance flag being shown to somebody. We can't see the number on the board that's being shown. That's more than likely for a track limits infringement, though, rather than anything else.
There's Sammy Bowler, she's in 12th overall. I don't think she's battling with the Porsche in front of her. She's 5 seconds behind Andy Hiley's Lotus and 11 seconds ahead of James Alford, and she makes her way up the inside in the Mini Cooper S, ahead of the Porsche 968 on the road. I think we have seen some of them out, but it's good to see the front engine Porsches racing with the 750 Motor Club here at Croft. Of course, we have lots more Porsches out later in the year in the all Porsche trophy that 750 Motor Club are running nowadays.
Yeah, we have that as well. That's had a couple of rounds so far this season. One at Donington and one at Brands Hatch. So less than 4 minutes to go in this race, and you've got one of the Golfs just coming over the line now, and the Ian Deeves MGF. Nice to see that out as well. And one of the next cars through is going to be that of the race leader, Andy Martin, who will probably have... I was just wondering whether this car sounded quite as healthy as it should at that time. He's probably going to have, what we got, 3 laps to go probably.
Off the road into the field goes Andy Bailey. He's not had a good race. He's had about 4 pit stops, and now he's off the road at Tower. He was all locked up when he got there. He, I think, said there was some brake issues in qualifying.
Yeah.
That would suggest there are still brake issues with his Honda Civic. Across the line, though, here's second and third. Hampson and Faulkner both being caught in the background. You might see a white Lotus. That's Liam Bidway. He's only 3 seconds behind now.
And up on the inside goes the Civic, and it goes through and relatively uncontested takes the position. So second overall, second in Class A goes that Matthew Faulkner Honda Civic now at the expense of the Matthew Hampson BMW, and I guess that was kind of expected. Yellow flags at Tower Corner, that's for the Andy Bailey car.
Behind in Class B, of course Liam Bidway still leads, but Phil Driver has got himself ahead of Mark Grice.
Lewis Rose from 7th place is into the pit lane as well, car number 81. So a very late retirement for Lewis. That's heartbreaking.
And there's another one, which is the Punto back in, so it went back out, but not for very long, I'm afraid. In Class C, just to give you an update there, Rory Baptiste leads Darrell Bennett by 3 seconds, and there's a further 3 seconds back from Jonathan Packer. And Ivan Mayer's going well. He's 4th in class, just a couple of seconds further back. So the top 4, there's Mayer's on the screen, in Class C, and not that far apart from one another. Ivan Mayer's, you can't quite, in that shot, see the Civic that he's chasing.
So 3.16 Ivan Mayers and 1.53 in shot there as well. That's the Gundry and Sykes 3.30 into the last minute and a half of this race. What's gone on there?
Just on your shot there, you could see Liam Bidway, I think, lean in on the John Maudsley and Stuart Mead Gulf that he was trying to lap.
Came from quite a long way behind, I thought.
Yes, I think hopefully got away with that. He was trying to chase this overall podium positions. I don't think he's quite going to manage it now with possibly 2 laps to go. It's going to be pretty tight, isn't it, when Andy Marston gets back around. And Liam Bidway still trying to get himself ahead of this Gulf that's not making it terribly easy for him, but he's done it in the end. I guess who's in the Gulf now? It's Stuart Mead. Probably isn't particularly impressed with the Lotus clattering into the side of him a few moments ago.
No. So there is Matthew Weymouth charging down alongside the Darrell Bennett, as it now is 3 Series, Sam McKee car. You can see the road plates on the back of that, driven to and from all of the meetings still.
He's only dropped 4 seconds away from Rory Baptiste, so it's been a good drive here from Darrell Bennett. But here's the leader with only a few seconds left. With only a few seconds left of the race, we'll see if we get one further lap here.
Yeah, we might have a 5-second penalty for Neil Primrose possibly, but we'll see if we're going to get the checkered flag this time. It's touch and go. Last lap board is shown, so yeah, it's about 7 seconds to go as Andy Marston goes across the line, so he will go on to his 27th and final lap of the race, and he's got a healthy margin, hasn't he, because only now is the Civic, the 2nd place Civic, Matthew Faulkner, coming out of the hairpin, chased by the Matthew Hampson BMW. But the race leader on his final lap then. Have we got anything to sort out in the classes, do you think, now?
Well, not for the classes, but for third and fourth overall, Liam Bidgeway is now only 1.7 seconds behind Matthew Hampson, so that could change, but that's not in the classes. Class B for second, Driver to Beach was only 1.2 seconds. Has that gone out as they cross the line this time to complete their 26th lap? It has a bit, so that looks pretty settled. Class C, Darryl Bennett's only a couple of seconds ahead of Jonathan Packer, and in Class D, Pip Hammond's getting away there now. So I think the main potential change could be for third overall. So we see that as they come to the end of the lap.
I'm not sure that's going to happen. I think it looks like Bidgeway is a bit too far behind. I think he got held a little bit by Nick Goff, if anything, on the way out of Hawthorne that time. But there is the race leader then, number 37, Andy Marston, who has really probably been in control of this race all the way throughout. Not necessarily leading it all the way throughout, but knowing that the car that was ahead possibly had a slightly slower driver in for the second part of the race. It's always been in reasonably good order for Andy Marston. Then he turns his way out of the hairpin for the 27th and final time. Checkered flag is made ready, you can see lights flashing now, not because back markers need to get out of the way, but in celebration, because Andy Marston wins the second race of the season for the Tequila Roadsports Series, and it's quite a long advantage that he has over just a 5-second penalty, we think, is for Neil Primrose, 15 seconds now for Neil Primrose, in fact, which will drop him back from 7th to 8th overall, I think, looking at the timing screen at the moment. But the rest of the cars coming through, so second place has gone the way of the Faulkner and Morga Civic. The Schultz and Hampson BMW E46 M3 has come home third. Leon Bidgeway was about 1.7 seconds behind it in the end in fourth position. Then just over the line now goes the Drybrough Porsche Boxster in fifth place. Then it's the Grice and Beach Golf, which we didn't see too much of during the course of that race. That took sixth.
In amongst that group, for third in Class C, Ivor Mayers is alongside Jonathan Packer, but didn't quite get the better of him. I'd say that was one of Ivor Mayers' best races, with good pace in that Mazda MX-5, finishing fourth in Class C, but catching the three leaders at the end there.
Okay, so checker flag waving as the remaining cars come through. I think most of them have come through now. There is Andy Marston, and you can see out of our window Pip Hammond just coming across the line now. He takes the checkered flag to win Class D in the car that he shares with Esther Quaitmere. So well done to Pip Hammond on his first race of the season.
Rory Baptiste won Class C by 4 seconds over Darryl Bennett and Sam McKee. Third, Jonathan Packer, just as I said earlier. Class B won by Liam Bidgeway or Phil Driver. That was a good drive from him. And third, the Beach and Grice Civic. And on the Class A, top three, of course, top three overall, Marston from Morgan Faulkner and Hampton Schultz. And I think we're about to see the full rundown of the results.
Yeah, 37 Andy Marston, the winner then by 14 seconds from number 18, the Morgan Faulkner Civic. Then third, number 69, the Hampton and Schultz BMW. In fourth place, number 32, Leon Bidgeway's Lotus Elise. Then fifth, number 6, Phil Driver in the Porsche. Sixth, 127, the Beach and Grice Golf. Seventh, but it'll be actually eighth in the end for Neil Primrose in the Janetta. Gets a 15-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That moves up David Cheetham, Malcolm Edison in seventh place. Ninth to 25, Darren Ball in the 1 Series. And 10th to the Lotus Elise of Johnny Weston Taylor and Andy Hiley. Bit further back, Sammy Bowler, great result for her in the Mini Cooper S. She took 11th ahead of James Alford, Nick Goff and the Maudsley and Mead Golf. Winning Class C, Rory Baptiste in the E46 330i ahead of Sam McKee and Darryl Bennett in the E36 328i. And Jonathan Packer third in the Honda Civic Type R. Then Ivor Mayers, Martin Gadsby and Pete Seeley. Further back, Graham Kelly, Luke Plummer, the McHughes were 23rd, then Jonathan Barret, despite a spin or two, 24th, then Gundry and Sykes, they had their own moment. 26th overall, the Class D winner, that was Esther Quaitmere and Pip Hammond from Douglas Inglis, second in that class. Then behind Lewis Rose, who I think actually was a pit visitor in the end, and Ian Deeves, Chris Fantana, third within Class D. And then there's the Footman Puma that was fourth within that class. Then you've got the cars that retired really. Teo Bunyan, Zabath Punto, Andy Bailey in the Civic, Colin Gillespie we saw pull off, Chris Freeman was into the pits, Matthew Weymouth started the race late, we lost the Daniel Krigo Porsche, and the Clio only made 10 laps, and the Golf of Handley and Baker only 1 lap in the end. So those are the results from the Tequila Roadsports Series race, and that is back at Brands Hatch in, only a fortnight's time, isn't it, before that race takes place now, because that meeting has moved forward from late June to earlier June to accommodate the British Touring Car Championship. So cars heading down the pit lane at the end of the only TQR Roadsports Series race of the weekend. Glorious afternoon here at Croft Circuit. Bit of haze in the distance. There's Andy Bailey's car being prepared for recovery by the marshals. But let's head down to the pit lane now and let's see who Andy McEwan has got with him.
Well, I'm hoping I've got all 4 of our class winners. I've certainly got our overall race winner, Andy Marston. Andy, you got out of the car and the first thing you did was poured an ice-cold bottle of water over your head. Bit warm in there.
Just a little bit. A tad warm in the car, yeah.
I mean, you did brilliantly to keep your concentration, actually, all things considered.
Yeah, so the start, I mean, the Orange BM, he was quick out the block. I was just trying to manage the front left. It just seemed to be pushing on a little bit, but settled in, tried to manage it towards the end, and yeah, all good.
It must be a bit of a beast, this thing, especially through that tight final sector, especially then if the tyres are overheating.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've only just built the car, so we've done very limited testing. We're getting there, long way to go yet, but fingers crossed.
Well, congratulations on the overall and Class A victory for Andy Marston. Now, Leon Bidgeway is just a little way down here in the little Lotus Elise, and he came home in a really strong 4th place overall and won in Class B. And we'll just let him get his helmet off, and then we'll have a word with our Class B winner, Leon, who's, I think, catching his breath as much as anything else. The little Lotus, though, was a real giant killer in that race and was performing exceptionally well. Particularly in the first part of the race, actually, moving forward through the order nicely. Leon, you pulled off some good moves there in the early stages. This car is really good through the tight corners.
Yeah, it is. It's a super stub. It's not my car. My car's having a head gasket change for tomorrow, so I had a last-minute go in this, and it's, well, it's pretty good Class B car, isn't it? And it lasted to the end, so yeah.
How much seat time did you have in this particular car before the race then?
I did about 20 minutes in a test yesterday, and then quali this morning, and that's it really. So.
And how hard is it to sort of get used to this car, because it's a bit less powerful, I'd imagine, but maybe a bit lighter?
It's more, yeah, it's less powerful. It's a lot more lively. It's, you know, mine's more planted. This is, I'm sweating. It's, you know, it's really hard over 45 minutes to drive that, so flat out. So yeah, I'm just glad I'm done.
And a Class B win and almost an outright podium.
Yes, I didn't know where I was. I was having a bit of a race with the Golf at the end there. I don't know. I didn't know if I was racing him or what, but I think I had a bit of contact. Yeah, third is fantastic, and first in class, great.
Huge congratulations then to Leon Bidgeway, our Class B winner. Now, Rory Baptiste was first in Class C. Rory, well done. Strong effort there. And when you're running in Class C, it must be a little bit of a challenge, because there clearly are cars out there that are slower than you, but then you've also got to try and keep an eye out for the leaders.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. It's yeah, just keeping an eye on your mirrors and looking in front and trying to work out if someone that's coming up behind you is in your class or the person who's come out in front of you in the pits. It's all part of endurance racing, which makes it fun.
A lot of drivers I've spoken to that had issues in that race, it was either brake or tyre related. Any such problems for you?
No, just driver errors. I overcooked it into a corner and just went a bit wide onto the grass a bit, and I was taking one of the curbs and it was giving me pad knockoff. So other than that, it was all good.
Well, congratulations anyway on the Class C victory. Are you back out for any other Roadsports races this year?
Yeah, we'll be out. We're back out at Brands again, so doing Club Enduro. So yeah, as much as we can.
Excellent. Well, best of luck in them, and congratulations on the class win. And back this way again now to our Class D winners, and a welcome return to competition for Esther and Pip. Pip, I think you were in the car first, weren't you? So we'll start over this side. Oh, Esther was. There we go. There we go. A busy start to the race, I'd imagine.
I got a great start. Sorry.
No, don't be. We want the enthusiasm.
Yeah, it was a good start. I was really scared because, I mean, the Nova's like the Nova. It's a bit intimidating, but I got my elbows out and I was like, yeah.
Because you've got to pick your moments in this car, I guess, because it's not the most powerful car out there, but it corners well.
Yeah, it's quite good because Croft, there's not many straights in the corners, and Pip's been working on me to keep my foot in on the straights so that I actually go fast. But yeah, no, it was a great car, and like getting my elbows out and like trying to it was a great race.
you know what? It's so nice to see people who genuinely have enjoyed themselves out there. Pip, I know you always enjoy yourself out there. It must be good to get an excuse to get back behind the wheel of this thing as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's just so nice to come and drive it here. We tend not to get to come here for classic stock cats for some reason, but most of the drivers are southern based, so it's we're a little bit worried about fuel. It's the first time we've done one of these races dry all the way through, so maybe the safety car helped us a bit. I had to back off a bit at the end because we're only on a little tank, but yeah, it went really well. And you know, we've won loads of time as a team before in different ways, but this is the first time both at the wheel, so really pleased for that. And it's really nice to see you.
Still going, so that's
really nice to see you in the real world for a change.
Yeah, they do let me out occasionally. Only on nice weather, though. I stipulate that. Right, we're going to have to end it there because I believe the next race is gridding up already.
The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rymax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Yes, it's the Rymax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship coming up next. Let's rattle through the grid for you because the car's already out on the circuit. Pole position is number 1, Ryan Yarrow. Alongside him, number 24, Richard Miles. Second row, 67, Victor Newman, and 6, Daniel Lana. Third row, 87, Tom Johnston, and 72, Jonathan McGill. Fourth row, 31, Colin Spicer, and 21, Phil Hutchins. Then Stephen Dean, 34, and Colin Chapman, 63, on row 5. Michael Rooks, number 5, and Tim Hovard, number 50, on row 6. Matthew Menette, 23, and Andrew Timpson, 42, on row 7. On the 8th row, 37, Drew Faulkner, and number 9, Ian Hutchinson. And the car's already onto the grid. The 1 minute to go board already being shown as well. And this is round 3 of 12 in the 2021 Rymax Sports 1000 Championship, which is being led after the first 2 rounds at Silverstone by Ryan Yarrow. He has 58 points, Colin Chapman 48, Carl Austin 43. With the second of the wins after Ryan Yarrow won race 1, going to Michael Rooks, who's well back on the grid for this one. 5-second board has been shown. Red lights go on and out they go. The race gets underway, so it's Richard Miles with the orange front on the number 24 car that was closest to camera there, and he goes wheel to wheel with the champion Ryan Yarrow down into the first corner. Yarrow goes quite deep into the corner though, and Miles can immediately sort of slot in behind him. There's the 31 car of Colin Spice, you can see there, still out in the spy at the moment, although he's got a new car planned for I think the next meeting. But there it is, Ryan Yarrow leading then, Rich Miles in second, and it looks like in third place it's was that Daniel Lana, I think, in third.
It is, in the older Mattel ahead of the newer one. It's a great return for Dan Lana to the series. Was he out at Silverstone? I don't think he was he? Oh, he was,
yeah. He got a reasonable finish in race 2.
Okay, so we're good to see him right here in the front here. Chasing Rich Miles, but it's Ryan Yarrow getting away. He was super quick in testing as well. He got pole position underneath the lap record. We'll see if he can break that in the race. But Ryan Yarrow really quick here around the Croft circuit in the Spire GT3S. I noticed Colin Chapman, the driver second in the championship, elected to start from the back of the grid. He's had clutch issues all weekend, so that's a safety thing, the reason he started at the back. Let's see what kind of pace he can pick out during the race. There's Victor Newman in 87. He's been in quarantine for the last couple of weeks. Obviously an overseas driver, but good to see him making so much effort to be out in the Sports 1000 Championship this year.
Absolutely right. That is a fantastic effort, isn't it? So he is in 4th position at the moment, the driver from Strasbourg. But it is at the end of lap 1. Number 1, Ryan Yarrow leading by 0.6 of a second from Rich Miles in second place. Now, Rich is an interesting driver. We saw him out at Silverstone last time out, but he's quick when we have seen him over the last few years, but we've not always seen him that often, have we? So it's fascinating to see what he can do. And he's certainly putting the pressure on race leader and the champion, Ryan Yarrow, the 30-year-old from Bury in Greater Manchester. At the moment, and off has gone number 21, which is Phil Hutchins.
That was out of the chicane.
Some damage on the front there as well, isn't there?
Wonder if he's hit the tyres. Then we had that yesterday. Victor Newman did that yesterday, hit the tyre stack. That's another car running out of the Mattel car stable, despite being a Spire, which is driven by Phil Hutchins, so Chippy Wesman might have more tank taping to do overnight, I suspect. The current lap record holder he is. We'll see if that continues with the pace up front from the spires of Yarrow and Miles, who turn their way into the complex. And certainly Richard Miles here, he's not letting Ryan Yarrow get away. But I suggest this is the best we've seen Dan Lana go there in third place in an older car.
Well, and it's Dan's sort of return. He's not done too much over the last, 3 or 4 years, has he, having been a regular previously in the championship. So it's good to see him back, driving from the Midlands, and he's going well there. 2 laps have gone by then. First flying lap and a 1:26.02 by Dan Lana, the best lap of the race so far, but that's outside the lap record by Chippy Weswell, 1:25.28, but they were underneath it in qualifying.
Okay, so the leaders turn their way then, the 4 of them in fact. Oh, and Lana's got it all wrong now, hasn't he, after going so well out over the grass, out the chicane. He'll be joining 4th behind Victor Newman, so that's allowed the 2 spires to get away of Ryan Yarrow and Richard Miles. The Miles car that's had a bit of development, I think, by the family, hasn't it? So not in a sort of true Spire spec. They got the RM label on the car, so as you can do in Sports 1000, as you can do in a lot of 750 Motor Club Championships, you can make developments to your car, and that's what Richard Miles and the family have done.
Yeah, I think the RM in that case is his father, as much as anything, also Richard, I think. And there is the 72 car, Jonathan McGill, in 5th position, just going through, chased quite hard by Colin Spicer. And then you've got Tom Johnston, and there is Michael Roots, and as I say, he won the 2nd of the races last time out at Silverstone, so way back on the grid and way back in the field.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have the outright speed here. There's 34, Stephen Dean. I remember he started on pole in one of these races a couple of 3 years ago. Although I don't think the races went quite so well for him, but out of the hairpin to complete 3 laps of this race, it's Ryan Yarrow out front. We know that you've got to be a bit careful with the tyres today, so not getting right on the outright pace. We're into the 25s now, 1 minute 25.77 for Yarrow. He was in the 24s in testing on Thursday when perhaps it was a bit cooler. Second then is Miles. There they are, out of the chicane then. They've got a bit of a gap from Victor Newman, who's all crossed up as he comes out of that part of the track, ahead of Dan Lana. And then there's a gap back to John McGill and Colin Spicer, who uses all of the road on the exit of the chicane. He's in P6, having a really good run in that car that is for sale. And a big spin behind.
Yeah, and that was Tom Johnston, wasn't it? And he's managed to keep it out of the wall, which was good. It wasn't actually far away from where Phil Hutchins' car ended up, but he's got going again, which is good to see.
He was having a decent run there, wasn't he? In 7th position. He's actually 6th in the championship. He had a 7th at Silverstone as his best result, but now that position belongs to Michael Roots, and 8th is Tim Hovard, who's one of the few people in a car that he's designed or developed, at least, the Sabre T2. Ahead of Stephen Dean, and then Colin Chapman, the driver coming from the back of the grid after electing to start the GT 320S that's having clutch issues this weekend. But Colin Chapman was saying to me yesterday, I think we saw the interview in the lunch break, about how much better he's finding this car, how much more drivable he's finding this car than the earlier Spire GT3S. And of course, that's the car that Richard Morris won races in last year.
Yeah, absolutely right. And right on cue, there we see the 63 car just in behind there. And those go over the line to complete another lap. The leaders, meanwhile, are about a third of a lap ahead as things stand and heading down towards Tower Corner. It is still Ryan Yarrow leading Rich Miles. The gap has gone out. It's probably about over a second now, I would suggest, as they head towards the Jim Clark S. But we're continuing to watch this battle between Tim Hovard and Stephen Dean and Colin Chapman. Chapman there trying to get up on the inside of 34 car of Dean as they went through Hawthorne and the chicane. And now Dean is going to challenge Tim Hovard for 8th position as they go down the back straight. He's going to get up the inside into Tower Corner. Who turns in first? It's going to be Dean that goes through. So Dean makes up the place. He goes into 8th in car number 34.
Chapman at the back of this group saying he's been in this category now for 17 years, which I think is pretty much since RGB's got started, wasn't it? The championship has very much developed in one direction since then into these sports racers that are so fast and run on a pretty good budget for the speed you get, and great racing too, demonstrated by Tom Johnston, who gains a place passing Andrew Timpson.
Yeah, and that's after his spin a couple of laps ago. He gets one of the places back that he lost, but he's got about another 4 probably to make up compared to compared to where he was before. He will catch this battle between Tim Hovard and Colin Chapman, who've been racing against each other for most of those 17 years that Colin's been racing in the championship. Colin trying to get up on the inside of Hovard there as they go into the hairpin to complete lap number 5, but he couldn't quite make that work. But they are going to be caught by Tom Johnston for much longer, I think.
Indeed, of course, Johnson should have a bit more pace. He was a bit higher up the order before he had that spin. Of course, Chapman's working his way up the order after electing to start from the back. There's Tim Hovard in front of him. Come up through about 1/3 distance of this race. Tim Hovard and Colin Chapman, very good friends as well, always basing themselves together in the paddock.
Yeah, absolutely right. And both board directors of the 750 Motor Club as well. But they've got Tom Johnston bearing down on them now in that number 87 car as Chapman goes up the inside of Hovard. And that's an identical move, really, to the one that Dean did a lap ago, isn't it?
Indeed, makes you wonder if the Saviour's not quite got the straight line speed. Somebody's braked too late, though. And that is Andrew Timpson, who's out in Aspire nowadays. And I think he's going to be able to rejoin, but he had a bit of a grassy moment down there at Tower Bend.
Yeah, a few drivers we've seen going off there during the course of the day so far, haven't we? Coming up to the halfway point in this race, 20 minutes of action in the Rimac Sports 1000 Championship.
Ryan Yarrow just broke the lap record, the Chippy Wesmale time of 1 minute 25.28 is no longer the lap record in the Rimac Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship, because that now belongs to Ryan Yarrow. 1 minute 25.13. That's a super impressive performance from last year's champion.
Absolutely right. So he continues to lead by about 1.4 seconds from Rich Miles in second place. And those two just heading out of tower now to watch Colin Chapman go over the line, and he is in 9th place now, isn't he, ahead of Tim Hovard, who completes the top 10. Colin was one of the drivers to benefit, really, at Silverstone, where there were a number of drivers that were excluded for a ride-height infringement in post-race scrutineering checks after race 1, so a few front runners fell foul of that, unfortunately, and it was therefore Ryan Yarrow that ended up classified as the winner from Chapman in second, and I think Carl Austin third in that one.
Down to Tower, Tim Hovard is not going to lose another place on the inside at Tower, so he's going to make Tom Johnston work for this, and yeah, he's learnt now, hasn't he, Ian? He's got to defend down to Tower, and he stayed in front.
Yeah, keeps the Mattel MC53 behind him as they head off through the sweepers. Up front, it's still the same two, and still Victor Newman third, and Dan Larner fourth, I noticed, and Dan's not really let him get away, but continuing to watch this battle between Hovard and Tom Johnston. So this is for the final position inside the top 10. Johnston in the 87 car, a more recent newcomer to the championship. There's Chapman now, and he's caught Stephen Dean as well.
Yes, this is a good run back through the order, isn't it? Chapman actually only qualified 10th behind Dean. He started from the back and has worked his way back to Stephen Dean, although a problematic exit to the hairpin means he falls away once more, unfortunately for him. And back into the clutch to Tim Hovard. Hopefully Colin Chapman can get back up to speed again, and that's not some more reoccurring issues that he's had this weekend.
No. So that brings Tim Hovard and Tom Johnston back into it again. Tom, the racer from Bromley. He's the head of trading operations for a hedge fund. He looked at various categories of racing before he got involved in the first one. Oh, and Colin Chapman has spun now, and Tom Johnston cuts the grass at Croft as he rejoins the circuit, but a spin for Colin Chapman.
That's a third car at least that's spun on the exit of the chicane here. I don't think we've seen that in any other race today. Makes you think that these particular cars, that's a really on the edge part of the track. Meanwhile, the two different generation of Mattels battle for third and fourth positions across the line. So that is Victor Newman coming back under pressure from Dan Larner, and he was another of the drivers I think that had a moment at the chicane earlier on.
Yeah, I think you're right. So there is the 67 car. Sorry, the 67 car of Newman. It's still got Larner only just behind him. Larner, of course, had that moment, as you were saying, but really good battle for third between these two. They just go past the number 9 car, which is Ian Hutchinson, who's a newcomer to not just Sports 1000, but racing generally, and he's very welcome onto the grid. But yeah, good fight this for third and fourth. We're about 5 seconds or so behind the race-leading battle between number 1 Ryan Yarrow and 24 Richard Miles, but third and fourth between the two Mattels of different eras still to be decided.
Indeed, and Dan Larner's got that pretty much in the same livery as Scott Mattel was a race winner in back, going back to, well, won a championship in that car, didn't he? Back in 2015, so time flies, doesn't it? 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's quite surprising, really, that it is so far ago. So here is that battle for third and fourth. The two leaders, by the way, a bit further up the road, are getting themselves together again. So the gap, which was 1.4 seconds at the start of the lap between the two leaders, that has come down to, she says, waiting for the screen to update itself.
7 tenths.
Yeah, about half of what it was, 7 tenths of a second now. So yeah, that's one to watch as well. The battle for the lead in the moment, as well as the battle, in fact there it is, as well as the battle for third place. So that's just coming through the chicane.
I think Miles lost time there, because out of Hawthorne he was very sideways, so maybe just lost a few tenths of a second to Ryan Yarrow, who's out front, but coming under some pressure now. He tested on Thursday, did Yarrow, when it was perhaps a bit cooler than yesterday. I think it's hotter still today, so maybe that might be playing a bit, not getting a full experience of the really hot weather we've got at Croft this weekend. But he does lead still from Richard Miles, who I'm not actually sure was out yesterday, not quite sure about that. Certainly was one of the drivers that wouldn't run the transponder if he was. But he runs P2, they're 5 seconds now ahead of the two Mattels behind. Yeah, Rich is someone who's on a bit more of a budget than some of the other drivers, I think, so perhaps tends not to do quite as many test sessions and that kind of thing, and that's probably why we don't see him in that many races either, but he is very quick when we do get him out. So these two then heading through the complex with just under 6 minutes of this race left to go, and third and fourth just behind them are right together as well now. Victor Newman just about holding off from Dan Larner. Let's have a look back at them as they turn their way around the chicane, more or less following one another through, but Larner should be close enough to pick up the toe as they head down the start and finish straight and towards Clairvaux corner. Ryan Yarrow, after saying I'm not sure of how his tyre management was going, has just set a new fastest lap of the race, 1:25.07. That's why he was pulling away slightly from Richard Miles. But third and fourth, Victor Newman and Dan Larner turn their way on different lines through Hawthorne onto the chicane they come. We know this is a pretty dicey part of the track in these cars, and Larner's got a good exit here. He's right on the tail of the newer Mattel. He pulls out to the left-hand side of the circuit. They're going to be side by side as they head into Tower. Larner's had a massive moment on the brakes, and he manages to pull the car off amazingly. He's still sideways, turning through the corner. He doesn't gain a place, not surprising. He doesn't also throw it off the road, which I thought he was going to do there, Ian. He's lost quite a bit of time. But wow, that was he really managed to cling on to that. It was right on the ragged edge, wasn't it? Probably still is on the ragged edge. He's lost quite a bit of time, not as much time as you might think to Victor Newman, but certainly it could have gone much more badly wrong than it did for Daniel Larner there. Great stuff to see him really wrestling with the car, get it around the corner, and he's still got 4.5 minutes to go to try and mount another attack, of course. Indeed. So now the attention turns back to the leaders, the two spires of Ryan Yarrow and of Richard Miles. Yarrow's pace, that came on really strong, didn't he, last year, of course, to win the championship. Hasn't really been racing for that long. Miles, he's come from saloon-type racing, hasn't he? BMW Compact springs to mind. Yep. Running there in second place. And Victor Newman, again, pretty new to racing. And as you said, Dan Larner hasn't done that much in recent years. So these top four drivers, driving really well, haven't got huge amounts of experience. No, they've not. Certainly a lot more experience further back on the grid, but some real pace at the start of it as well. So Yarrow it is, champion last year, seeing off Richard Morris in, well, really for the last 2 seasons in Sports 1000. And then you've got Victor Newman there in the Mattel, just about hove into view in third position, followed by Daniel Larner, who I suggest has managed to close the gap a little bit since the last lap when he went off, or had that big moment at Tower. Into Sunny then, the two of them turn with, as you say, a reduced margin between the two. Mattel. Larner's got a better line there. We've got a flag shown back here. I'm not sure what that's for, but anyway, they're the leaders. Yarrow and Miles then. Matthew Manette's not come through, so perhaps he's had a moment on the exit of Sunny because we've got green flags into the complex. Yeah, across the line have gone the two leaders again then. 8 tenths of a second between them at the end of that lap, and off has gone Well, Dan Lana had a spin out of the hairpin and the car off. Is that Matthew Manette possibly?
I didn't think it was. It looked like the wrong colour. So we'll try and piece all of that together.
But certainly Lana had a big spin on the exit of the hairpin, so he's a long way behind Newman now.
But he's got such a big lead over McGill. There is
Spicer,
yeah,
the for sale car.
I think it is, yeah.
So he was sixth, having a good race. Was Colin Spicer. He had a best result of 5th at Silverstone, but 6th here was a good run up to that point. But it looks like he's out the race, which will promote Michael Roots to P6. But it was Roots, wasn't it, who won at Silverstone? He's 40 seconds behind here.
Yeah, well, Matt Brooks, who offered some words of encouragement on the YouTube comments at Silverstone, is telling Roots to stop fanning about again. I think that the same words spring to mind. But anyway, he's there in 7th place here, not enjoying the success that he did there, up from 7th place now with the demise of Colin Spicer.
So that promotes also Stephen Dean to 7th, who's being caught by Tom Johnston in 8th. Tim Hovard is 9th, and Colin Chapman will complete the top 10. The race leaders, though, exit the hairpin to start their final lap, I think, now of the race, with Ryan Yeo still being chased by Richard Miles all the way. Really, it has been down into Clairvaux they go then on, yes, the final lap of the motor race here at Croft Circuit. They will get another race tomorrow. There's 9/10 of a second that separate them. They're still in the 25s. So despite some drivers over the course of the day saying tyre management's a thing, as the fuel loads go down, particularly in this race, the lap times are still fast, or particularly for these top two, and now they're 10 seconds ahead of anybody else. It's Ryan Yarrow then that turns his way out of Tower Bend in the race lead, but he kicks up the dust on the exit of the corner. That's not going to help things as he heads down towards the Jim Clark Essex. But I don't think it cost him too much in the way of momentum.
So we can get another refresh on the timing tower again before the end of the race. Still got those green flags on the exit of, well, the yellow flags on the exit of City, the green flags on the way into the complex. So that's just where they're heading through now, basically, the leads. There's the yellow, and yeah, there's a car in there somewhere, and there's the green that they're about to head into now. Meanwhile, I can tell you over the line, Stephen Dean and Tom Johnston having a good battle over what I think is now 7th and 8th position. We'll see if that changes before the end of the race. But here comes Ryan Yarrow then, looking for his 2nd victory of the season in the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. Champion last year, of course, getting off to a good start this year. Takes the checkered flag then, and it's Ryan Yarrow with the win by just under a second in the end in the Spire GT3S from the Spire GT3 RM of Richard Miles. Number 24 it is that takes 2nd place. 3rd place goes to number 67, Victor Newman. There you can see on the inset the stricken car of Matthew Manette, his Spire F1000 racer coming to grief. Daniel Lana does come across the line now in 4th place after his spin at the hairpin a couple of laps ago. And then 5th place about to come through is Jonathan McGill in his Spire GT3 number 72. 6th place will go the way of Michael Roots.
Good drive from McGill. He's a long way ahead of the sort of the group of people he usually battles with.
Yeah, exactly, and I think he has, found a bit more speed in recent rounds towards the end of last season and this season as well. Then there's a gap back to see who's going to be 7th, and it looks like it is going to be Tom Johnston that on the final lap has got the better of Stephen Dean. Those two heading around the hairpin and about to go into camera shot for the final time. So that will be for 7th and 8th. And then 9th place is going to go the way in the end of Tim Hovard, isn't it? Ahead of Colin Chapman.
Yeah, he did get re-caught by Chapman, who was putting in some good lap times towards the end of the race, going well there after that spin that he had halfway or so through the race. So that concludes then the first of 2 races this weekend for the Rimax Lubricants Sport 1000 Championship, the 3rd round of 12 this season for these really rapid race cars, with rounds also to go at Snetterton, Anglesey, Brands Hatch and Alton Park. But this is the round 3 of the championship, ended with Ryan Yarrow taking the victory.
Let's have a look at the results then, if we can. At the end of that race, it was a victory for Ryan Yarrow by 0.96 seconds. So number 1, the winner. Number 24, Rich Miles in 2nd place. 3rd place went to number 67, Victor Newman. 4th was 6, Daniel Lana. In 5th place, number 72, Jonathan McGill. 6th to number 5, Michael Roots. 7th was 87, Tom Johnston. 8th, number 34, Stephen Dean. 9th was 50, Tim Hovard. And rounding out the top 10, 63, Colin Chapman, despite those clutch issues that meant he started at the back. Further behind, Ian Hutchinson, I think, was probably the last of the finishers in the end, number 9, because Colin Spicer, Matthew Minette, Andrew Timpson and Phil Hutchins all came to various kinds of grief during the course of that race. And so we'll see the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship back out again tomorrow for its second race of the weekend. Still 3 more races to go here at Croft this afternoon. We've got the Demons Week's Yokohama Locost Championship coming up next, and then the second race and final races of the weekend for the 2 categories that we saw before the lunch break, the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy as well. So that's what we've got to come between now and around about 6 o'clock this evening. But before then, we will hopefully be able to hear in a few moments from our Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship race winner, Ryan Yarrow. Of course, it is victorious for the second time this year, and he's about to talk to Andy McEwan.
Yeah, that's right, Ryan Yarrow. Congratulations, well done on the race victory. Rich was never more than about 0.8 of a second or so behind you, though. The pressure must have been immense.
Yeah, I was watching my mirrors probably more than I should have. Yeah, he kept me really honest. I knew that I could keep the gap as it was, but it did get a little bit interesting when we came across the odd back marker. But yeah, he gave me a lot to think about. But it's brilliant for 2 privateer Spires to be at the front. That's the most, I'm really proud of that.
And clearly nothing to choose performance-wise between the 2 examples either.
No, mine's set up to my liking, his is set up to his, but ultimately, these are fantastic cars. Seems like they've got an edge at this circuit. It changes from track to track. As I say, I put a lot of effort into being here, and it means a lot to be able to come and do what I should be doing, because I think at the last round I didn't do as well as I felt like I should have, and it was very frustrating. I've put a lot of work in behind the scenes, and it's paid off, which is fantastic.
When you're out there on a circuit like this one, you really can't afford to put a foot wrong, can you? It bites this place if you make a mistake, so that must have also been on your mind.
It really does, and to be honest, I've not actually been here before. I came here on Thursday and the track seemed more grippy. Today it's quite greasy because of the temperature, I guess. And yeah, I did put the odd foot wrong because there's no runoff at all. Not a criticism of the track, it's a fantastic track, but it can go wrong really quickly. Luckily the mistakes that I made were only small and I managed to kind of pull it back again, but yeah, it was close, and he kept, there was definitely a bit of a kind of elastic band between us both. But yeah, it was fantastic.
Same again now tomorrow. It's not going to be easy to beat Rich, though, is it, again?
No, not at all. I imagine it'll be just as close or closer.
Well, that's what we're hoping for. Best of luck in that one. Congratulations on the race victory then. Ryan Yarrow, our first Sports 1000 winner of the weekend, and we're looking forward to a resumption of the battle between him and Richard Miles tomorrow.
So the Demons Week's Yokohama Low-Cost Championship will shortly be out onto the circuit for race number 7 of the weekend. And we've got a big grid of 32 cars we should have lining up for this one. Let's see if we can walk you through that now. Pole position goes the way of number 4. That's Simon Walker-Hansel, and alongside him on the front row is number 42, Andrew Tate. Second row, number 94, Martin West, has Jeff Peake, 29, beside him. Row 3 is 2, Craig Land, and 84, Carl Roysenars. On the fourth row, it's Mark Burton, number 26, treble winner here in the past, and 82, Paul Clark. Row 5 is 40, David Martin, and 99, Ryan Garrett. Row 6, 73, Rob Apsey, and 74, Gary Brandon. On to row 7. That's going to be number 19, Daniel Garrett, and 5, George Grice, ahead of 7, Greg Smith, and number 8, Sean Brain. Row 9 is 69, Todd Boucher, and 33, Glenn Boyer. On the 10th row, 38, Rob Hardy, and 96, Jonathan Higgins. Row 11, 28, and 79, that's Dave Berry and Tom Parker. Row 12 is 21 and 50, Kev Straw and Ian Hardy. And on row 13, it's Bradley Horsnell, 58, and Keith Malpas, 41. 14th row, 34, Trevor 415, Rob Sisson. Row 15 is 9, William Wright, and 32, Andy Pointer. 2 more cars to come. 20 William Ward, Bill Ward, and 77 Mark Rue. So that's the 32 car grid that we have for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship, which got underway at Donington Park on Easter Monday, and the wins there were shared. Andrew Tate took race 1 and Simon Walker-Hansel took race 2. Fittingly, we have both of those on the front row of the grid today. Tate has a lead of 6 points in the championship, had a stronger second result than did Murray Shepherd, who had two finishes on the podium there, second and a third. Simon Walker-Hansel had, what's that, trying to work out where that is, about 7th, isn't it? And sixth and 7th, sixth and a win down there.
He did win both races on the road,
did,
but was penalised. But having a look at the cars as they make their way to the grid then, you mentioned Walker-Hansel and Tate on the front row. There's Martin West, a former winner, who's alongside Jeff Peake, who's been getting quicker and quicker. There's Craig Land, who was battling with Murray Shepherd for the championship last year. Don't think we've got Shepherd here this weekend. Cole Roussillard starts alongside him. There's Mark Burton returning. He was super quick in testing yesterday, but only qualified 7th alongside Paul Clark. On to row 5, we've got David Martin there alongside Ryan Garrett. Good to see some new names for the championship more recently. Then you've got Rob Apsey and Gary Brandon, who I think we heard from earlier on in the stream. Daniel Garrett and George Grice is up next on row 7. Then we've got Greg Smith, who's perhaps a bit further down the grid than he would have hoped for, and Sean Brame alongside him. There's car number 8, Brame. Then you've got 33, which is Glenn Boyer, who's alongside Todd Boucher, who's I think making his race debut. There he is in the TMC prepared car. Then you've got Rob Hardy and Jonathan Higgins on the next row. Huge grid as always with Locost, 32 cars. That's just the top 20, and the rest of them will form up ahead of this race with no green flag lap. So 15 minutes of racing is shortly going to get underway, and you would think this would be quite exciting, Ian.
Yes, I would suspect it might be. Pole position, Simon Walker-Hansel then did a 1:41.99, which was just about 0.3 of a second faster than Andrew Tate. Alongside him on the front of the grid, he did a 1:42.28. Martin West a 1:42.39. Jeff Peake a 1:42.56. So top 5 covered by about 0.8 of a second. But actually, that's not all what it's all about here. It's going to be a big slipstreaming festival. Although it's not the biggest slipstreaming circuit, it still will come into play, I'm sure, as the red lights go out. Simon Walker-Hansel then furthest away from the camera on the inside of the circuit as they head down to the right-hander at Clairvaux for the first time. Was a bit of a touch in the pack behind then. It looks like it's the 4 car that has gone into the lead there, which is Simon Walker-Hansel. Quite a bit of curb being used by some of them as they make their way through. Royce and I could see in about 5th or 6th position, number 84, as they went through. One of them, one of the novice drivers, with the black cross on the yellow background on the back of their car going a bit wide. But it's certainly Simon Walker-Hansel out in front of the lead, but 1 or 2 of them a bit scrappy coming out of the chicane on the first occasion.
I think we've all got through okay. Down into the tower, Martin West just about hangs on to second. He made a better start and got ahead of Andrew Tate early on. Oh, he's gone wrong at Tower Bend though. It's Paul Clark who's gone for a spin. I don't think he took anybody else with him though, so he'll drop to the back, but should be able to rejoin. So the leaders turn their way through, the Jim Clark S's. It's 4 getting away. Walker-Hansel, who's really got the hang of Locost this year. He has sort of been in the mid-pack for a little bit and took a bit longer. Is that Gary Brandon?
It is, yeah.
Was he off at Tower? He's on the exit of Tower, so whether he was related with the Paul Clark incident, unsure. But there's Cole Roussillard and Craig Land. They're in the second group of cars. Because we've got this 4-car breakaway early on. Land trying to re-challenge Roussillard, but for the lead, it's still Walker-Hansel, is it? Yes, he locks up into the second element. Roussillard leads the next 4, and they'll be trying to work at getting back to the top 4, because they're not that far away, really.
No, not at all. It's still 4 for the lead, then 3 for the next group, and then a bit of a gap back thereafter. But they're not big gaps at this stage, so they can be made up. So, end of lap 1 then. It's Simon Walker-Hansel, number 4, that's in the lead of the race as they turn their way down towards Clairvaux corner for the first time, and a change because Martin West has got through around the outside at Clairvaux there, held it through Hawthorne, so the number 94 car is ahead. Simon Cancel down to second for the moment. How long will that last? Andrew Tate in third, and then it's Jeff Peake, the 29 guy, who's gone well here in the past, in fourth position. Look at this then, side by side once again, and the number 4 car nosing ahead, but on the outside line for Tower Corner here. 94 Martin West is on the inside and gets the car turned in first. So it's West from Cancel from Peake now, who into Tower's got ahead of Andrew Tate.
And off the road has gone car 40, and 40 is David Martin, who had qualified quite well. That's on the exit of the chicane, but for the lead it's side by side through the Jim Clark S's, and it's Walker Hansel on the inside down to Barcroft, and he will grab the lead possibly. Yes, I think he does, but it was very, very tight there with him and Martin West, and that has brought the rest of them into a much bigger pack for the lead.
George Grice retired to the pit lane, by the way, as well at the end of lap number 1. So it's West and Walker Hansel out in front as they turn their way into the complex once again. So the Walker Hansel car number 4 now ahead of West in second place, but then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cars now in that lead group. So it's a 7-car group for the lead, because Jeff Peake and Andrew Tate have been joined by Mark Burton in the number 26 car, by number 2, last year's runner-up Craig Landon, number 84 Carl Royce-Nars. Then there is a bigger gap back to 99, who rounds out the top 8. That's Ryan Garrett.
Having a good run. Here are the leaders into Clairvaux on lap 3 of the motor race, being led by Simon Walker Hansel, but it was quite an exciting lap between him and Martin West, not least the run through the Jim Clark S's in particular. It's the chicane that's next up for the leaders, with Walker Hansel leading here. That means he's going to be under all sorts of pressure down into Tower.
Well, that was Mark Burton there over the curb on the exit of the chicane. We've seen 1 or 2 drivers in the previous race have quite a big spin there, but he managed to avoid anything too significant, and he didn't really lose too much time either.
Change for the lead into Tower. I thought that might happen. Martin West got the lead back, but Walker Hansel trying to perhaps replicate the move into the Jim Clark S's on lap 3 of the race. I think he's thought better of it. So it is West in front as they come into Barcroft from Walker Hansel, who now darts to the outside here, which then he can cut back perhaps into Sunny, but that's not necessary. Mark Burton, though, he wants to move forward. He's on the inside, up over the curbs to get ahead of Andrew Tate. Looks like Cole Royce-Nars is struggling to stay with them, so perhaps it's a 6-car lead scrap heading down towards the complex then. Being headed now by Martin West, and he's still there, I think, ahead of Walker Hansel. Then it's Peake, then it's Burton now, the new 4th-place car, ahead of Andrew Tate. Craig Land is 6th, but now Royce-Nars is back in there, so it's 7 for the lead, into the hairpin to complete 3 laps of this 15-minute race.
Jeff Peake up the inside of Simon Walker Hansel at the hairpin, the 2 of them overlapping then as they come out of the corner. And who's going to have more speed down the straight? I think it might be Peake actually, although Walker Hansel's going to have the inside line for the right-hander at Clairvaux corner. Peake in the car with the yellow sort of bonnet section there. It is going to be Walker Hansel that hangs on. And then just tucked in behind is 26, which is Mark Burton, who 3 years ago here, in 2018, the year he won the championship, he won all 3 races here at Croft in a triple header. And the question is, I wonder if anyone can do that this year.
He's just broken the lap record, by the way, 1 minute 42.36, which is marginally under Louis Wall's effort from a couple of years ago. Down into Tower.
3 of them side by side, and it's going to be Jeff Peake that really uses the toe there, I think, to take advantage there and get ahead of both West and Walker Hansel. So Jeff Peake now takes the lead of the race. It's a really manic affair, this one. We've still got just 9 minutes to go. The first 4, I was going to say, just slightly edging away, including Jeff Peake in that. There's one that's dropped off the back, and that's Royce-Nars again. As now up the inside goes Mark Burton to try and take 3rd place away from Martin West at Sunny in. Through Sunny out. Can he get the move done there? I think he might do, but then West will possibly have the inside line by the time they arrive back at the complex. It's a crazy race.
Andrew Tate's buying into this. It just feels like normal Locost to me, Ian. As they turn their way into the complex. So did Tate get one of those places?
No, he's got West. He's got West.
He has. And Mark Burton's really getting himself forwards as well. West tries to fight back into the hairpin. It gets a bit tight with him and Tate. So West led the last lap. He's 5th now. But it's Jeff Peake that leads the train of cars as we come, not quite up to half distance. It should be a 9-lap race. race.
Whose turn is it going to be next in the lead of the race, we ask ourselves. Mark Burton might be a contender for that, I reckon, because he's coming forward now. He's got past Simon Ward-Cancel. He's up into second place. He's only one place behind the leader, Jeff Peak. Have we been counting how many leaders we've had? Are we on 3 at the moment? I think 4 so far. Because Ward-Cancel, West, Peak and Tate have all led, haven't they? And now we're going to make that 5, I think, because Mark Burton pulls out of the slipstream of Jeff Peak. Whether he's going to lead at the end of a lap or not, I'm not quite sure, but he's got his nose in front at the moment, so that's good enough for me. 5 leaders during the course of this low-cost race so far, and he does get turned into Tower Corner ahead. So Mark Burton, who was, I was going to say way back, road 4 of the grid, now gets into the lead with half of this race left to go. We're on lap 5.
Yeah, I'm surprised he qualified there because I think he was quickest in all the test sessions yesterday. I know not everybody was running transponders, but quite a lot of the low-cost were. And Burton was the quickest, and now he leads the motor race from the 4th row of the grid. So he's getting back into this, isn't he? After racing some different cars earlier on this year, Martin West are trying to get a place back there on the inside of Andrew Tate into Sunny, could not make it, and there's a car off.
Yeah, that's at Tower Corner. Try and pick up who that one is in a moment, but not one of the leading runners, who are back at the complex once again for the 5th time.
Routenard is back in there to make it 7 for the lead, isn't he?
He is. So it's Burton leading. He's already been a winner this season in the 116 Trophy. Jeff Peak's going to try and get alongside him on the way out of the hairpin, but no, just tucks back in behind again. They're overlapping for 3rd and 4th, Andrew Tate and Simon Ward-Cancel, who's at his local circuit this weekend, of course. And then it's Martin West running 5th at the moment from Craig Land and Carl Royce. I mean, there's then a gap of about 7 seconds back to Ryan Gap, who's very lonely in 8th. Then a good scrap going on for 9th and 10th, now being headed by Rob Apsey.
Recently, Jeff Peak did a new lap record, 1:42.32, but he did lose the place a lap later to Mark Burton, who continues to lead. But will he be able to hang on this run out of the chicane down to Tower? Well, he's got a good exit to the chicane. He's now weaving about trying to break the toe, but I don't ever think that works because it loses you momentum down the straight, and Jeff Peak looks to the inside then. So despite a great exit to the chicane, you can't hold on. Jeff Peak's back in front then, so you don't really want to lead, I don't think, into the chicane on the last lap of the race, quite possibly here. I think Craig Land's gained a place. Is that Martin West, who's lost another one? Remember, he led earlier, but for the lead into the S's, Mark Burton's coming back through.
He is indeed, but he runs a bit wide there on the exit of the S's, heading towards Barcraft now. And up on the inside of Jeff Peak has gone number 4, Simon Ward-Cancel as well. So Peak down to 3rd. And there's just a gap opening up now between 4th and the rest. So it's Tate in 4th. And then Westland and Roycenard, not necessarily in that order, 5th, 6th and 7th, but the first 4 just starting to go away. I would suggest we get a change of lead, do we again? It's not a different leader, but it is Simon Ward-Cancel back in front. Is he going to make it stick? He's got the inside line for the right-hand element of the complex, and that usually does the job.
The gap 4th to 5th is gone, so it's back to 7 for the lead. It seems to be a repeating factor. Is Burton coming back for the lead into the hairpin? No, that probably wouldn't have really been sensible, so he stays in behind. There's still a 1/3 of the race to go. This is the completion of 6 laps, so it should be 3 further laps to go. Mark Burton pulls out of the toe down to Clairvaux, the left-hand side of the racetrack. And will he get in front here? He does. I think Ward-Cancel didn't fight that too hard. He knows how to win these races. But he won both on the road at Donington in similar kind of fashion, racing with your head rather than perhaps with your heart, with all excitement to lead any moment you can. But it's Mark Burton then that leads out of the chicane. Again, he's had a good exit to the chicane. This time he's not weaving about. Ward-Cancel did not get a good exit, so Jeff Peak goes 2nd. Can Mark Burton hang on to the lead here? Has he managed to hold on from the chicane to the Tower? I think that's the first time it's happened all race.
And Burton goes very wide there. He goes very wide indeed. Jeff Peak gets through. Simon Ward-Cancel gets through as well.
So he didn't hang on. He outbraked himself.
No, he's not. He's trying to hang on for 3rd place there, or for 2nd place there, but he can't make that work through the S's. He's got Andrew Tate right with him, and then Craig Land just behind as well. So Burton there in the red and black car, number 26, kind of motorsport car, just turning its way through Sunny in and Sunny out and back down towards the complex again. He's off on the grass now. It's an eventful lap for him. It's one that allows Andrew Tate get up into 3rd position. As into the pit lane comes number 32, Andy Pointer.
Leaders into the complex then with Peak ahead of Walker Hansel, Burton back to third, fourth is Tate, fifth is Land, then a bit of a gap back to Roussillard, and West down to seventh with a bigger gap. So got a driver that led in this race, Martin West, is dropping away unfortunately for him.
Oh, and a spinner and someone who's been off. It's number 77 Mark Roux, starting right at the back.
I might have reached a tyre wall there.
Yeah, I suspect he might.
So we've got 2 laps to go in this race. We completed 7 of what will be a 9-lapper. Mark Burton, he's back on the tack again. He goes round the outside and easily passes Simon Walker-Hansel.
New fastest lap of the race as well for Jeff Peak, a 1:42.23, so further reducing the lap record. And he has got a few lengths between himself now and Mark Burton as well.
I think Jeff Peak was involved in that first race incident at Donington Park, which meant he didn't get any results there, but going really well here in a repaired car at Croft to lead the race, then down to Tower. He locks up. Is he going to be able to hang on to the car? He's working at the wheel. You can visibly see that on the Alpha Live streaming pictures, but he has been able to hang on, and not many people have done that in this race. On the next lap it's going to be super important because this is the penultimate lap of the race. This is the Jim Clark S's, and this is Jeff Peak leading, but only just.
Yeah. Whoever's leading now may well not be leading by the end of the lap or even the end of the race, but I suspect Mark Burton won't be too fussed about sitting in second place at the moment, at least until the chicane, and then making a move down the straight towards Tower. Maybe that's what number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, has in mind, getting up into second place to make that move down the back straight into the complex for the final time, or penultimate time I should say, they come. And Peak it is, they're still ahead of Burton, and number 4 Walker-Hansel, 42 Tate, and it's 2 the TSR car of Craig Land in 5th position. So out of the hairpin they come for the final time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, with the one that's really dropped back now, Martin West, a long way from the lead group.
I wonder if Martin West's car overheated, because that could be quite easy today, being in this pack, particularly, I imagine. Anyway, it's the last lap. All eyes to this battle for the win. It's Jeff Peak that leads then into Hawthorne. Has Tate got Walker-Hansel there? He has. So Andrew Tate's got into 3rd place. So this is going to be difficult for Walker-Hansel to repeat Donington Park's results, but for the win then it's Peak that leads, but he's driving from one side of the circuit to the other to try and keep Mark Burton behind him. Oh, there's a car off, so there was yellow flags anyway, but there'll be green into Tower, but Jeff Peak hangs on into here with Burton in P2. Tate still 3rd, 4th, Walker-Hansel 5th Land. The positions didn't change because of the yellows.
Yeah, and that will have undone many a calculation, I think, as to how this race was going to be won and lost. So plan B, if that's what we're now on, for Mark Burton to try and find a way past Jeff Peak in the remaining 3rd of a lap there through Barcroft up to Sunny. So he's going to go up the inside into Sunny. There is just about a gap there. The sort of halfway alongside one of that. No, can't make it through there. So complex it will have to be for Mark Burton if he's going to get another win here at Croft.
Well, let's see. There's a couple of opportunities, really, isn't there? And he's trying to slipstream his way alongside Jeff Peak, then into the left-handed element, and it's very tight. I think it's Peak. It's hard to tell because the sun's glaring on the cars, but it is Peak that leads then. But Burton into the hairpin. Is he going to have a go, Ian?
Let's have a look. No, not particularly. Relying on a mistake there by Peak, who runs ever so slightly wide, but not really wide enough. So it's going to be Peak, number 29, that comes across the line to take the checkered flag and win round 3 of the Demons Week Show Karma Locost Championship. But an absolute blanket finish there. We've got 2nd and 3rd and 4th right together. So 2nd to number 26, Mark Burton, 3rd to number 42, Andrew Tate, 4th to number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, 5th to number 2, Craig Land, 6th to 84, Carl Royce-Nars, 7th to number 94, Martin West. The next battle is heading over the line now. That's going to be won by number 8, Sean Brame, from 99, Ryan Garrett, and 82, Paul Clark. That's a good comeback from Paul Clark, considering it was right at the back of the grid at the 2nd corner.
I believe that's Jeff Peak's 2nd victory in the category. He had one last year, so a great way to win it. It was a great race. You said it was crazy, but it was good, wasn't it?
Yeah,
there was no silliness, which sometimes can happen. It was just a great low-cost race, and it was great to see here at Croft, where the slipstream isn't ultra heavy, but it's enough for there to be many overtakes during the course of the race. And Jeff Peak did a great job there from 4th on the grid, and particularly in the second half of it was always in 1st or 2nd positions. Okay, might have been helped a little bit by the yellow flag, but Mark Burton couldn't find a way past in any of the other opportunities.
No, he couldn't, and I think as we're about to look at the results, let's do that now. In actual fact, the results of that Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship race 3 of the season for these cars, and it was the win going to Jeff Peake, number 29, from number 26, Mark Burton. 42, Andrew Tate was third, another podium for him. Simon Warcancel fourth, Craig Land fifth, number 2, 6th, number 84, Carl Roycenars, 7th, number 94, Martin West, 8th to number 8, Sean Brame, 9th to number 99, Ryan Garrett, and 10th to number 82, Paul Clark. And we didn't see a lot of the action outside the top 7 cars, quite frankly. I'm sure it was very good, but it was just that lead battle was so brilliant. We didn't see much of 11th place, number 73, Rob Apsey, or Todd Boucher, number 69, who was 12th, or 7, Greg Smith, who was 13th, Jonathan Higgins, 96, 14th, Glenn Boyer, 33, 15th, and Dave Berry, Tom Parker, Rob Sisson, Brad Horsnell, and Kevin Straw rounded out the top 20. And Rob Hardy and Ian Hardy, no relation because it's spelt differently, 21st and 22nd. Then William Wright, Keith Malpas, Trevor Faunch, Daniel Garrett, Bill Ward, 27th, Andy Pointer, Mark Rue was a retirement. Actually, so too was Mark, Andy Pointer and David Martin as well. I think Bill Ward might have been a retirement right at the end of the race too, and George Grice was at the end of lap number 1. So we've got the cars heading down the pit lane at the end of a very exciting race in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. The good news is there's 2 more of those to come for you tomorrow. And talking of 2 more races, there's still 2 more to come today here at Croft Circuit. Coming up next, we've got the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship, and then to round out the evening, it's the Tagiwa Type Art Trophy, their second and final race of the weekend. So much more action to come still here at Croft Circuit. And very shortly we'll be heading down into the pit lane. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from our race winner Jeff Peake, see what he made of that very exciting contest. We certainly enjoyed it up here in the commentary box. I expect that he will have found it equally as exciting down there in the driving seat. So looks like Andy McEwan getting ready. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from him very shortly. In fact, let's hear from him right now. Andy, down to you. You've got Jeff.
Yeah, I have indeed. Jeff Peake then gets the victory in our first low-cost race of the weekend. But Jeff, it could have been you, it could have been Mark, it could have been any one of 7 drivers.
Absolutely, that's typical low-cost driving. Really competitive, really clean. I'm really pleased with this because I had a really bad first round at Donington, but I've come back strong. So yeah, really pleased with that. Really pleased.
Yeah, it was important for you to bounce back because there was quite a bit of damage done, wasn't there, at Donington?
Yes, there was, and I must say thank you to Matt Gilmore for that. He got my car back together for me. Admittedly, I didn't get it until last weekend, but it's absolutely brilliant. So.
Tactics are always key in a low-cost race, and I'd imagine many people's last lap tactics were kind of went out the window with that yellow flag. That almost came to your rescue a bit, didn't it?
It did, actually, because Mark Burton, he had me down the back straight, but because of the double wave yellows, he had to ease. And once I saw that, I thought, OK, there's one other place he might get me, but thankfully I managed to hold him off. So, yeah, it was good, and fair play to Mark as well. Really good battle.
How much is that you can do to try and position yourself in the right place in the queue? Because no one really wants to lead on the last lap, do they? But it's hard to manufacture it.
It is, and I must admit, when I saw the last lap board go out, I thought, I don't want to be here. But, thankfully, there was a bit of battling going on behind, which held them up. And then I saw Mark Burton was coming after me, and I thought, OK, he's tough. But I managed to keep him behind, so...
Well, very entertaining to watch, as it always is. Looking forward to more of the same tomorrow. Jeff Peake then is our first low-cost winner of the weekend. We're nearly there. A couple more races to go here from Croft. Don't go anywhere.
And it's the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship that is up next. Second race of the day for these cars. Another rolling start in prospect ahead of a 20-minute race. This is how the grid lines up based on second fastest times from qualifying. It's got Mattel 27 and Joe Stables number 95 on the front row. 86 Stephen Bell, I'm afraid he's not going to be there on the second row of the grid, but 88 Richard Wise should be. 73 Alistair Smart and 35 Leon Morel line up on the third row. And it's going to be Ross Drew 17 and 44 Andrew Kimpton on row 4. Mark Boot 26 and Brian Murphy 57 on row 5. Matt Moore number 20 and Doug Carter number 5 on row 6. And Ian Charles 24 and Andrew Gord 60 on row 7. We won't have Charles Hall number 77 after his dramas in qualifying. So that is the way that the grid lines up for this second RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship event of the day. And before we talk more about this, let's take a short break.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
So for the first race of the day for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, it was a win for Joe Stables in the Radical PR6 from Scott Mattel in the Mattel MC41RR and Richard Wise in the Mattel MC41R. Those were the top three finishes overall, and in Class A. Class B was won by number 35 Leon Morel from number 20 Matt Moore, and number 17 Ross Drew took third place. What's that done to the championship, Josh?
Well, it means that leading the championship in Class A and overall is Joe Stables. He's the only driver to win 40 times in his class. He took 2 wins and a third win plus fastest lap this year, so he's on 46. Second in Class A and overall is Scott Mattel. He's got 38 points, so he's 8 points back now. He's had 3 second places plus points for 2 fastest laps. Third overall, but leading Class B, Leon Morel. The Class B hasn't got a full complement this weekend, so they can't score maximum points, but Leon Morel has taken the lead in Class B Championship by just a single point after 2 wins from Matt Moore, who's been consistent over the course of the season with 3 podiums. And third in that championship is Ross Drew, who was a winner at Donington Park. That's 30 points for Morel, 29 for Moore and 25 for Drew. Not here, Mike Chen on 24 points. If you go back to Class A, third in that championship is Alistair Smart on 25, fourth Richard Wise on 21, and Andrew Kimpton, who didn't finish earlier, is on 20. You suggested Stephen Bell would not be there. He is, so that car's been fixed, which is great news because it means he has another go at going for a podium. Well, if you look down at the grid, then on the front row we saw Mattel on pole this time, Stables alongside them, Bell and Wise on row 2, Smart and Morel on row 3. There's Ross Drew, who starts on row 4 alongside Andrew Kimpton, who, as I say, didn't finish earlier. He'll be hoping to do better therefore. Mark Boot and Brian Murphy. Good to see Brian Murphy out in Bikesports this weekend. The first time this championship's been at Croft. Matt Moore and Doug Carter on row 6. There's Ian Childs and Andrew Gord is alongside. So all 14 that started race 1 will start race 2 then. And as we were saying, this is the fastest category at Croft Circuit this season. A couple of seconds quicker than the Porsche Carrera Cup and British Formula 4 cars that will be here on the Toka package later on in the season. So super quick lap times, 1:17s we've seen today, despite the hot weather. I think it would have been quicker if it wasn't the case. But the pace on this grippy tarmac, we heard it earlier, Ian, with the heat, means tyre management is pretty important. And we saw Scott Mattel just drop off in race 1, so Joe Stables took the win, but this time the grid is inverse, so Mattel on pole on the inside line into Clairvaux. That could give it a different type of race.
Certainly could. Be interesting to see how things pan out. 20-minute race. I suspect. I mean, it's hard for us to tell in the comments. It's very hot in here. I suspect it's hotter out there than it was.
I looked at the weather app, and it's 21 degrees Celsius, which I think is higher than what we were expecting today.
Yeah.
Originally, they said there was going to be quite a lot of cloud today. I don't think there's been much of that. It's been a beautiful day here at Croft. Don't think really we could have asked for anything more from the weather.
Right on cue. It's saying 20 degrees here. Sunshine with a little bit of cloud. 19 at 5 o'clock, well that's about now. 19 at 6 o'clock by the time we've finished. So, yeah, it's set fair, no real chance of rain.
It's about 15 degrees warmer than we were at Donington Park for the opening round for this championship.
Totally, yeah, and quite a bit more pleasant than it was last weekend at Donington Park as well. For the 750 Motor Club meeting.
No winter hats needed for pit lane reporters.
No, absolutely, although I don't think it would suit Andy McEwan anyway if he wore the hat that Matt Suckling had for that Donington meeting. So there is the 27 car. Scott Mittel leading the way around, or the safety car's leading the way around, but he's behind it. And 95 Joe Stables. It's not, because it is behind the safety car, of course, then it's not that quick a green flag lap and rolling lap, so there's not that much heat going into these tyres. There's a little bit of weaving around being done.
I guess they're not actually ultra concerned with that.
No.
Like I mentioned at Donington, it was ultra crucial, where I think because the weather's so warm today, actually you don't want to overheat your tyres.
Bit more temperature in the track, isn't there? So it's not necessary.
So interesting race in prospect. We expect the top two to get away, have a great battle, and then there to be a right old dice behind. Liam Morrell made a good start in race 1 from row 3, so watch out for him again, the Class B driver. The production engine cars, the tuned engine cars are in Class A, so they've got a bit more straight line speed, but Morrell tends to go well at the starts, but it should all be about Scott Mittel and Joe Stables for the win. Stables has won every time out. I'm sure Scott Mittel wants to bring that run to an end.
I expect he does. Both of them, of course, in Class A now, because Stables won a couple of championships from Class B where there was more limited opposition, although he did get some very good outright results as well. So, Mittel in the red and white car is the mostly black car for Joe Stables, who's closest to the camera, and Stephen Bell in the red and white Sabre on the far side of row 2, and the black and orange Mittel of Richard Wise. As the lights go out and the race gets underway then, so who's it going to be into the first corner of this RLM Racing Bikesports Championship race? Well, it's not the best of starts by Scott Mittel, I'm afraid, so Joe Stables has gone straight into the lead of the race. A competitive move there between Leon Morrell and Richard Wise for 4th position, but it's the 35 car of Morrell that goes through. Wise is in 5th spot as they turn their way through Hawthorne and towards the chicane.
Stables is gone, and Morrell's got it all wrong now. He had that moment at Clairvaux. He's on the grass now. He didn't really lose too much time considering, and he's going to hang on to 4th place, in fact, as they go into Tower Bend. But there was a challenge from Richard Wise. Alistair Smart didn't make a great start, so he's lost a position as well there as they make their way down into the Jim Clark S's. I guess the poorest start really come from the poleman, Scott Mittel. We didn't expect him to lose the lead, but this is the battle of a 4th. Morrell versus Wise. Behind you've got Smart and Drew battling, and Ross Drew, the second of the Class B cars, was having a good challenge there to try and do something about Alistair Smart. He couldn't though. So this 20-minute race for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship is coming to the end of lap 1. This is the battle of a third between Stephen Bell, who has held that place for so long earlier before retiring, is ahead of Liam Morrell. Again, a quick, aggressive start to his race.
Yeah, absolutely right. So you've got Bell and Morrell almost together as they come through and end the lap in 3rd and 4th positions respectively. As Joe Stables leading though from Scott Mittel in 2nd position as they go across the line to end lap 1, and I think everyone's made it around the first lap. Okay, and that's a good scrap there going on between the Drew car number 17 and 73, Alistair Smart, and the 17 car actually goes through there to take the position. So that's Ross Drew ahead now of Alistair Smart into the top 6.
There's Scott Mittel getting back on terms with Joe Stables after a slow start for Mittel. Wonder if they'll learn anything about the earlier race. We really saw him drop away at the end. Scott Mittel, who runs on ex-Formula 3 slick racing tyres. Both, I think, these cars on 13-inch slick or 13-inch wheels, with both, of course, slick racing tyres, but I know the Mattel team are saying they get older Formula 3 slicks because they're a lot cheaper than buying brand new ones, because, of course, Formula 3 teams don't use theirs for very long at all. But you can make your tyres last much longer than that. But the battle for the lead is very good indeed. They're absolutely together. This race, Mattel looks a lot more racy in the early stages, Ian.
It does, doesn't he? Trying to put some pressure on Joe Stables here, get him to make a mistake. I suspect that might be what it needs if Scott's going to try and find a way through. They're very evenly matched, these cars and drivers. I think it might need a mistake from one of them, in this case Stables, if we're going to see a change to the status quo. Bell has gone through in 3rd position, Morel 4th. He's got Richard Wise right behind him though in 5th. Ross Drew up into 6th place on that lap, as we say. But there are the leaders as they head down towards Tower for the 3rd time.
Okay, they've basically got the whole length of the straight between them and the rest. Oh, Matt Moore's got damage and he's for the pit lane. So Matt Moore's been involved in strife. He's got damage to the front left-hand side of his Radical SR3. But we wait for the battle of a 3rd to come into shot here, which is Stephen Bell ahead of Leon Morel, and then Richard Wise, Ross Drew, Alistair Smart, and not far behind are Andrew Kimpton and Mark Boot. But there's Bell then in the Sabre Scala, a car being developed by Tim Gray Motorsport. Tim Gray did drive the car to shake it down on Thursday and did a pretty decent lap time in it, to be honest. And Stephen Bell's getting quicker and quicker all the time, and he's looking for his first podium here in Bikesports. It's only his 2nd weekend racing slick and wing cars. But here are the leaders, exiting the hairpin already, and it's as close as it has been for the last couple of laps. The top 2 dive across the line then, with the fastest lap from Matella, 1:18.38, in pursuit of Stables. He's over the curve, he's sideways through Clairvaux there, but he caught it pretty well. What about through Hawthorne when he's wider, but that was a bit of a moment. It's a nasty curb really on the run through Clairvaux, and is that going to give Scott Mattel a chance down towards Tower Bend? I don't think he's quite close enough again, so a great defence there from Stables, despite a bit of an error. He's able to hang on then ahead of Scott Mattel. They're already 17 seconds ahead of anybody else in this race. And here is the rest, absolutely battling away.
Yeah, great scraps going on down the field as it is in the lead of the race. So that was the battle that we were seeing there for 5th and 6th, because Ross Drew having a good race here. He's putting some pressure on Richard Wise in the Mattel. Ross Drew is driving from the Midlands, chasing after Wise, and Alistair Smart only just behind in 7th.
Out of shot, we've had a change for the lead of the motor race because Scott Mattel has got himself ahead of Joe Stables. There you can see it on your screen now. Scott Mattel around the back of the circuit has got himself ahead of Stables. Stables was scrappy at the beginning of the lap, and it's come good now for Mattel. He leads the race, but only just. What a battle this is turning into this season between these two drivers. A 1:18.38 for Scott Mattel. He leads then from Joe Stables. I think we need a refresh again of the timing of Tower, I'm afraid, before that will come true. Looks like that stopped a couple of laps ago, but we'll get that fixed for you. And Scott Mattel leads the race then as they come down towards Tower Bend. What a great move that must have been out of our sight, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. So Scott Mattel ahead. Now, can Joe Stables fight back? We've not yet seen him in this mode during the course of the weekend so far. Now he needs to apply the pressure to Scott to try and force Scott into a mistake. See if that can happen. But for the moment, if anything, Scott's getting away. He's to the tune of a few car lengths. So Joe, perhaps going to find that tough to do. But there's still a long way to go. Nearly 14 minutes left in this race, so plenty of time, you'd think.
You would. We shall see. If he does start to drop away, it'll become more difficult. Mattel is certainly gapping him. Now he's in clean air, which is the first time Mattel's had that in race conditions today. So him and Stables 20 seconds up the road from the rest after just 4 laps. This is the completion of lap 5 then, as they cross the line in the earlier race. The best lap of the race was a 1:18 dead for Mattel. That lap was in the 17s, 1:17.78, a new lap record in the Bikesports Championship around the Croft circuit. So that was a really good lap from Mattel and shows the kind of pace that car can do when it's in front of the Radical PR6.
Yeah, here's this battle for 5th and 6th positions going through the chicane at the moment. Number 88, Richard Wise, and number 17, Ross Drew. They're in different classes because Drew is 2nd within Class B. Leon Morel, a couple of cars ahead of him. There he is, the 35 car leading Class B. At the moment, Class B for production engine cars, Class A is for cars with tuned engines, but as you can see, the quickest of the Class B cars certainly do mix it with the Class A cars. There is the third place car, Stephen Bell. Good to see Steve back out again for race 2. I think there was some concern that he wouldn't be, and he might not be able to take the start, but there he is. Boulder's Brass leading this next group of cars from Leon Morel, Class B leader, Richard Wise, Ross Drew and Alistair Smart, and actually Mark Boot and Andrew Kimpton aren't far away behind this battle either, are they? It's really pretty much 7 cars separated only by about 5 seconds.
Half of the starters together. Mark Boot's going much better than earlier, so that's great to see. Someone that's been campaigning this car for quite some time now, the Radical PR6. So you can see him on your screens. Car 26 chasing Alistair Smart, who joined Bikesports in the last year or so. And they come into the complex then with Stephen Bell with so many cars in his mirrors, but he's keeping them all behind for now. Up front, by the way, Mattel's driving away from Stables. He's set another new lap record, a 1:17.66. He's 2 seconds ahead of Stables, but for third, it's 2 seconds separating many, many cars.
Absolutely. That 1 minute 17.66, that's 97.35 miles an hour average, by the way, which is absolutely fantastic. Here's the fight for third. And it's lively, isn't it? And again, Drew carrying more speed than Wise at this part of the circuit, trying to find a way alongside Richard Wise, but probably Wise will be a bit quicker down the straight here. And Drew's able to make up some of that time in the corners, but it's Bell, Morel, Wise, Drew under braking. I'm afraid I could see that coming. I'm afraid I could see that coming. He was down the inside, but very late on the brakes. It ended, as I thought it might do, in a spin for Ross Drew, and all of the hard work that he had done is now undone because he's dropped, well, not only to the back of that group, but a long way behind it.
Yes, a big old spin there at Tower. And immediately Alistair Smart has got himself on terms with Richard Wise here, and in front Liam Morel is with Steve Bell. So down into the complex they come for the 7th lap of the race, and Liam Morel is all over the back here of Bell. So you've got so many different types of car here. You've got the Sabre Scala ahead of the Radical SR3, the Mattel MC41R. Then you've got the Radical PR6s of Alistair Smart and Mark Boot and Andrew Kimpton that complete this battle. So 4 different types of sports racers heading down towards Clairvaux. Great to see the variety in Bikesports. And here for 4th, Morel under pressure from Wise, and that brings the PR6s behind in contention. So as I was saying, great to see different shapes, different models here racing in the Bikesports Championship this year.
That spin for Ross Drew has dropped him outside the top 10, by the way, as we are focusing on this battle then between Richard Wise in 5th, Alistair Smart in 6th, Mark Boot in 7th place. Not quite with Leon Morel and Stephen Bell now. Brian Murphy with that spin for Ross Drew goes ahead, as off the road goes Alistair Smart, 73. Gets back on relatively quickly though without losing too much time.
Quite exciting graph tracking in Radical PR6, I should imagine. But yes, he stayed in front of Mark Boot, who I think is having probably his best race in Bikesports this season. I think we saw him out at Donington Park as well, but having a good run here in 7th position on the Croft circuit. Yeah, Mark Boot's best result at Donington, I think, was a 10th position, so yeah, going better than that. And he's riding this battle for what is 3rd overall, and he's putting Alistair Smart under intense pressure, coming down to the hairpin. Steve Bell, though, still leads this group of cars in the Sabre then, that's being run by Tim Gray Motorsport. And you want to find out a bit more about the project, we had an interview with Steve, which will be available online on demand as part of this full Alpha Live streaming weekend. It'll be all available on YouTube pretty much as soon as the event finishes. So if you do miss any of it, you can watch it back as soon as you like.
So there's Stephen Bell, number 86 in the Sabre Scala, and behind him is Leon Morel in the Radical. And we've got a green flag at the exit of the hairpin, and that's because we've got a spinner. It's the 24 car of Ian Child that has spun. There he is on the way out of the hairpin. The 2 leaders have been through and past that stricken car, which is showing no signs of moving, unfortunately, and obviously it's not in a great position in the middle of the road on the exit of the hairpin. And this is the battle that in half a lap's time will be with it.
Yes, the battle still being headed by Steve Bell in the Sabre. from the Radical of Liam Morel and the Mattel of Richard Wise, and I can report there's no movement, I'm afraid, from Ian Charles's car, so let's hope everybody spots him as safety car boards are being prepared, and the safety car is going out, by the way, so double yellows for this group into the hairpin. Let's hope everybody knows what's going on here. They're all going to the outside and they all get through that okay, but Scott Mattel is not going to be happy about seeing her safety car boards out, because he was 3.5 seconds, oh dear, 3.5 seconds in front of Joe Stables. Steve Bell backed up probably a bit more than he needed to, although to be fair, the safety car was coming out in front of him. Yeah. And everybody just about worked out what was going on, I think, behind him, so we avoided any kind of issue. But yeah, Scott Mattel's 3.5 second lead that he'd built up is going to disappear to Joe Stables.
Yeah, and we're also going to have to deal with getting the slower cars waved past the safety car as well in the remaining 7 minutes of this race. Now that car of Ian Charles shouldn't take too much shifting once there's a gap in the traffic for the marshals to get out and give it a push up against the barrier, which I imagine is what they will try to do, or possibly in the direction of the pit lane, depending on what they decide is the best course of action. But we've got this safety car period then towards the end of this RLM Racing Bikesports Championship, which is being led by number 27 Scott Mattel, from number 95 Joe Stables in second place. In third place is number 86 Stephen Bell. In fourth place is number 35 Leon Morel. Fifth is number 88 Richard Wise. Sixth 73 Alistair Smart. Seventh number 26 Mark Boot. Eighth is number 44 Andrew Kimpton. Ninth is number 5 Doug Carter. And 57 Brian Murphy is rounding out the top 10.
We've got a truck pickup recovery vehicle heading in the direction of the hairpin. So we'll have people on hand very shortly to deal with Ian Charles's Radical PR6, who is the second car who's had a problem in this race. Matt Moore retired early on. Ian Charles looks set to be the second retirement. So it looked like he just stalled the car and was unable to refire it. Of course, hot racing engines aren't particularly the easiest things to get back going, and I think that's what the problem has been here.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll get a tow rope onto that and just be able to drag it to a position of relative safety without too much disruption. It's a nice sedate safety car lap. So I'm always wondering if they're hoping that they can get it all done on this lap, which would be a tall order.
But also, what it does is give them more time, doesn't it, with no cars around the rescue team.
Exactly, because that's what they need, is the gap in the traffic.
Ian Charles is furiously waving his arms about, so I'm not sure if he quite realises what the procedure is here. Because I don't think they actually spoke to him, they just put a tow rope on the back of his car and started dragging him. Yeah. So I think that's brought a bit of a pause to what's going on here.
Yeah, so anyway, we're trying to get that car recovered onto the grass, which is easier said than done. Anyway, the cars in the race are heading around towards... Now, where in all of this did Scott Mattel and Joe Stables, did they end up at the back of this train?
Yes, that's right. So whether we're actually going to get time to wave them through, or they're going to have a very exciting restart, we are about to see. So we're going to, I guess, we'll wave everybody by this lap, will we? But then
I would have thought so, but then they're planning to get one more racing lap after this anyway.
Yeah.
So, just having a look. Yeah, still safety car boards being shown. Yeah, they're now waving through Steve Bell. So safety car observer is waving through the slower cars, and everyone apart from the final two cars in the train will be waved past, which will be Scott Mattel and Joe Stables. I think Scott's worked out what's going on, and he should tuck in behind the safety car. And I imagine the safety car will do a very slow lap in an effort to allow Steve Bell to catch the train.
He's not really getting on with things, though, is he?
Yeah, they're not going to give him more than one lap, are they? If he doesn't catch the pack, that will be his lookout, I think, will be the where we get to. Because, yeah, he really needs to be pushing on now to try and catch the back of this train, and yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. We might just about squeeze one more lap out of this, but the safety car will need to pick up its pace if it's going to do so.
I suspect we'll leave the truck and Ian Charles's car well off the road. You can see there on your screens it's well out of harm's way. But yeah, the rest of the pack, led by Steve Bell, are not catching up with the safety car train at any kind of rate.
No, they're not, unfortunately. And all the drivers are aware that that's what they should be doing in the event of a safety car. It's all in the driver's briefing notes. That they get not so much in the way of in-person briefings, of course, in these COVID times. But nevertheless, all the drivers are made aware of their requirements. So they're heading through sunny.
Top two are well ahead in race conditions and well ahead in safety car conditions
Well,
too.
they are as well, and they should just about get through to do one more lap, I should think, shouldn't they, the top two? But they're not. They're going to be so far ahead of the battle for third. There's a danger, actually, that they will catch on the lap that they do the battle for third, because they'll, or the remaining cars.
What it might mean is the third place battle gets a green flag somewhere around the circuit, and Steve Bell's put himself at risk here of being caught out of that by that and losing his third position if he's not on the ball of when that's happened. Yeah, and the team, I think, are trying to urge him on, aren't they? The Tim Gray Motorsport team there on the pit wall.
Not with any great degree of success, it would seem.
So this is the battle for the win. It's always been the case, these two, Scott Mattel and Joe Stables. Well, in this race, Stables hasn't had the pace of Mattel, but how are their tyres doing? Of course, they've cooled right down here. But who's got the most life left on this one-lap dash?
Yeah, should be we're going to get it. Safety car boards are still out. We'll wait to see if the lights are on. The lights are off on the safety car. The safety car's back with us. Scott Mattel and Joe Stables are not. They are coming through the complex now, but we are going to get the last lap board as well. So we're going to get a green flag, last lap board, and the race back underway. Safety car peels into the pit lane then, and so it's a one-shot showdown really for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. It's one-on-one. It's Scott Mattel against Joe Stables. It's the green flags wave, and they head down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time then in this restarted race, for the only time in this restarted race, and it's Scott Mattel that's ahead at the moment.
It is. It's a bit like the old Super League days, isn't it? With just two cars racing together in a head-to-head shootout, and they're absolutely together as they come out of the chicane. Then is the Radical PR6 a bit more slippery in a straight line, got a bit more straight line speed perhaps, and Stables looks to the inside, looks to the outside, late on the brakes into Tower Corner.
And a change for third because Leon Morel has got through. The green flags have been waving behind them on the lap, so Leon Morel has seen that. He's got through to third place.
Through the Jim Clark S's, the leaders are together. Joe Stables is putting Mattel under more and more pressure on this lap. This lap is certainly the best we've seen Stables go in this race. He's putting Scott Mattel under intense pressure. They'll be pleased to note they won't be catching anybody else, but through the sunny section there, Mattel's been able to pull out a very decent margin, so it looks good for Scott Mattel. Is he going to take the first win for this car?
Looks like he might do, into the complex for the final time then, and I'm sure that if he does, there'll be a lot of delighted emotion in the Mattel cars team, because it's another car, another piece of development, and it's a win in it for Scott Mattel in round 4 of the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. But here's what's going on behind Josh.
Yes, another place Steve Bell's lost, so Liam Morel and Richard Wise have passed him. I think we need a refresh on the timing tower as well, so I'm sure the guys downstairs will do that for us. But I think Tim Gray's been doing lots of coaching with Steve Bell. I think he might need some safety car coaching now, because this has not gone to plan. He's been in third place for the whole race, and really he's just thrown it away. So both Liam Morel and Richard Wise have got past him. Morel's going to get a third overall. He might lose another place here, Ian, down to the complex.
Well, we're assuming that it's all about the safety car restart, but it could be that there's a problem with the car as well. But Leon Morel, it is that's out of the head for the final time. He's going to come through and take third place and the Class B win. Fourth is going to go the way of Richard Wise, and for fifth, it's just about going to be Steve Bell that hangs on, but it's going to be side by side for sixth place over the line between number 73 Alistair Smart and number 26 Mark Boot. And which one of them gets it? I think it is Smart that gets it by 3/100ths of a second, and then Andrew Kimpton 8th, Ross Drew 9th, and Doug Carter 10th. Brian Murphy 11th and Andrew Gord 12th place. So a hectic finish to that race. But up front in the two cars that were left standing, as it were, Scott Mattel hung on by just under 0.4 of a second from Joe Stables.
Yeah, it was quite an exciting lap really, wasn't it? It was an unusual way for the race to end with just the 2 cars really out there. But they have been the star, haven't they, of the season, these 2, Scott Mattel and Joe Stables. On that last lap, they did identical lap times, a 1 minute 18.43, which was Stables' best lap of the race, actually. Well done to Scott Mattel, well done to Mattel cars. I'm sure Ian, father of Scott's going to be absolutely delighted with that. He didn't look too pleased after qualifying when they didn't get pole. They didn't win earlier on this afternoon, but Ian, they have won now. They've won the 4th round of the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship.
0.37 seconds from Joe Stables, number 95 in 2nd place. A long way back, 47 seconds back in 3rd place, but winning Class B, number 35, Leon Morel. 4th place, number 88, Richard Wise. 5th, number 86, Stephen Bell. 6th was 73, Alistair Smart. 7th, 26, Mark Boo. 8th, 44, Andrew Kimpton. 9th overall, and 2nd in class was number 17, Ross Drew. Carter, number 5, rounded out the top 10. On to the next page, Brian Murphy and Andrew Gord were the other finishers in 57 and 60, 11th and 12th in Charles, and Matt Moore didn't make it to the end. So we've got the first 2, they've already made it down the pit lane. The rest of the field are following on as well. We've got one more race to come here this evening. That's for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Bit of information from the Roadsports race earlier on, in that the car that crossed the line first, that of Andy Marston, that was disqualified for overtaking under yellow flags, and so that promoted the 2nd place Simon Mogger and Matthew Faulkner Civic to the Roadsports race win. So we've got the cars heading down the pit lane, and very shortly, in fact let's go right now down to Andy McEwan, who's going to speak to, I'm sure, a very happy Scott Mattel.
Yeah, very happy Scott Mattel. A slightly hot and bothered Scott Mattel, I'd imagine. Slightly strange that race that one in a way with the safety car, but the battle between you and Joe was just as close as it was in race 1.
Yeah, I had a great battle with Joe for the first few laps, and then I managed to get through and show the pace I had probably in race 1 as well. But we made a few changes. The car was certainly much better then. But no, big thanks to number 1 Dad, really. Now what it takes to do this is immense. So yeah, thanks to him, and thanks to all the team, and say hello to the kids that are out there watching as well for the first time for ages since COVID stuff allowed people back. So yeah, it's great.
Fantastic battle between you two in both races. You spent the entirety of race 1 staring at the back of Joe's car. Obviously you weren't keen to do that for another 20 minutes, but we didn't actually see where the move was made, so talk us through it.
I got a better run out of Sunny out, so down into the left-hander at the end of there, into the complex. Just got down the inside of Joe, just managed to keep him sort of squared it to the next little tight right-hander, and that's what that had done, really.
And from there, did you think you'd be able to pull away, or were you fairly confident Joe was going to keep you honest?
I knew he'd keep me honest, that's no question there, but I thought I could get a bit of a gap. So I pushed through a few laps, and I had a board saying sort of plus 3.8, plus 4, so I thought, oh, just sort of, I'll get it to 5 and then I'll stop. And then I saw the safety car, I was like, oh, God. But yes, it wasn't much fun the last lap, but yeah, got it done.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations there. Scott Mattel then, the winner of our second race of the weekend. One each for he and Joe Stables. One more race then still to come. It's the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. They had a brilliant race earlier on today. Looking forward to this. A perfect way to round out day 1 here at Croft.
Yes, so I'm looking forward to this one as well. Final race of the day, Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and the grid for this one is based on the result of the race that we had just before lunch. So let's talk you through it. Pole position is number 117, Adam Shepherd, and alongside him 53, Mark Barmer. Lee Deegan 48 and Luke Rosewell 47 are on the second row of the grid. Jeff Humphries number 5 and Jack Leeson number 87 are on row 3. Fourth row should be 35 Aaron Sharp and 28 Joe Jessup. On the 5th row, Travis Coyne number 70 is beside number 4 Daniel Chapman. Then on row 6, 77 Mark Dickin and 96 Tim Necklin. Row 7 is number 8 Dave Fricker and 88 Tristan Fletcher. I think they finished race 1 almost alongside. Aaron Thornton 85 and William Puttigal 83 are on the 8th row. Then Brett Evans number 16 and Ash Moore number 20. Next up, row 10. 95 Samuel Dennis and 18 Matthew Duffel, 15 James Bradigan and 39 Warwick Ellis on the 11th row, Graham Waterhouse 61 and Chris Stone number 72 on row 12. And then we get into the drivers that didn't finish race 1. 22, Tate Taverner and Matt Digby. Number 97 on row 13, Jack Thomas. Number 7, Nick Garner. Number 42. Let's see how many of those are out there for this, the second and final race of the day for the Jaguar Type R Trophy. Final race of the day for us here at Croft Circuit as well. Josh, I think you've been looking at the points after race 1. What's changed there?
Well, coming into the weekend, Shepherd and Deegan were equal, so obviously whoever was better in the race would be leading the championship, and that, of course, was Adam Shepherd. He won race 1. He's now on 104 points after 2 wins and 1 second-place finish. Second is Lee Deegan on 98 points. He's had a first, a second, and a third now. Luke Rosewell, he's third on 88 points. Mark Balmer's up to 4th after that second-place finish earlier. He's on 84. Then Aaron Sharp on 76. Jack Lees on 74. Jeff Humphreys on 63 after his best result earlier. Joe Jessup, Dave Fricker, and Travis Coyne complete the top 10 on all in the 50s points after 3 races. 35 points you get for a win, to give you a bit of perspective of this 12-round championship. This is round 4.
Absolutely right, and great looking grid of cars about to assemble in front of us for the Type R Trophy. And as we were saying earlier, the foundation programme that's been established by the 750 Motor Club for this season has brought a number of new drivers, both completely new to motorsport and crossing across from other championships or whatever, onto the scene. There's Mark Balmer. He's come across from Clio Racing after a season or 2 out. There's Lee Deegan, but alongside him is the 47 car of Luke Rosewell, ex Formula Ford 1600 racer, the 26-year-old. There's Lee Deegan's car, prepared by Area Motorsport. Then you've got Jeff Humphreys and the 87 car, Jack Lees, novice driver, alongside. There's the 35 car, which is Aaron Sharp, and behind him on the grid is the 70 car as well, which is Travis Coyne. There's Daniel Chapman's car, beautifully turned out machine, as they all are. The presentation of these cars is absolutely fantastic, isn't it, Josh?
It certainly is, and it's great to see so many, because anybody that's been to a 750 Motor Club meeting before this season would not have seen many of these cars on the grid, and it's suddenly grown in unbelievable amounts, mainly thanks to the foundation programme that Ian has mentioned. But it's obviously very appealing in other ways too, because we've got all these cars that have come out. Almost everybody is new on the grid. There's only 2 or 3 cars really left from last year, aren't there?
Yeah.
And it's obviously been so appealing. One thing to note is Matt Digby is pitted after the run round from the assembly area.
Yeah, he has, but everyone else is there, including the 4 that didn't make it to the end of the early race. So Tate Taverner's car's a bit patched up because that found the barriers in race 1 when he was battling inside the top 10. So we'll watch to see what Tate can do during the course of this race, whether he can make up some ground.
Is Matt Digby electing to start from the pit lane to keep out of any kind of melee?
Possibly so. He's there ready and waiting at the pit lane exit, isn't he, for the race to start? But of course that does mean he can't doesn't have the advantage of the green flag lap as these drivers do in the Type R Trophy. They're heading off on the green flag lap on their control tyres.
So the difference this time is, alongside Adam Shepherd, is Mark Balmer. In fact, for Lee Deegan, he might be quite pleased to be on the inside line after outside line didn't treat him terribly friendly in race 1. Shepherd was able to pull away on that because of the incident behind him in the opener, and therefore had a decent gap. So see how it goes differently this time around. Jeff Humphreys, he made a good start to race 1, so he starts 5th this time. Did lose a place later on to Luke Rosewell, but we'll see how he goes. The former Stock Hatch champion, he battled against the likes of Josh Cook to win that championship, who of course is a double BTCC race winner this season already.
Absolutely right. These cars on MRF tyres, as you can see from the number plate stickers that they all sport. So that's the control tyre that they're using. Of course, it was in the MRF Formula that runs in India that Lee Deegan won a race a couple of years ago, didn't he? So that's his only single-seater racing experience, I think, out in India. Quite a few stories to tell from that as well, which were told in Autosport. You may remember there was a feature in Autosport magazine after Lee got back from that experience, which in its own right was a prize for championship success.
I know Lee was hoping to race on the Toka package last year in the Ginetta Super Cup, but I think COVID meant his sponsor had to pull out of that, so coming back to club racing this season, and got a win at Silverstone. Adam Shepherd, of course, he did race in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup and I think was successful there, but had a year or so out, and he's back again also in this Civic base series, the Type R trophy, and he's been really quick here at Croft. He dominated qualifying this morning and led the whole race with a gap earlier on this afternoon, so be hoping to do similar. But you've got Mark Balmer, Clio race winner in the past, and Lee Deegan right there. Luke Rosewell, who was quick at Silverstone, the former single-seater racer, starting on row 2. Then on row 3, the best of the novices, Jack Lees. What a great job he's doing in the championship. I think top 6 in the championship, 6th on the grid here. And also Joe Jessup, you have to give it to him too. He's only one row further back, another novice. There's a lot of novices on the grid, but some of them right near the front in a super competitive field. We've mentioned a couple of the names to the front that have had great success in club racing.
Lap time wise, we're looking for 1:36.11 to beat. That's the lap record that Adam Shepherd set in the earlier race. I wonder if we'll go quicker than that in this second race of the day for the Jaguar Type R trophy. 5-second board is shown to the drivers then. Red lights turn on and out they go. And a good start by Mark Balmer from the outside of the front row of the grid. It looked like he made a slightly better start than Adam Shepherd in actual fact, so we'll see if he's got the lead as they go down to the first corner. Yes, he has, and Lee Deegan trying to get through into second place as well, but there's contact and Balmer's car goes round. I'm afraid that came from Adam Shepherd. He goes off into the barrier, so it's Shepherd that's leading and it's Deegan that's second, but just a tag there has put Balmer off the circuit just briefly into the barriers.
I think both Deegan and Shepherd both made contact with Balmer's car, and poor old Mark Balmer, what a great start he made. The car's on the grass coming down the straight, but what a great start Mark Balmer made. But he ended up in the barriers. He's out of the car, out of the motor race, and it's Shepherd, then from Deegan, then from Rosewell up front. That's all a bit Silverstone-like, isn't it, with those top 3 as they make their way then out of Tower Bend. The rest of the field follow their way through, but of course not Mark Balmer. He's out of the race.
No, yep. The car is being driven into a position of safety. I think that is what's going on. So it's Adam Shepherd out in front, and there's the 28 car, which is Joe Jessup.
What a start he made.
Yeah, he's done really well, hasn't he? He's ahead of Jeff Humphries there, number 5.
He's 4th, I think.
Yeah, so that's a great start from him. And a spinner further back, that's the 83 car of William Puttergill. So he's gone off at Sunny Corner, but the leaders are coming through the complex for the first one. So it's 117 leading. That's Adam Shepherd from 48 Lee Deegan, 47 Lee Rosewell, and 28 Joe Jessup. Great start from him to get ahead of the former Stock Cats champion number 5 Jeff Humphries, and 35 Aaron Sharp is in 6th position at the moment, so they come back onto the straight to complete lap 1.
Yeah, he started 8th, did Jessup up to 4th, so not just Jeff Humphries in the past, but also Jack Lees and Aaron Sharp. So Adam Shepherd leads the way, a familiar livery to be leading a 750 Motor Club race. Adam Shepherd, of course, won in M3 Cup, for example, but also his dad, Craig, he's a hot hatch race winner a couple of decades ago, something like that, in that same Shepherd's Motors livery. The driver from Essex then, Adam Shepherd, leads the way, coming out and chicane, but again, he's held over the grass, but he is pulling away from Lee Deegan.
He is indeed. So Shepherd, Deegan, and then in 3rd place, Luke Rosewell then, as they head down towards Tower Corner. Jessup still there in 4th, Humphries in 5th. As we're watching the Rosewell car, that's the one that we're just following through there, through Tower Corner, through the Jim Clark S's they go, left and right, and then on to the right-hander kink, should be flat out, I would think, or close to it at Barcroft, and then into the double right-hander at Sunny. So there we go, that is the battle a little bit further back that we're watching then. In the middle of it is the number 96 car, who's almost getting a little bit of assistance. That's Tim Necklin, and that assistance coming from number 4, Daniel Chapman.
In front of them, Mark Dickin, it was another good start. He's up to 8 from a length on the grid, so some people really made progress at the start of the race. The leaders turned their way out of the hairpin, or the leader, Adam Shepherd, is on a mission, isn't he, at Croft today. He's dominated every session basically, and across the line he comes as the race leader, but there's been a bit of a schmozzle there about that's Aaron Shepherd and Jack Lees that have found themselves on the grass, and they're going to lose a number of positions.
Yeah, Aaron Sharp, the one to lose out a little bit more than Jack Lees, so both of them will drop down the order, and will they drop outside the top 10. Alan Sharp across the line in 9th, Jack Lees across the line in 8th place that time, but they lose a bit of ground. Meanwhile, up front, I can tell you that Adam Shepherd's still leading. That's Travis Coyne alongside Alan Sharp now. That's for 9th and 10th then. Sharp just about managing to hold off Coyne, who perhaps was trying to capitalise there with the momentum that he had, that Aaron Sharp didn't down the straight.
That's right, he couldn't quite manage it. Aaron Sharp got his elbows out and stayed in front. So Mark Dickin was the gainer, and Dave Fricker. They're up to 6th and 7th positions from 11th and 13th on the grid. So Fricker from 13th to 7th. He's made more progress than anybody else, I believe, the former Formula Ford racer.
Tate Tavern has made reasonable progress up to 16th place at the end of the lap from, I think, about 25th on the grid, so he's made up 9 places in his patched up Civic.
Nick Garner's going with him. He's 18th, but he didn't race earlier. And from the pit lane, Matt Digby's 23rd.
So perhaps not made as quite as much progress as the others. But we're watching Sharp then and the 87 car of Jack Lee. So these were the two that sort of were leaning on each other through the hairpin at the end of the previous lap, and they went very wide, both of them over the grass. They're coming into the complex now behind Mark Dickin 77 and Dave Fricker in the number 8 car as the leaders are through to complete their 3rd lap, with Adam Shepherd still leading the way from Lee Deegan.
The gap's just going out and out though. After 3 laps it's 1.7 seconds between the two of them. We're looking at Lee Deegan here turning his way under pressure from Luke Rosewell, who's having a better race, going with Deegan here through Hawthorne. They turn. Shout out to Joe Jessup in 4th. He made that good start, but he's getting away from Jeff Humphreys. So what a drive in his 2nd ever car race meeting to run in 4th position ahead of a former Stock Hatch champion, probably when it was at its most competitive with, what, 60, 70 entries when Jeff Humphreys won that. So a great drive from Joe Jessup in 4th. But we're watching the 3rd place man, which is Luke Rosewell. He's been a star, really at the start of the season, hasn't he? Almost winning at Silverstone. Coming from single-seater racing, chasing saloon car specialist Lee Deegan.
Yeah, absolutely right. You mentioned Jeff Humphreys there. It's his first time racing at Croft, actually. And I know that when he was testing here the other day, he really enjoyed the circuit. So it's a challenge, and drivers do enjoy it when they come here. They might think it's a bit far away, but it's well worth the trip. Now, there, Luke Rosewell has suddenly made a bit of a mistake, and he's lost a few lengths to Lee Deegan as a result of that. So Lee Deegan not feeling the pressure that he was, but he's still got a long way to go to try and catch Adam Shepherd. He's just not quite had the pace of Shepherd, has he, during the course of this weekend so far?
No, I guess it's bagging points is important heading to the remainder of the season in the Type R Trophy. He's around 4 to a third of the way through the season after today. First championship year for the Jaguar Type R Trophy, of course. Out of the hairpin there, Mark Diggin. He went a little bit wide, but he's okay. Behind, what have you spotted in?
Aaron Sharp making a move on Travis Coyne. So Coyne had got ahead, but Aaron Sharp at the hairpin has gone back through in the number 35 car. So back into 9th position he has gone. There's the Travis Coyne car now with Daniel Chapman alongside it as they head down the start-finish straight into Clervaux Corner. It looks like it's going to be the 70 car of Coyne that just about holds on to 10th position at the moment. There you can see Daniel Chapman in 11th, then Tim Neckman 12th. Tate Taverner up a few more places, he's 13th now, Tristan Fletcher 14th.
There was some good touring car style bouncing over the curves there from Travis Coyne, another newcomer. Interestingly, Lee Deegan set the fastest lap of the race, something he hasn't done all day, 1:36.19. So he's slightly closed in on Adam Shepherd to 1.7 seconds. Dan Chapman, he tried to make a move there into Tower. It didn't pay off. He's put 2 wheels over the grass, which puts him under pressure from another novice driver. That's Tim Necklin. But here is Mark Dickin, who's in 6th, being chased by Dave Fricker, who is 7th. 2 drivers with a different background in racing. And then it's Jack Lees, who's 8th after going grass tracking earlier.
Yeah, there is the Travis Coyne car with Daniel Chapman just behind. So 7 minutes of the race left to go, just beyond half distance in this 15-minute race. The leaders are coming through again. I'm just looking at the gap. It was 1.7 between Shepherd and Deegan. Yeah, it's still about the same as they go up and over the line once again. And Luke Rosewell still there in 3rd position. What's happened to the gap now? It's gone out to 2.04 seconds in actual fact. So Shepherd making 3/10 on Deegan that time through.
And that is because Adam Shepherd's just set a new lap record, half a tenth quicker than earlier this afternoon, 1:36.06. That's pretty consistent, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's what you'd expect from Adam as we watch Mark Dickin, previously raced in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, now racing in the Type R Trophy, switching across to run in this 750 Motor Club Run Championship. He's got Fricker behind him, only about half a second behind, and then another second or so behind them is the 87 car of Jack Lees, looking to get back towards the top 6, which is where his form so far this season dictates he should be. There's Tim Necklin in the 96 car, Tate Taverner, and then it's Tristan Fletcher there, just in the background. You saw the 14th position car.
So Taverner's 13th now from row 13 of the grid, so he's passed about half the cars therefore in this. Nick Garner's progress seems to have halted at 17th. Matt Digby's only 23rd, so perhaps not all is well with his Civic. A near stock hatch champion, I think, just a point away. He missed that out on, but these sort of the modern stock hatch car, the Honda Civic, the Type R Trophy cars exit the hairpin, being led still by Adam Shepherd. Silverstone was super close, but this race has been pretty dominant again from Shepherd.
There's a couple of cars, though, that have gone off on the back straight. I think Jack Thomas may be one of them.
Yeah, we've got that car on the screen here.
We've got it on screen, and there's another car involved as well up on the Rallycross circuit. That is the 39 car of Warwick Ellis. There is the Warwick Ellis car, so I think they've had it coming together somehow.
So there's damage to the driver's door on Warwick Ellis's car. He's had to get out over the passenger side, and there's damage to the front of Jack Thomas. So there's been some kind of incident where the one car lost it and the other one had collected it. Well, that is quite possible, isn't it? The two drivers having a bit of a chat, but nothing that looks like anybody's blaming anybody. It looks like that might have just been a racing incident. But are those cars in a happy place for race control, I guess, is the question, with just 4 minutes of the race to go. We'll see what decision is made.
Yeah.
But for Adam Shepherd, it's a near 3-second lead, because he said another fastest lap. Now we're in the 35, the 135.86, so that's pretty rapid.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's got back markers to deal with now, the first of which is Graham Waterhouse in the 61 car. So he navigates his way past him. Shepherd out in front with 4 minutes of the race left to go, heading down towards the complex now, well clear of Lee Deegan in second place. Luke Rosewell in third. It's not really bubbled up into the kind of race up front that we've been hoping for, and I guess it was a similar story in race 1 really. It's not quite been the classic would have liked.
No, after Silverstone was so close, really nothing separated them, did it? But here it's a bit more of a technical circuit, and Adam Shepherd really showing his class to lead all weekend or all day long. This is lap 8 of the race now. 2.7 seconds is his gap over Deegan. Third is Rosewell. Fourth is Joe Jessup, the driver of the race for me after his great start, but then he's had the pace to pull away from Jeff Humphreys, who's there in fifth. Mark Dickin is sixth. Seventh is Dave Fricker. They're going through double yellows, the leaders, unsurprisingly, for the chicane. Eighth is Jack Lees, who is getting back onto terms with Fricker, so that might be something to pick up for 7th and 8th positions. Car number 8, Dave Fricker, coming under pressure from Jack Lees. They're just coming out to that yellow flag section through the chicane. Meanwhile, there's some traffic to be dealt with. There's Joe Jessup, who I was mentioning, impressed with him in this race. Whereas, did I say, he was in the championship a bit further down, so this is going to help him out somewhat. He is 8th in the championship after taking his best result of 8th earlier today, but he's going to thrash that if he can stay there in 4th.
Yeah, I was just looking at that battle you were describing, which we're now looking at on screen. It's the 8 and the 87, Dave Fricker and Jack Lees, separated by only about half a second as they make their way through Barcroft up towards Sunny. Fricker and Lees making their way out of Sunny and towards the complex now. Fricker, former Ford racer many years ago, going back into racing in the Type R Trophy. He's got the newcomer Jack Lees just behind him. Adam Shepherd is going to go on to his penultimate lap of the race, I think that will be, as he's just crossed the line once again, as the rest of the leading cars go through. But that battle that we're talking about is just coming out of the hairpin now into the shot that you're watching. So just ahead of them is the 77 car of Mark Dickin, and then there are the two cars that we've been looking at, Dave Fricker number 8 and Jack Lees number 87.
They head off then down towards Clairvaux, and there they are then with starting this, the 9th lap of an expected 10. And again, a good recovery, I guess this has been for Jack Lees. There's a bit of traffic through the chicane. There's yellows here, no more in fact, so not yellows here. But a tricky moment coming through the back marker. And I think Dave Fricker's got the better of that, Ian.
I would say he probably has, yeah. He's got a few car lengths in hand now over the 87 car of Jack Lee, so that's worked out well for Dave Fricker as he's working the penultimate lap of this race now. So he should be good for 7th place here. I don't think he'll catch Mark Dickin, who's the car ahead of him, as you can see there inside the top 6, who in turn is about 4.5 seconds behind the 5th place driver, number 5, Jeff Humphreys.
Okay, so there's Mark Dickin, there's Fricker, much bigger gap back to Lees now, and not only a lap and a half to go to recatch. Meanwhile, up front, Luke Rosewell's already fallen away from Lee Deegan, I notice. And that gap was out to 4 seconds at the end of the previous lap. He wasn't far behind for a long time earlier. The last lap of the day. There will be another day of racing tomorrow here, though, at Croft Circuit. So we're only halfway through proceedings here in the northeast of England. But here's Adam Shepherd then. I think from Braintree in Essex, turns his way then through Hawthorne in the Shepherd Motors livery. And through the chicane. What a return to racing this has been so far this season for Shepherd. This looks set to be his 3rd win out of 4 in the Type R Trophy. And he turns his way then down towards Tower Bend. And there's Lee Deegan in P2, a long way clear now of Luke Rosewell, who's dropped away in 3rd place. Then you've got the P4 man, which is Joe Jessup. Then Jeff Humphreys in 5th, then in 6th Mark Dickin going through, shot on for 7th. Dave Frick has been re-caught pretty quickly by Jack Lees, so Lees is going to have another go at this for the last half of the lap to try and get a place into the top 7. Behind you've got Aaron Sharp and Travis Coyne who complete the top 10. But the race leaders will be soon completing their race. We'll just watch this battle through the Jim Clark S's because it is nose to tail, and we've been saying all day it's full commitment through this part of the track.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's Fricker in position though to hold on to 7th place at the moment, but the leader heading into the hairpin for the final time. Adam Shepherd, there he is, up on 2 wheels almost as he navigates his way around the hairpin. He comes out of it now, up to the line. The last lap board is replaced with the checkered flag. A perfect day for Adam Shepherd. 2 wins from 2 in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. I think we'll be very happy with how things have worked out. Lee Deegan comes across the line to take 2nd place. Here's this battle for 7th though. Coming up to the line, Mark Dickin just ahead in the 77 car in 6th position. It's all on Dave Fricker not making a mistake through the hairpin. He doesn't make a mistake through the hairpin, so Dave Fricker, number 8, is going to come home in 7th position. Jack Lees is going to be 8th. So in between 2nd and 6th, which we've talked about, is up to the line, by the way, comes Daniel Chapman, who's got ahead of Travis Coyne on the line to get 10th. So between Shepherd and Deegan, it was Rosewell, Jessup, Humphreys, then Dickin, Fricker, Lees, Sharp and Coyne to round out the top 10.
Here's Matt Digby, who's not having a good day, is he, after I think qualifying quite well this morning. Nuttall would seem well with that car. He's been well off the pace in this race, which he really shouldn't be. It's a real shame for him. What about Tate Taverner? Well, he made 13th. Nick Garner made 17th in the course of this race. But yeah, poor Matt Digby. It's not been an ideal day for him.
It's not. Of course, it was Daniel Chapman that made it into the top 10 in the end at the expense of Travis Coyne, as we were saying. So he's there. There's Digby. He's just about to come home to finish in 20-something position. One of the last cars over the line today, just ahead of the 83 car of William Puttergilt. I think that's 21st and 22nd that they will finish. So that brings to an end today's racing here at Croft, with Adam Shepherd taking the win in the final race of the day, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. We'll talk you through in just a moment what we've got coming up tomorrow. But the reflections on today's racing there then, Josh, before we just have a quick look at the results.
Been good, clean racing, I think, hasn't it? We've had Bikesports and Type R Trophy, which we won't see tomorrow. They had good fun, and then everything else we will see again tomorrow. But which is MX5, Formula V, not Roadsports, they were only racing today, Sports 1000s and Locost. So lots of good stuff to look forward to tomorrow. As you say, we'll speak about that more in a moment. Here are the results so far. Final race of the day.
Yeah, Shepherd winning by just 4 seconds in the end from Lee Deegan in second place. So 117 from 48. Luke Rosewell, number 47, took third place. Fourth place, number 28, Joe Jessup. Fifth place, number 5, Jeff Humphries. Mark Dickin, number 77, was 6th. Perhaps the most entertaining battle was that between number 8, Dave Fricker, and number 87, Jack Lees. They finished in 7th and 8th position. Ahead of number 35, Aaron Sharp, in 9th, and number 4, Daniel Chapman, who rounded out the top 10. And in 11th place, it was number 70, Travis Coyne. From 96, Tim Necklin. Tate Taverner, 22nd. Then Tristan Fletcher, Brett Evans, Aaron Thornton, Nick Garner, Ashmore, Samuel Dennis, and James Broutigan rounding out the top 20. Then we had the pit lane starter, which was Matt Digby, there in 21st position, ahead of William Skill and Matt Duffel. Chris Stone and Graham Waterhouse were the final finishers, with Warwick Ellis and Jack Thomas finishing their race on the infield after coming together, coming out of the chicane, and hopefully they'll be back out for the next meeting for the Takiwa Type R Trophy.
That'll be in August at Snetterton. We've also got races at Silverstone and Anglesey, so that'll again be a bit of a break, then 3 races quickly together before they conclude their season away from the 750 Motor Club, actually at Brands Hatch, one of the MSV festivals there.
Let's head down to Andy McEwan for the final time today. He's in the pit lane, ready to talk to Adam Shepherd.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Double winner, Adam Shepherd, who, again, made that look relatively easy, really. We thought that maybe with Deegan getting into second place there, he might be able to give you a run for your money, but you just seem to have the pace this weekend.
Yeah, our pace is really good this weekend. As soon as it had a clear track, we just drove away, which is good. Bit gutted about turn 1 because, from my point of view, I got to the apex and I had nowhere to go at that point, so I'm not sure if he got a tag and sent him in or what, but we'll have to look at that and see what happened there.
Yeah, because that could so easily have ended in disaster for you as well, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could. From where I was, I thought he was going to leave at least a bit of room. I can't disappear, so I heard that he may have got a tap on the rear which sent him in early. I don't know, but we'll have to look at that, as that is a shame. I don't like contact, so we'll have a look.
Let's not let that detract, though, from what's been a dominant performance from you this weekend. You set another new lap record in that race as well. Is it this track that you just clicked with? I mean, you were quick at Silverstone too.
I think it was at Silverstone. I threw it off in quali and knocked the rear window through. So we were like 4 or 5 mile an hour down on the straights. So we knew that we'd be strong with an equal car as such. It was my fault. I threw it in the gravel at Silverstone. But yeah, I think it's hopefully more the same. Let's see.
Yeah, well, bodes well for the rest of the season, doesn't it? Where are you next?
I think we're at Snetterton next. I love Snetterton, so fingers crossed we go well there.
Excellent stuff. Well, huge congratulations on the double victory, mate, and the final winner's garland for the day. But that's not the last race of the weekend. Sadly, I can't be here tomorrow, but Ian, Josh, an awful lot more racing still to come from day 2 here at Croft.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. Good to have you with us today. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Let's have a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. It's a relatively late start because we can't have track action before noon here at Croft. So we're going to have some qualifying action tomorrow morning at 12 o'clock for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. Then we've got the first race of the day. It's actually not shown on there. Is the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup at 12:35. Then we've got Locosts, the Heritage Parts Centre Formula V Championship, the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000. Then the second races for the Locost and the MX5. And then we'll round out the weekend with the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race, Josh, which is going to go for a couple of hours or so.
Yeah, it's got this, as far as I know, an oddity of a 5 minutes extra at the end of the race. But yeah, that should be good, shouldn't it? Which, really confident, it's going to have the biggest ever grid at Croft Circuit, and that's going to be pretty exciting with near on, well, possibly at 50 cars, which should be pretty entertaining. But also the reruns of MX5 and Locost, they were good today, weren't they? And so we got 2 of each of those races. And then single headers too for Formula V and Sports 1000, which were pretty close to at the front. So I'm sure tomorrow is very much going to be worth coming, whether you're here at Croft yourself or whether you can join us on the Alpha Live stream.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be another hot one as well, I think, both on the track and in the commentary box as well. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Andy. Thanks to all of the marshals and the other officials of the 750 Motor Club that have worked so hard to put on such a great event here at Croft today. Many, many thanks to all of you, especially the marshals, and we look forward to your services again tomorrow. For now, though, from Croft, from Josh Barret, Andy McEwan and myself, Ian Sowman, do have a safe journey home if you're heading home tonight, and if wherever you're watching, do join us again tomorrow. Bye for now.